up? What up? What up? What up? What up? What up? All right, man. What's up with it, Gary? How you doing, brother? How you doing? So check this out, man. This isn't gonna be like a super long shit. So I'm just gonna do a quick review on some things that are going on. Tell me how my mic is. Does my mic sound nice? Check one, check two. Does my mic sound nice? Check one, check two. Does my mic sound nice? Check one, check two. I think it should be all right. What's good? What's good? What's up, Juice World? How y'all doing? Peace, peace. Mr. Sapien, Juice World, Gary, yo, Elijah's in the building. Everybody's in the building. Hey, man, we finna get it in real quick. Rob is not here with me tonight, but we're gonna talk about some quick fuckery. And for YouTube, let me put this out there. I do not own the rights. What's up? Howdy, howdy, howdy. I do not own the rights to this music, and I am simply doing nothing more than a review of a video and a song. So if I get a strike, then I get a strike. Oh, fucking well. Okay. But I've been kind of MIA for the last few days. I had to put my dog to sleep. You know what I mean? So I've been kind of in mourning and shit. So I apologize for not being around very much. Blacklight is not here tonight, but don't trip. You know what I mean? What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? Yeah, I had to put my dog down, man. And so I've been kind of hurt a little bit. You know what I mean? So I kind of needed something to lift my spirits, and I think I found it. You know what I mean? I think I found it. Rob, you already know, if you're free, you're more than welcome to come up and join. All you got to do is, you already know what the fuck you got to do. You know what I mean? I think we should put the concept of God to sleep. I think we should put the concept of God to sleep very soon. We're going to do that shit. But today I want to talk about some motherfuckery. All right. Now, I tend to go in a little bit. You know what I mean? I'm here tonight. Don't be a cop. I am here today. No, I'm talking about on the show, dumbass. All right, you fucking akata. You fucking akata. Anyway, look, I saw some fuckery. All right. How many people in here knows who Tom MacDonald is? Okay. How many people know who Tom MacDonald is? I've done a couple of videos on this dude, like in the past. I don't know if they're up on YouTube, but I've done a couple of, you know, and, and how many people like Tom MacDonald if you know who he is? Tell me if you know him and if you like him. Because I'm going to tell you something. This dude is about the dumbest white dude in the world. I'm sorry, bro. I think this dude is about the dumbest dude in the world. This dude is about the biggest fucking idiot I've ever fucking come into contact with. Um, and he's a Canadian idiot. Like, Canadians are supposed to be smarter than Americans, right? I mean, this is the stereotypes, right? And the thing is this motherfucker he gives Canadians bad names, like real shit. I know some really cool. I know some cool, Canadians, and I'm not trying to shit on Canadians. So I want to put that out there real quick. But I'm about to do some serious immigrant bashing. And we're going to go into this shit. Look, like, it's nothing worse than a fucking immigrant, right? That is an ignorant immigrant, right? I can't stand that shit. It's like so bothersome to me. Like, it is really, really, really like you motherfuckers gotta take tests, right? CDN on here. Who is CDN? Can anybody tell me who CDN is? He's a rapper with a name like Tom MacDonald. Right, exactly. Who the fuck is CDN? I don't know who CDN is. Uh, Tell me who CDN is, and maybe I'll tell you. I probably was dissing him. I probably was dissing him though, just to help the conversation move along real quick. Yeah, I probably was dissing him. I don't know who he was, but yeah, I was probably talking a lot of shit. Yeah, probably. I don't know who he is, but I talk a lot of shit about a lot of people. So I'm just gonna go to I'm gonna go default and just say yeah. Oh, CDN. Oh, he meant Canada and Canadians. Yeah, I'm about to diss a Canadian right now. Cause you know what I mean? Because real shit, Canadians, y'all need to do something with your mans right here. All right. So there's this dude by the name of Tom MacDonald. He's a fucking rapper. This dude is the epitome of culture vulture. This dude is the epitome of cultural appropriation. This dude is the epitome of fucking wigger white boy, right? Redneck wigger white boy. You know what I mean? Like, he is the epitome of fucking stupid fucks, right? And this motherfucker just came out with a video about 3 days ago, and it's trending right now on music, on YouTube and shit. And so what we're gonna do is I'm going to play the video, and I'm gonna try my hardest not to say nothing. Okay, and I want y'all to listen to the fucking words of his little rap song. Okay. And I want you guys to all start spotting out all the things that are wrong with this song. Okay. And then we're going to go through them one by one. Okay. Because the list is not like super extraordinarily long, but the list is pretty fucking long. Okay. Yeah, I am feeding the trolls. Abso-fucking-lutely I am. Come get me, trolls. Come fucking get me. Oh, well, life's a bitch. Guess what? I live. Okay? So, we're... So... So we're going to go through this shit. And I want y'all to listen to this song and just the utter nonsense that this guy has. And we're going to fucking get into this shit. And, we're really, oh Lord have mercy, it's just fucking terrible, ladies and gentlemen. I'm serious. It is just fucking terrible. Okay, let me see if I can, for some odd reason it is not coming up. So what I'll do is I'll do this, and then I'll try to present again, and then I'll try to it's not letting me. This is odd. This is kind of odd. You know what I'll do? I will do this. I'll just have to do this a different way. I'll have to do this a different way. So excuse me. I apologize. I have to do this a different way. Paste. And then put that on there real quick. Okay, hold on 1 second. I don't want to miss it. I want to watch the video too with you guys. There we go. Now it's there. There we go. All righty. Now we got it. Now we got it. We'll cut that out right quick. And we'll put that right there. There we go. Now we're on board. All right. Let me drop that a little bit. Boom. There we go. That's a good fit. All right. All right, so we're gonna check out this Tom MacDonald video. I want you guys to fucking watch the video. Okay, and we're gonna watch it one time, 2 times on here, so we don't give him too many views. We don't want to give him too many views. You know what I mean? But when the fuckery comes, we gotta watch the fuckery. We absolutely have to watch the fuckery. All right. Now, hopefully everything works out. My computer's been giving me kind of problems lately, but hopefully this is gonna work. All right. Oops, let's turn that shit the fuck off. All right. The song is called America. So you know this is going to be some fuckery, ladies and gentlemen. You know this is going to be some fuckery. All right. So let's get into Tom MacDonald's fuckery anthem called America. Let's go.
Lately, USA is getting scarier. Half of the Americans I see all hate America. They hate the cops doing their best to take care of us and kneel for the flag and salt the soldiers that we're burying. I'm tired of the pissing and complaining. Why you living in America if all you do is hate it? You think it's brave to take a stand against the nation? Real bravery is dying for the right so you can say it. Dear America, what happened to Americans? Apparently no one's aware or cares, that it's embarrassing, it's arrogance. Our greatest enemy was always slavery and terrorists, and now it's people in the country trying to burn the heritage. I can't help it, I just seem to see the world different. It ain't Republicans or liberals, it's mental illness. The internet is only interested in left opinion. Cancel culture's got more power lately than the First Amendment. If you don't like it, leave. We will not defund police. We don't want no riots in our neighborhoods or in the streets. We respect freedom of speech. We protect what we believe. We don't want nobody dead, so please do not tread on me. In America, your freedom ain't free. In America, got soldiers dying overseas. So America, you can say what we believe. My America, I won't ever take a knee. Our freedom is the reason you can disrespect our flag. If my stars and stripes offend you, then I'll help you pack your bags. America. Does anybody know what the hell happened to the Patriots? Lately, this nation is so ashamed and hating itself. Did everyone forget that people died to pay for this? Ungratefulness, United States gave everything to you just to help. I just want to celebrate Thanksgiving with my family. I don't need your help to understand it was a tragedy. Can I just be thankful for my country eating happily without you trying to guilt me for the genocide and casualties? I can't help it, I just seem to see the world different. It ain't black or white, it's conflict designed by the system. I don't need your pronouns, all I see is men and women. Kids are taking pills for fun while people can't afford prescriptions. If you don't like it, go. Hate it, then don't call it home. We don't need no violence, got no time for all you radicals. Screw the status quo, we're not animals. I won't kneel for the anthem, cause the flag is what I'm standing for. In America, your freedom ain't free. In America, got soldiers dying overseas. So America, you can say what we believe. My America, I won't ever take a knee. Our freedom is the reason you can disrespect our flag. If my stars and stripes offend you, then I'll help you pack your bags. America. You can hate the government and still love the country. The fundamental values of America are country. Republicans and liberals are dumb, to put it bluntly. They're labels that they use to create chaos and corruption. You can know the history and still be proud of where you're from. Every flag around the world is covered in a little blood. We started out United States divided is what we've become. If home is where the heart is, you should show America some love. In America, your freedom ain't free. In America, got soldiers dying overseas. So America, you can say what we believe. My America, I won't ever take a knee. Our freedom is the reason you can disrespect our flag. If my stars and stripes offend you, then I'll help you pack your bags. America.
All right, this is the most cringe shit ever. Like, y'all don't even understand. This song is so fucking cringe. It's not even funny. This song is so fucking cringe. The caucasity of this motherfucker. Okay, what's up, Steer? How you doing? The caucasity of this motherfucker is so abundant and so clear in this song. It is just mind-numbing. Okay? It is absolutely fucking mind-numbing. Okay? As I'd like to apologize right now. Thank you, Luke. I accept your apology. Absolutely, sir. I absolutely accept your apology, sir. Okay? Right? Like, this motherfucker clearly doesn't understand what the fuck. Like, the song is literally a contradiction. Like, quite literally. This shit is backwards. It's a contradiction with a twinge of racism just tossed in there. Okay? All right. Right. Like with just a sprinkling of fucking racism. Just like Salt Bay and shit. You know what I mean? Like that's what this is. Like literally that's what this shit is, right? It's so funny because and then it's like really is super outdated and shit. It's like really super outdated, and this shit just came out 3 days ago. It's a part of his new album. Now again, I'm not hating on Tom MacDonald outside of this motherfucker is a cultural appropriate. He is a culture vulture. He is quite literally. If you look up culture vulture in the Urban Dictionary, it should have a picture of Tom MacDonald right there. Okay, literally. Okay, like literally. Let's just first off get this out of the fucking way, right? This dude is a culture vulture who has cashed in on right-wing white supremacist talking points. And we're going to go over Shatira. Trust me, you're not going to miss nothing. I just wanted you guys to see the whole thing without me breaking it up and shit. I wanted y'all to get a first glance of this shit. And, and first off, just to review the song, how I feel about the song. I liked it, the beat. The beat was all right. The song was garbage and trash. So yeah, fucking 2 thumbs down for fucking the rap itself, the verses. Execution, 2 thumbs down. Motherfucking the beat, I'll give you 1 fucking thumb up, 1 down for that. And the video itself, it focused too much on your ape-like lips. So, Mr. fucking Tom MacDonald, can you stop doing zoom-ins on your fucking ape-esque lips? Please, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, now. Oh my, leave they Tom. Fuck you. Right, now. What I find funny the most about this dude is, first and foremost, ladies and gentlemen, let me point out something. This dude is a fucking immigrant. Okay? This was kind of like Eminem Tune 30. Yeah, absolutely. All right. And I want y'all to remember this shit. This dude is a fucking immigrant. Okay? And he's telling people that are from America to go somewhere else. Now, how is that for irony? How is that for irony, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, an immigrant telling people who are from America to leave America if they don't like it, right? And apparently, let's just get this right real quick. You know what I mean? If you do any of these things like kneel, protest, oppose the police, you hate America. Oh, right. Right. You know what I mean? You hate America. All right? So make sure you remember this shit. All right? All the while his maple syrup sipping ass is fucking stealing fucking black culture. Now, this is just fucking. Some of y'all white folks, I swear to God. Look, Some of y'all white folks are so fucking funny to me. Like you are. So let's go through this shit. And let's see all the fucked up shit that this motherfucker said because he's an idiot. Because he's clearly a fucking idiot, ladies and gentlemen. Let's not get it fucking twisted. Okay? And we're going to expose this motherfucker for being an idiot in this one song. Okay? So let's get into it. All right? So first off, he starts out with his whole militia fucking ideology. Okay? Because you see him standing in front of a Humvee and he's in his American fatigues. You know what I mean? Bro, where's your Canadian garb? You were born in Canada, bro. You're Canadian. Like, where's the loyalty to Canada, bro? Where's the Canadian flag? Like, if this isn't the biggest fucking Canadian traitor, I don't know who the fuck is. Okay? No respect for his own fucking country. Imagine spending your whole life debating God, fearing people. If anything, it's just a sign that you crying for God. I'm not even talking about God. I'm talking about Tom MacDonald. Idiot. That's number one. That's number one. Number two, there's nothing on anything that has anything to do with atheism at all that's going on in this shit. And number three, anyone that needs to come into my random fucking video to bring up God is clearly a lonely motherfucker. So, fucking, why don't you just tell everybody in the room how lonely you are? No, tell everybody in the room how lonely. How long has motherfucking Periscope been? How long has Periscope been fucking shut down, dumb fuck? Please tell me how long Periscope is. You've held on to that. Me being an atheist and debating fucking theists for how long? For how long? And you see me and you come into a random fucking show that I'm doing and you're fucking, wait, bro. Wait, hold up. Who's really upset in this situation? Like real shit. Really, bro? Stop trying to project your upset fucking nature to me. Okay? Do not get it twisted, bro. How long have you been holding on to this? Did you get everything you wanted off of your chest? I hope you did. Okay? Because now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get back to my show. But if you stay, I got a whole bunch of smoke for your dumb fuck ass. Okay? So you just keep your fucking short bus riding, your helmet wearing, fucking slow fucking cockazoid ass the fuck right here while I fucking dismantle this fucking piece of shit. Then I'll get back to you and dismantle your dumb fucking ass. Okay? Just go back there and sit in the cage for a little bit and just listen. And then I'll get back to your dumb, angry fucking ass that's been holding on to this for how long? You know what I mean? You motherfuckers really got some issues. If Periscope been closed for like 6 months, something like that. And I ain't been on Periscope in like 9 to 10 months. And you came into a whole different app during a whole random ass video to say some stupid shit to me. Who's really angry, buddy? Think about this shit real quick. Just ponder on that real quick while I take care of this. All right? Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyway. Like nobody trolls on apps except for me. Because check this out. I've been had these motherfuckers angry for the last 7 years, bro. These are angry little people. These people are angry that I dismantled their whole religion in a matter of a couple of years fucking on Periscope. Long ago. Dismantle their shit. These are angry individuals. Don't worry about it, bro. I'm used to it. All right, let's get to this shit. Okay? No, you're not. You came in here talking about some other shit because you're angry. Your very first comment was not why spend the energy on it. The first comment that you fucking made was fucking some accusatory shit about fucking you must be crying out to God or some bullshit. Fucking, you're fucking dumb, dude. All right? You're a fucking idiot. All right? So, all right. So let me get to what I'm gonna do real quick and get away from the clusterfuck being quality quantity by the bay, whatever, whoever the fuck this clown is. All right. All right. No, you're not. Shut the fuck up. You want to have a talk, then sit down, get a big fat cup of shut the fuck up, and I'll get to you in a minute. We can have a whole damn conversation because I'll bring you the fuck up and make you look even more stupid while you're live on cam. All right? Cool. Now, let's get to this shit right here. All right? Now, we start off with this motherfucker who is in front of his brand new house, right, that he bought with his culture vulture appropriating ass money, okay, with a Humvee and his military fatigues, yet he has never fucking served in the army. Not only, sir, is that highly disrespectful to the people that actually served in this country, is actually technically against the fucking law. But I digress. Let's listen to his first fucking verse, shall we?
Lately, USA is getting scarier. Half of the Americans I see all hate America.
Okay. First off, he says, America is getting scarier because half the Americans that I see hate America. Let's continue on why these people supposedly hate America. Watch.
They hate the cops doing their best to take care of us and kneel for the flag and salt the soldiers that we're burying.
Oh shit! So the first thing he does, he comes out of the gate swinging for the police. You know, the same corrupt ass police that fucking enforce tyranny, that enforce fucking, state sanctioned murder, that pull fucking executions out their ass. They're trying their best to protect us. Again, I want y'all to pay attention. This is coming from a very white perspective. And the reason why is because most white folks understand. Most, I'm not going to say all, because again, there are those few, and we already know about this because Nellie Fuller Jr. already told us about it when it comes to maximum sophisticated confusion, right? There are white sacrifices, right? And so the fact of the matter is, these police go around killing white folks, but they're trying their best to kill them because ultimately the police are here to protect white folks. Okay. And that's what it is. Oh, they're doing their best to protect us. Yeah, us is white. Us is white. You see what I'm saying? And he knows that as a white immigrant. He knows what the fuck it is. Then he said, kneel for a flag. How did he put this shit? Let's listen to what the fuck he said. How did he put it?
Kneel for the flag and salt the soldiers that were burying.
Again, kneeling for the flag and insult the soldiers that we're burying. Let's dismantle this again. He's talking about Colin Kaepernick, and he is primarily talking about black folks because black folks are the people who tended to kneel, except when it became super, super popular, and then a whole bunch of white people started doing it, but, blase, blase, blase. Okay? So now, check this out. Let's break it down, though. We all know what it was with Colin Kaepernick. Colin Kaepernick was just sitting during the fucking national anthem. And military folks got at Colin Kaepernick and said, this is highly disrespectful. And what did Colin Kaepernick do? Colin Kaepernick turned around, he worked with some military vets, and they came up with kneeling for a flag. So again, his understanding of this is clearly nothing. Clearly, Colin Kaepernick said many times exactly what his purpose was. So we're not going to keep on going over that, because if you're too stupid to understand that, then you're just at this point just ignoring it. Okay? So he fucking says this to kneel, but let's just kind of play a little bit with it, because kneeling for a flag was a form of protest, primarily against the U.S. government. But here, let's pay attention to this shit, because later on, we already heard what he said. What did he say? It's okay to hate the government, but still love America. So again, contradiction, but hey, who the fuck are we, right, to be calling this dude out? All right? Now, again, kneeling for the flag was a form of protest. What is the very first fucking amendment? Our very first amendment right? Right? Freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom to protest. Pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. He's already going against his own motherfucking shit. Because again, he says, you hate America, but then he goes on people that's actually participating and taking advantage of their very First Amendment right, which is freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and motherfucking freedom to protest. Those three things is in the very First Amendment. But yet he has a problem with it. So who's really anti-American if he don't like people that protest? Wait a minute. Hold up. We have a walking contradiction that this dude clearly doesn't understand, huh? Oh, fucking A. This shit is about to get real lovely in a minute. Let's keep on going.
I'm tired of the bitching and complaining. Why you living in America if all you do is hate it?
Oh, I'm tired of all the bitching and complaining when you live in America when all you do is hate. Okay, wait a minute. What exactly are you doing right now, bro? The contradictions is fucking caucasity. My dude, the same First Amendment right that gives you the ability to bitch on a fucking garbage ass rap song gives everyone else the right to do not in a garbage fucking rap song. You're doing what you hate. You're doing exactly what you hate. This is the confusion in this motherfucking walking confusion is a fucking idiot. All right, let's keep on going, shall we?
You think it's brave to take a stand against the nation? Real bravery is dying for the right so you can say it. Dear.
Oh wait, he said you think taking a stand against the nation is true bravery when fucking basically dying for your nigga. Okay, let's just break this shit down. First off, standing against this nation is what's made us the country that we're in right now. Civil rights would have never happened had we not stood against the nation, dumb fuck. We wouldn't be in the supposed post-racial fucking America that you think we're in had it not been for people standing against the nation, you stupid fuck. Then you bring up again fucking soldiers dying. Bro, you've never been in the military. You're not even from America. You didn't serve no time in the military. Fuck you and everything you stand for, because guess what? My family did fight for this country. My family was in the military. And dude, you are a disgraceful piece of shit immigrant. That's what the fuck you are. Let's keep on going. Because I had family die in the military fighting in wars. How many did you have that fought in the American military that fight in the wars? Guess what, Tom MacDonald? 0, bitch. You're Canadian. The fuck out of here. This dumb motherfucker. I swear to God, this dumb motherfucker is about the dumbest piece of shit in the world. Let's keep on going.
America, what happened to Americans? Apparently no one's aware or cares that it's embarrassing. It's arrogance. Our greatest enemy was always slavery and terrorists, and now it's people in the country trying to burn the heritage.
Yeah, it's people in this country that's trying to burn the heritage. Whose heritage? White people's heritage? American heritage? What is American heritage, sir? Clearly you don't know. Americans' heritage, their history, is genociding whole nations of people, enslaving a whole nother nation of people, literally building fucking a whole infrastructure of economics on other people's free labor. Clearly, you don't quite get this yet. That's literally about 75% of the time that America's been around. That's literally what happened from 1619 all the way till about 60 years ago. And then they switched up the game. But your dumbass wouldn't understand this because you don't know American history nor heritage. You know Canadian history and Canadian heritage. The fuck is you talking? This motherfucker is about the biggest idiot in the fucking world. Let's continue, shall we?
I can't help it, I just seem to see the world different. It ain't Republicans or liberals, it's mental illness.
No, it's not. Again, tell me that these are not right-wing motherfucking talking points without telling me that these are right-wing talking points. Wait a minute. Tell me this isn't right-wing politics without telling me this is right-wing politics. Right here, buddy. Are you serious? He said, I see things differently. Yeah, you clearly do. And it's called not correctly. I see things differently. Yeah, it's called wrong. It's like, are you stupid, dumb, or retarded? Pick one. But clearly we're going to see that, guess what? This guy is all three. Let's continue.
The internet is only interested in left opinion. Cancel culture's got more power lately than the First Amendment.
Again, now he's talking. Now, this is the first time he comes back to the First Amendment. But again, he's mad at cancel culture, which is freedom of speech. He's mad at protesting, which is also technically freedom of speech, freedom of expression, and motherfucking freedom to protest. But then in the very next sentence, he has the audacity to say, what happened to First Amendment? Oh, I guess it's only First Amendment when you want First Amendment. Apparently, this is what we're doing now. Well, it's not true First Amendment unless you're talking what I want to talk. Then it's First Amendment. Anything else? You hate your country. It's tyranny. You motherfuckers. You guys are bitches and crybabies. Do you not see the walking contradiction that he had in his very first motherfucking dumbass verse? This motherfucker's an idiot. I can't stress this enough. This guy's a fucking idiot. Let's keep on going.
If you don't like it, leave. We will not.
Wait. I had to stop it right there. What did he just say, ladies and gentlemen? Hold on. What did he just say? He said, if you don't like it, leave. Wait a minute. What is that dog whistle, ladies and gentlemen? Where have we heard this dog whistle before? Huh? Where? Hmm. Where have we heard this dog whistle from, ladies and gentlemen? The dog whistle. Well, if you don't like it, you can leave. If you don't like it, you can leave. Where the fuck is that? I wonder. Can we say from 1865 to the present? This is a statement that all white peoples in America, well, not all white people, but a lot of white people in America love to say to black people, well, if you don't like the country, then you can go back to Africa. Yeah, I know it is a bullhorn, right? If you don't like it, you can go back to Africa. You can leave. And I want you guys to just think about the irony, the real true irony of this. This is a Canadian immigrant telling fucking folks from America if they don't like it, then they can leave. You know, kind of like how he didn't like Canada, so he got up and left and went to North America because his rap career was shit out there. Oh, wait, you know. And he found a fucking audience and white supremacists and fucking neo-Nazis with his bullshit music. His new ideals of fucking patriotism. And again, patriotism is the new dog whistle for the white supremacists. Don't get it twisted. If you don't like it, leave. Okay? Pay attention to the irony of this motherfucker, ladies and gentlemen. This shit is fucking absolutely fucking amazing, the caucasity of this motherfucker. It is absolutely amazing. Like Jesse Lee Peterson. That's amazing. Literally. We don't want no riots in our neighborhoods or industries. No, okay, now this is one of the parts that I really, really, really enjoy. We don't want no riots in our or in our neighborhoods or in our streets. Can somebody go tell fucking Mr. Tom MacDonald that our fucking country was literally built on a riot? Like literally, like y'all think I'm playing about this. I'm not. Like literally, there was a riot in England. The motherfuckers came motherfucker over here because they didn't like what was going on and they were having domestic terrorism problems. And so this country fucking was founded because white people came over here and literally, you know, did another fucking riot, but we like to call it genocide. And then all of the conflicts that happened from the moment y'all got here, from the moment fucking when white folks got here, all the way until fucking what? Now? Like, are you serious? Boston Tea Party, motherfucking the riot in motherfucking, like in New York, Washington, all the fucking different riots that fucking literally fucking kick people out of fucking offices, claiming it was tyranny. Are you fucking joking? We don't like riots in our neighborhoods or in our streets. Y'all love riots. You just only like riots when they concern white people. Miss me on it. This is bullshit. Again, not understanding history, but you know, that's okay. We're gonna just keep on going, aren't we? We respect freedom of speech. We protect what we believe. You understand? Hey, wait. We protect freedom of speech, which he's actually going against freedom of speech. And then he said, we protect what we believe. Again, ladies and gentlemen, when you stand up for what you fucking believe, i.e., fucking freedom of speech and freedom to congregate and fucking freedom to fucking do militias and freedom to carry arms and all that shit. If anybody was to take these things away, what do? You stand up against those things and you protest or you fight for the right to have. Oh, wait a minute. Contradiction. Aren't we catching more contradictions again? Apparently, Wait, we're not understanding the fucking complex contradiction that this fucking inbred Canadian is. He is a walking contradiction of fuckery. And then listen to his next statement. This shit is funny.
If we don't want nobody dead, so please do not tread on me.
We don't want nobody dead, but please do not tread on me. How many people know what that fucking shit comes from? How many people understand what "don't tread on me" means? How many people really know? People in America should know. Wait a minute. Don't tread on me, right? What does that mean? It means do not tread on me, otherwise I will have to go to war with you. Do not tread on my beliefs. Do not tread on my rights. Do not tread on my constitutionally protected fucking, rights as a citizen of the United States. If you tread on me, we will go to war. That's literally what they mean. Yeah, these are libertarian views. The Tea Party. Like, are you serious? This motherfucker is literally, like I said, this is the biggest clusterfuck of caucasity confusion that I've ever seen in my whole fucking life. And when I just want to harken back to what he said about riots real quick. First off, he was talking about black folks and rioting black folks, but yet not understanding that "don't tread on me" logo is literally about, if you tread on my rights, we will riot and we will fight against the government. But go figure, right? But go figure, right? Go fucking figure. This is the caucasity of fucking white folks. And listen, white people, listen, I wasn't looking for this. I just was like, oh, let's hear this fucking dumbass shit. Let's listen to this fucking song, because I was like, he came up, he put up a post and shit on YouTube, and it was like, America is number one or number two. You know what I mean? So I was like, why is this song getting such a big fucking. And I just listened to the song and I'm like, if this is not the most confused fucking caucasity that I've ever fucking seen in my life, I don't know what the fuck is. Okay? This is a clusterfuck of caucasity and confusion of all time. Like, real shit. This is exactly what this is. Pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep on going.
In America, your freedom ain't free. In America, got soldiers dying overseas.
No shit. And every single soldier I know will fucking tell you they died to give you the right of freedom of speech, freedom to protest, freedom of fucking religion, for all of your rights, not just the ones that you like. Again, disrespecting the fallen soldiers, again, by standing in fatigues on a fucking Hummer, acting like you're about to fucking go to war when you're a fucking immigrant. And you weren't even a part of the military in your own fucking country. But yet you gonna sit over here and act like you're uber patriot. Like, fuck out of here. This dude is a fucking piece of shit. And Canadians should be fucking just like, ugh. Okay?
So America, you say what we believe. My America, I won't ever take a knee.
America, I won't ever take a knee. Again, these are shots at black folks. I want y'all to pay attention. The riot comment, I won't ever take a knee, all that. These are shots at specifically at black folks. Okay? And again, the caucasity, why he takes shots at black folks while being a culture vulture and rapping. But I guess that's normal because he's shitting on America, the rights that we have in America, shitting on black folks, and what the fuck we've done for this country while fucking spouting Amendment rhetoric, being white, and being a rapper that's literally made millions off of black culture. Wait, black American culture. Go figure. The irony in this motherfucker tonight is thick. Pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all not even, come on, pay attention. There is no reason you can disrespect our flag if my star. I want y'all to listen to that real quick. Listen to this. There is no reason you can disrespect our flag. If my stars and stripes offend you, then I'll help you pack your bags. America is the reason why you can talk shit about America. And if you don't like America, I'll help you pack your bags and leave. Ladies and gentlemen, if this isn't the fucking dumbest shit I've ever heard, I don't know what is.
America. Does anybody know what the hell happened to the Patriots? Lately, this nation is so ashamed and hating it.
And I want you to, again, patriots is the new code word for white supremacists. I find it very interesting that this is a white dude with a whole bunch of tattoos rapping, talking a lot of white supremacist narrative talking points and right-wing leaning motherfucking shit. But again, who the fuck am I, right? Let's keep on going.
Did everyone forget that people died to pay for this ungratefulness? United States gave everything to you just to help.
They died so they can protest in the streets. They died so they can have freedom of speech. They died so they can fucking keep up the freedom to have religion. This is kind of like fucking, like, this dude is not even understanding what he's saying. He's repeating rhetoric that he doesn't even truly understand.
I just want to celebrate Thanksgiving with my family. I don't need your help to understand it was a tragedy.
Yeah, and other people want to fucking make sure everybody understands that this shouldn't be celebrated as a fucking holiday because it was a fucking literal slaughter. It wasn't just one literal slaughter. There was at least minimum three literal slaughters. And yes, guess what? That offends people, primarily Native Indigenous people. And you know what? They have a reason to be pissed off. You're celebrating the death of their ancestors. It's kind of like if, somebody killed your grandpappy and then celebrated it every year and then made it a fucking national holiday. Yeah, the day we killed Tom MacDonald's daddy and granddaddy. Great fucking day. Let's eat fucking a whole bunch of turkey on that day. Are you serious? Can I just eat my food and be thankful? Yeah, how about, I don't know, pick a different day and call it something else. I don't know. It's not that hard. Right. Especially, and isn't that the spit in the face too? ESP? That is the motherfucking spit in the face, right? Because not only did they go about and murder and commit genocide not once, not twice, but at least 3 times, but then they taught everybody through history, yeah, they were friends and they all ate together. Yeah, they all ate together, and then you guys went over there and slaughtered them motherfuckers. Forgot to leave that part out. I mean, you just magically forgot. Like, are you serious? This motherfucker doesn't even understand the disrespect that he has for other people's culture, other people's history. What about their heritage, their culture, their history? What about our culture, our heritage, our history in this country? Again, this is a white narrative that he wants to keep going. And he's like, hey man, why are you victimizing me for wanting to keep this, white narrative up? I like the white narrative. It makes me feel good. And you're ruining it. You're ruining my narrative. And I don't want to deal with this. Boo-hoo! Jesus fucking Christ. I'm Polish and I wish people would stop making jokes about my ancestry. That reminds me of a really good fucking joke. There was a priest, a Polak, and a motherfucking Indian that walked into the bar. You see what I just did there, right there, after you just said that, Carrie? That's what this motherfucker is literally doing. That was literally the punchline. I'm just saying. All right, let's keep on going.
Can I just be thankful for my country eating happily without you trying to guilt me for the genocide and casualties?
No, absolutely not. No, absolutely not. No. And your fucking lips look like a fucking chimpanzee. So even more so, no, strictly for that. I mean, I cannot deal with your chimpanzee looking lips. No, I'm sorry. No, absolutely not. No. You can't. No. And if you want to eat with your family, I don't know, turn off the fucking TV. If you don't like what the fuck we're saying about this shit, then turn off the internet. If you don't like what the fuck we're talking about, then I don't know, stay in your stupid little fucking bubble of, oh, the Indians and the white people got along and they ate, and we're gonna sit here and we're gonna eat, and yeah, I'm so thankful for my family. No, quit bitching. You sound like a crybaby right now. Like, and you know what? The fact of the matter is this is a kind of a double punch. You know what I mean? Because let's just be like 100% real. Canada's kind of having an issue right now, isn't it? Right? Because the people that they kind of shitted on were native indigenous people. You know, the same native indigenous people that people are genociding in order to make Thanksgiving. Kind of double insensitive. I'm just kind of fucking pointing that out, bro. Just kind of fucking pointing that shit out. Just saying, bro. You don't have the best history when it comes to fucking native indigenous people. I think you should probably keep your mouth shut when it comes to Thanksgiving. I'm just saying my personal opinion. You don't have to take that shit at all. But yeah, you're a fucking immigrant. You fucking Canadian, dude. Fuck out of here. Do not tell me, a citizen, a born citizen of this motherfucking country, how to fucking deal with the rights that we have. Fuck out of here, you fucking piece of shit immigrants. And you guys wonder why the fuck I go in on immigrants so hard. And again, it's not like I don't like immigrants, because I think there's a lot of great immigrants out there. But pieces of shit like this, yeah, they're the piece of shit immigrants that I'm always talking about. You don't deserve to be here. Your cultural appropriation, culture vulture, fucking confused fucking caucasity is audacious, to say the least. Okay? You literally fucking cut your hair in a bowl cut and braid your hair purposely to piss people off because you know it'll piss people off. You have tattoos on your face that was made popular by Latinos and black folks to copy a style. And prison population also. Just gonna throw that shit the fuck out there. You have piercings and grills in your fucking mouth to copy the hip hop culture. You rap, which is literally cultural appropriation of my direct lineage. You fucking piece of shit. And this is what the fuck you make money off of. This motherfucker on Lord have mercy. Okay, let's keep on going.
I can't help it, I just seem to see the world different. It ain't black or white, it's conflict designed by the system.
It is black and white, and you've made that perfectly clear.
I don't need your pronouns, all I see is men and women. Kids are taking pills for fun while people can't afford prescriptions. If you don't like it, go. Hate it, then don't call it home. We don't need no violence, got no time for all you radicals.
We don't have time for all you radicals. Are you serious? No violence? White people are the biggest group that perpetrates violence against every single person in the fucking world. Like, really, do we need to go there? We can start with America. We can go to fucking Canada, and we can go to Europe. And just, I don't know, do some fucking historical math when it comes to genocide, motherfucker. Like, are you serious? You have the caucasity to fucking actually say we don't like violence? You love white people historically love violence. You know what? Stop it. Oh my Lord, 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 oh my Lord. Oh my Lord, my Lord, my Lord. My Lord, the fucking idiocy of this motherfucker. This, my Lord, my Lord, my Lord, my Lord. Fucking A, bro. This fool is a boot to make me lose my motherfucking mind. This motherfucker's a boot to have to make me lose my fucking mind. Like, oh, I swear to God. Yeah, I did that shit. That was a joke. That was fucking funny as fuck, too. All right? That shit was funny as shit. I don't care what none of y'all say. All right? It is what it is. All right? That shit was funny. All right? All right? I'm about to lose my fucking mind. Eh? That shit is funny. Y'all don't get that shit. If you don't get that shit, my Canadians will get that shit. Eh? It's kind of like when I say, y'all fools ain't about shit in it. You know what I mean? My UK people will understand that shit. Anyway, all right, let's keep on going. Let's keep on going, shall we? Actually, they do say A. A whole bunch of them say, bro, I will fucking veer you to motherfucking BC, British Columbia, okay? And every single last one of them motherfuckers, eh? You know what I mean? Okay. Right. Okay. There you go. There you go. I'm educated, so not me. Much better. Okay. But I promise you, BC and Alberta, oh, they are the biggest sayers all the time. So fuck out of here. You know that shit. Okay. You know damn well Canadians say that shit, and I will not let that shit ride. Okay. Because that shit is fucking real shit. All right. It's all the weed freaks. Oh, now don't shit on fucking pot smokers. Stop it. Okay? They're just fucking slow Canadians. Okay? It's the slow Canadians that say that shit. All right, here we go. Let's continue this because I'm about over it. But let's listen.
Screw the status quo, we're not animals. I won't kneel for the anthem because the flag is what I'm standing for. In America, freedom ain't free.
He says we're not animals, but yet he's trying to treat everybody else like animals. You know, again, caucasity, audacity.
In America, that's soldiers dying overseas. So America, you say what we believe. My America, I won't ever take a knee. Our freedom is the reason you can disrespect our flag.
No, your freedom is not the reason that we can disrespect the flag. The reason why I can disrespect the flag is because I have the right to. And guess what, buddy? When all of the soldiers were out there fighting to keep those rights, your ass was in Canada fucking sipping maple syrup, trying to be hard, fucking acting like you were down and you were trying to fucking rap. So it's not your freedom that gives people the ability to shit on the flag if they so choose to. It is our amendments and our fucking rights as human beings that give us the right to do that. Don't get it twisted. You've done nothing for this country except be a burden on it and then suck a whole bunch of money out of it by culturally appropriating black folks and signifying, giving white signifiers to a whole bunch of white nationalists. Okay? So miss me on what you've done for this country because you, sir, haven't done shit. I got people in this motherfucking stream right now that's done more than you will ever even conceive about because they were actually in the military to fight for said freedoms. Fucking clowns, dude. Fuck out of here, you fucking piece of shit. I swear to fucking God. And then these motherfuckers kind of ignore the fact that black folks have been a part of every single fucking war America has ever been a part of. Like, let's not forget this shit. All of the millions and millions and millions of black folks that fought and died for this fucking country that never got the rights that you have as a piece of shit immigrant Canadian. Fuck you and everything you stand for, fucking you fucking piece of shit. Like real shit, bro. That's offensive. While you stand in fatigues trying to act like you're fucking doing something and shit. You're doing nothing standing in fatigue, standing on a fucking rented fucking Hummer. Let's keep on going.
If my scars and stripes offend you, then I'll help you back your bags. America, you can hate the government and still love the country.
Yeah, dumbass, and that's why people are rioting. That's why people are protesting. That's why motherfuckers is doing all the things that you say are not good. You idiot motherfucker. And this is the reason why you're just a confused, dumbass, fucking immigrant Canadian white boy that knows nothing. You fucking idiot. This is the problem with these motherfuckers. I swear to God, bro. See, I'm about to be on some old fuck immigrant shit real fucking soon shit. And I don't want to get that way, but this motherfucker will get me there quick, fast, in a fucking hurry. Because I think there's a lot of great immigrants, but this motherfucker is not one of them.
Fundamental values of America are country. Republicans and liberals are dumb, to put it bluntly.
Did you hear what he said, ladies and gentlemen? Ladies and gentlemen, he said Republicans and liberals are dumb, to put it bluntly, while he's literally fucking spewing right-wing fucking talking points. Like word for fucking word. Republicans, come get your boy. Republicans, come get your boy. Come get your boy. Your boy is a fucking idiot. This is why fucking there's so many people that make fun of Republicans and right wingers. This is literally the reason why people make fun of right wingers and conservatives and fucking, like, are you not paying attention? And this motherfucker, and listen, this motherfucker has had 2 million views. And this motherfucker got 281,000 likes on this. 281,000 likes from 281,000 dumb ass Republicans. Go figure.
They're labels that they use to create chaos and corruption. You can know the history and still be proud of where you're from. Every flag around the world is covered in a little blood.
I love how it's just, every single country around the world is covered in a little blood. But that's just kind of the way it is, bro. Don't worry about it. Just quit bringing it up to me. I don't care. I don't These are the type of dumb motherfuckers and shit. Yeah, and those black folks that like him are sellout fucking coon motherfuckers. Okay? Number one. And most of them are fucking immigrants. All right? So, yeah, I said it, motherfucker. What you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? Yeah, I said it. If you like Tom MacDonald, you, sir, are a coon. You, sir, are a Sambo. You, sir, are a sellout, and you, sir, need to be taken out. What you gonna do about it? I digress. Okay? I digress. No. There's a whole different connotation when white people use the coon word. So no. When I'm talking to black folks, I'm talking to black folks and they understand exactly what the fuck I'm saying. So it's different. So no, cannot. But thank you for asking, sir. I appreciate it. All right, let's keep on going because this shit is almost over.
We started out United States divided is what we've become if home is where the...
Wait. Did you hear what he said? He said we started out the United States. Yeah, united in understanding that white people were fucking superior, everybody else was inferior, enslaving a whole bunch of black folks, erasing fucking and genociding a whole bunch of native indigenous people, and treating every other fucking group like they were just inferior pieces of shit to be used for nothing more than fucking labor. That's united, apparently. And now we're divided. Now, after all of that greatness, we're now divided. Jesus Christ, you guys, we got it all backwards. We got it all backwards, you guys. This guy gets it. Oh, Lord have mercy.
The heart is you should show America some love. In America, you're free.
Yeah, well, the thing is, buddy, is we show America love by wanting to make America the best place it possibly can be for everyone. I'm just kind of throwing that part out there. I know that's kind of, doesn't mean that much to you, but it kind of fucking means a lot to, everyone else that's also here in America. Just fucking saying, bro.
Remain free. in America. Got soldiers dying overseas, so America, you can say what we believe. My America, I won't ever take a knee. Our freedom is the reason you can disrespect our flag. If my stars and stripes offend you, then I'll help you pack your bags. America.
Yeah. 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 And the video was done by a fucking Rockefeller. You know, go figure. Go fucking figure. Nah, I'm fucking done. She calls herself Rockefeller. That's his girlfriend. His wife does all of her videos. And look, check this out. The hustle that he has done, the hustle that Tom McDonald's has done, I will give props to. Okay, he is strictly independent. He mass produces all of his music by himself. His girlfriend, his wife, videos and edits all of his videos. You see what I'm saying? So all of that shit is in-house. So you got to give him credit for that, right? You got to give him credit for finding a niche in white supremacy talking points and right-wing philosophy in order to build a group. You have to respect that. It's branding like a motherfucker. But that don't mean the dude ain't a fucking idiot. It doesn't mean that the dude is not a fucking piece of shit. And it doesn't mean that the dude is not a fucking racist. It just means that he's smart with his racism. He's smart with the rhetoric that he puts out. It means he's smart when it comes to all these things. So if you think that he doesn't understand exactly what he's doing with this video, you're wrong. He knows exactly what he's doing with this video. But the thing is he don't care. Because this type of controversy and this type of song gets everybody's blood boiling one way or another. Right? So you never heard of him? Or well, he really got famous off this one dumbass motherfucking song, basically proclaiming that everybody can be racist. And you know what I mean? Racism for profit, America. Exactly. That's what it is. Racism for profit, America. America. Right? And so the thing is, like he does this. And again, I have to point out the ultimate caucasity of this motherfucker. To shit on native indigenous people, to shit on black people, to shit on people who don't agree with his point of view, and basically tell these motherfuckers, go back to wherever the fuck you're from, leave the country, you don't deserve to be here, right? But yet, it's black folks who literally fought for the soul of this motherfucking country, quite literally. Quite literally. But he wants to go off and culturally appropriate fucking black culture, black heritage, and use it in order to fucking push his bullshit white folk agenda. I mean, it's not surprising. I mean, it is what it is, right? I understand. I see it. I get it because this is what the fuck they've always done. Rock and roll. Black people, white people stole it. Country music, black people fucking started it, white people stole it. Jazz, black people started it, white people stole it. We get it. Pop is nothing but white people R&B. That's what pop is. It's white people R&B. So for him to be doing this is no surprise, and it shouldn't surprise any of y'all. But this guy is one of the most popular fucking rap artists for all white people. Go down the comments. And white people are literally in the comments. This is why I love this guy so much. I let my kids listen to this guy. This guy is straight edge and he's so pro-American. He's so fucking great. This is me and my kids love this guy. Yeah, I've seen her history. Yeah, I know her history. That would be a whole different video. You know what I mean? So y'all, this is what the fuck you're dealing with. And this dude is completely and absolutely independent. So he's saying all of this shit. And this isn't the first one. He's got a whole bunch of them. I just thought this was by far the largest and biggest contradiction that he's ever fucking wrote. And I was just like, oh Lord, I gotta talk about the fuckery today. You see? So I want y'all to pay attention. This is what the fuck white folks is listening to. This is what white folks call rap. This is what white folks is listening to, and they're like, yay, Tom MacDonald, our hero. You know what I mean? So definitely pay attention to how they look at this shit. Pay attention, ladies and gentlemen. It is what it is. Now, if anybody would like to jump up and speak on this, you're more than welcome to do that. Just let me know if you want to talk about this. I will invite you up. And in the meantime, in between time, let's see if Fucknut is still in the room. Excuse me, Mr. Fucknut that was talking about my atheism. Are you still here? Because if you're still here, oh sir, I I am I ain't forget you. Dear Mr. Fucknut, you thought I would forget about you, but I didn't. Damn atheist. You can? I got you, bro. I just got the funniest text. I did. Tony, come on up. uh, um, hmm. I'll bring you two in here real quick. What's up, Tony? How you doing, brother? I know you trying to get your shit right. Let's wait for Tony to get his information. um, I'm sorry. Tom McDonald's is that was about the dumbest song Tom McDonald could have ever brought out. I'm sorry. That shit was about the
Finally
dumbest.
get to make one of your goddamn broadcasts, you motherfucker.
What up, Tony? Tony is in the building. If you guys don't know who Tony is, this is Tony D. He is on fucking Habs. Please go follow him. He does a lot of really nice videos. He's really sweet and nice, and he's the complete opposite of me. So, um,
I get
but
that way, but I get turned
but
into you. Don't be fooled. I
but
get turned into you quick.
right, but we never know. We might get a little bit of Izzy Tony D today. What's up, Tony D? What do you gotta go? What do you gotta
First
say
and
about this
foremost,
shit, bro?
to everybody up here that's been following me over the past few months when I'm up here all the goddamn time, this motherfucker's the reason I'm on Haps. Playing it goddamn simple. Y'all follow him first. Fuck it. Y'all follow him. Big up to Carrie over there. I know you and him was tripping out on each other, but Carrie follows me. He rolls with me a lot. So I know he wasn't trying to be an ass or nothing. He gonna have his side or whatever, but he fucks with me. So I would tell you to fuck with him, but in the event that the two of you clash, I ain't got shit to do with it.
Oh, he's like, I'm gonna put my motherfucking little covering on him. He gave you like a
Nah,
half a Captain
he rolls
America
with me.
shield on
He
you.
rolls with me on my broadcast for real. So I'm a big him. My biggest to Blaze. I see Black Light Revelations was in the chat. Was good. I saw Shatera was in. Was good. I see Faye over there. I'm one of that's old girl that I be rolling with, but she's
Oh,
on YouTube. Your
all
boy
right,
Tom McDonald. I was just looking this shit up as you was talking about it because I came on late, so I missed the first 25 minutes.
right.
I saw the song. Yeah, I got that. I got the culture vulture side. I got what you're saying on that. But what I
Mm-hmm.
did notice was old girl
Mm-hmm.
spent time in Jamaica, New York. So this side of this where you can see them as being rebellious more than culture vultures.
No, she is. See, again, this is the thing. The girlfriend is different from him. He's a
Right.
Canadian immigrant piece of shit. Okay. Fucking she was from what I know about her, she's kind of been a rocker / singer. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's what I'm saying.
And the thing is yeah, you can call her rebellious all the fuck you want, but
I got you. I
no,
got
you know what I mean. She has a history also, but
But if
she's
she's
not.
been to Jamaica, I kind of see where he gets the anti-government thing, if you will, because a lot of Jamaicans don't like the government based on how they were treated. Now she
She's a
spent her
white
youth
girl
there.
that was in Jamaica, bro.
Yeah, I know. And then she went to New York, which tells me a little bit of Greenwich Village, if you will. But I haven't seen what part of New York. So I see a rebellious side, but I also see the culture vulture side because anybody does rap that's not black, we're gonna tear them up. You know what I mean?
No, she is a culture vulture too. Fuck that
Got
shit. Listen, bro. At the end of the day, listen. I'm gonna
And I'm being straight
put
up.
it.
I'm
I'm
being
gonna put
straight
it
up.
like this, because she benefited from everything that was going on in Jamaica for white folks. She is not like Rastafari. You know what I
No,
mean? She is not a part of that. So because of that, she does not get to automatically fucking get this free fucking pass just because she's from Jamaica. She is part of white Jamaica, the Queen's Jamaica. She is not a part of Rastafari and the true movement of Rastafari
got
or
you.
even
Got you.
fucking anything. So she doesn't get that pass from me as it concerns me. You
I
feel
got you.
me?
I got you.
So,
Yeah, yeah.
but I get where you're coming from, but I wouldn't do that
And
shit.
I
What
want to
up,
say that because the only
what
reason
up,
I say that because
blasphemer?
she was down there and I haven't lived down there. She lived down there
Right,
for a few years. So I
right.
think she got
I
a little
get
bit,
you.
not totally them. I got you with that.
I get you. I get you. What up, blasphemer? How you doing, brother?
What up, Blaze?
Oh, I'm good. I was literally just about to broadcast myself, and as soon as I hit my apps app, I saw you invited me. So I was like, this sounds like fun.
This motherfucker.
It's always
Right.
fun on Izzy High's broadcast. I love it.
And for everybody in the chat, if y'all want to know, me and him are two of the veterans that he was talking about that can destroy this motherfucker too. Just so you know.
Right.
Oh my god!
How do you feel?
I hate Carl McDonald.
Tell me, Blazing, how do you feel about this video and what this dude was saying as a vet?
Without demeaning cultural appropriation, it's something like veteran appropriation or military appropriation.
Right.
Yeah.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I will keep on going. Keep on. I just was agreeing with you. Absolutely. You're right.
Oh no, I've heard that guy once before.
Mhm.
There was a periscoper that would listen to him, and he was definitely a Trump supporter. There was a time I would troll a few of them. But anyway, and I was like, who is this Tom McDonald dude? And then come to find, so I listened to one of his videos, actually sat down and listened to it and paid attention to the lyrics. I was like, oh my God, this guy's this is a fucking racist, fucking white, fragility, broken.
He sounds privileged.
Little bitch ass. Yes, he's very privileged. Oh my God, he's from Canada.
He's a Canadian, and we're talking about the new song America.
And he made himself look like he rolled out of a prison in like California or some shit. I don't know.
Looks like Tekashi 6ix9ine to me. What's up,
Principal?
What's up,
He
Holistic?
does. He looks like a white Tekashi 6ix9ine that just walked out of prison.
This the new fucking Tekashi.
He did. He does.
He looks like a fucking wrestler. Okay, cool. You got a fly girlfriend. Okay, cool. Now you want to stand up against tyranny. Okay, cool. But the shit don't look right.
No, it don't.
Are you guys?
I'm sorry.
Are you guys familiar with Trailer Park Boys?
Yes, no, I am very much.
Okay, Izzy. Then you're probably familiar with J-Rock, the satire character, the white rapper.
Yeah.
That's Yeah, like
Damn.
fucking Tom McDonald's like the real life fucking version of
J-Rock.
J-Rock, like the real
Absolutely he is. Absolutely he is. And if you guys haven't seen
like
Trailer Park
J-Rock.
Boys, go watch it. It's
Yeah,
a Canadian show. And he's
yeah.
definitely J-Rock. Absolutely. 100%. Go ahead. Keep on going.
Wow, crazy.
Keep on
Yeah,
going.
that's all. Oh man, I ooh, impromptu roast.
Live
You
Sock
got me
Jazz, what's
going.
good? Milton's in the house. What's good, Milton?
All right.
Yeah, we got everybody popping up now. God
So
damn.
so we're gonna invite Milton up to the stream. Also, Milton, Milton,
Oh
how you
damn,
doing?
Tony.
How you doing,
Hey,
Milton?
Tony's gonna be a little outnumbered here. 3 atheists and 1 Catholic, all
Don't
behind.
give
Oh
a fuck. You
shit!
know I don't give a fuck. What?
I know you don't. I know you don't. I know you don't.
Yeah, and
I've been
we're
doing
gonna
this shit with
I
Izzy
just
forever. You
no,
motherfuckers is
I just
lightweight
don't ever
compared to
see this
Izzy.
in a broadcast, like where the atheists
The
are
views
the
expressed up here are
majority.
not necessarily those of Haps.
right. And listen, for everybody that just got in here, I was reviewing the new Tom McDonald song, America, and why it is the biggest clusterfuck of caucasity fucking confusion of all fucking time. Of all fucking time. I don't care what anybody says. And if you don't understand it, just go watch the video and then
Oh,
rewatch
shit.
this video. And I've broken down why this is confusion. This is caucasity, confusion, and clusterfucked in a whole jumble of what the fuck just happened. It is just
isn't
fucking disturbing as shit. I'm sorry.
isn't his brother man child? I think his brother's man child.
I don't know
I
if that's
remember
his
right.
brother, but I know that they rap
Yeah.
together a lot.
Yeah,
So I
I
don't know
used to
about that.
follow Man Child because Man Child did something back in the day with this group that I kind of listened to. I was like, oh, he sounds
Right.
kind of cool,
You
and I started
motherfuckers
listening
are
to his
hilarious.
lyrics too. I
I
was
don't
like,
know
this
this son of a
guy's an
bitch. I
idiot.
just don't.
Man Child's a kind of a dickhead. So tell me, Milton, how do you feel about the video we just saw? And how do you feel? And if you disagree, go ahead and disagree. If you disagree with how I even feel about the video. So go ahead.
Well, Izzy, I just came up on the beam.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even see the video, so I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So you didn't see the video. Okay.
No, I
Uh,
didn't.
all
I
right. So
apologize.
don't worry. That's why'd you call in then?
Well, because there were atheists up, so hey.
He was like atheist.
Oh,
Oh, I gotta jump up.
I always say,
Yeah.
you motherfuckers love to
oh,
start a conversation and fuck with motherfuckers.
oh,
You just came up here with
but we were
atheist. Hey, I'll be there.
we're roasting a white racist. That's what we're doing.
Right, we were roasting a white racist motherfucker, but there was an idiot that had came in at the very beginning of this, and he was like, somebody that fucking debates against fucking Christianity and theism so much has no life. You're clearly calling out for God.
What?
So
That's the
yeah,
that's the greatest
Yeah.
thing about being an atheist. I define my own purpose, and if I want to debate people online as my life, so fucking be it.
right.
Agreed.
How do you feel about that, Milton? If you debate a theist that you are clearly calling out to God, how do you feel about that?
Oh, Jesus.
Wait,
Uh,
hold on. Ask that question again. I'm sorry.
I was asking Milton. If you're an atheist that debates Christians or theists, um,
yeah.
how do you feel about people saying you have no life and fucking you're clearly calling out to God?
Well, there's a gentleman on Haps who is a outspoken Christian, which I
Mhm.
think some of us might know who that person is, and he's a
Mhm.
great guy. There's no doubt
Right.
about that. But the thing is that when you begin to think about the meaning of life and things going on there, life is what it is, and the thing is what I'm sorry, I'm drunk, but but the thing is that we if you believe in something,
Mhm.
then you need to bring proof that what you believe is true. And so many times people just make assertions without making actual you know um,
proof of their assertions. So
Right. Right. Absolutely. I actually believe the same thing. I have an issue with Christians who come into, because I don't really go into, I might go into a scope of believers to listen to what they're talking about, but I never go into a believer's scope or stream or anything and like argue with them unless they're having the conversation. You see what I'm saying? Because it's not
yeah,
really my place to really do that. And I never did it on Periscope. But I always, on mine, I welcome people to question me and, question my beliefs. And I welcome people to debate with me about their beliefs. But, they think
yeah,
that I'm just out here trying to bash, theists. And I'm really not. I don't mind if you want to believe in a God. If that's what you want to do, more power
yeah.
to you.
Well, Izzy, my problem is that when I was a young person,
Hmm.
uh, they indoctrinated me and convinced me that it was the truth.
Right.
And so and I was so young that I didn't even know who I was at the time, let alone what the truth was.
Hmm.
And so my only problem is I have no problem with people believing what they want to believe. But when they come at you when you have no understanding of reality at all, and they
Hmm.
share this with you, that what bothers me so much because um, you know, they're sending missionaries all around the world,
Hmm.
Mormons, Christians, whatever, and they're changing cultures, and they're actually changing those cultures not into Christianity, but into American Christianity.
Right.
Yeah, they are. That's true. They
That's
are.
what that's Tom MacDonald's Christianity.
Absolutely.
Agreed. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't really, I'm not big on that. I mean, I don't think, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, and I know I'm in the minority when I say this, but I actually think it's child abuse to teach children religion before the age of at the very minimum 16. I don't think people should be
You could
doing
say
it.
that. You could say that. You could say that.
I because what they do is they give them this you know strawberries and whipped cream version of the Bible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Indoctrinate them on, it's good, it's bad, this is good and this is bad. And they give them just this very brief overview. And then, these kids believe it. And then all of a sudden, later on in life, they still believe it, but they don't study it. You know what I mean? Because they think they have an understanding because the pastor has been teaching them all of these good stories for so long. You know what I mean? Unless it's the Jesus is gonna come back and kill us all and judge you, and you're gonna be on your knees and all that shit.
You
You
got
know
a
what I
point
mean?
on that. You got a very strong point with that. You're right. I
So
won't
I
even.
I
You
think
You're
know,
right.
it's a form of
that's
indoctrination. And I think indoctrination, no matter what it is wrong. That's just me.
Well, well, my friend Matt.
so and you made an interesting point. They either they indoctrinate by using by playing at their emotion, either through fear or through love, or some kind of perverted version of
Right.
those.
Right.
And
I
sorry,
I
I
believe
didn't
so.
mean to cut you off, Milton.
Yeah, Milton,
Say
go
something
ahead.
now.
No, my friend Matt Dillahunty just made a statement the other day that we should teach our kids how to think, not what to think.
Right.
Yes.
And so the average family all around the world, whether you're in um, Vietnam or whether you're in America, they try to teach you what they think.
Hmm.
Um, but I think the reality is that we should try to teach our children, next generation, how to think, because the thing is that what I think might not be the truth.
Hmm.
No, you're right. You got to teach them to think for themselves. Big up to Livestock Jazz. I didn't know. I don't know if I shouted them out or not. TJ Gwynn. We got to teach our children how to think for themselves. We were all taught something. We may have been lied to. We got to teach
Hmm.
them how to learn their own. I've done that with my boys all the time. Everybody like,
Right.
why do you let them do so much? You gotta make sure their brain is going instead of just being obedient. Obedient killed us.
Right. Right.
Obedience has killed us. And I'm not just talking black folks either. This is
Right.
everybody.
It's
Our
everyone.
generation, our generation was taught to think, and it was damn near a crime, and it was a meme on Facebook not too long ago. Think while you still can before it becomes illegal. So you got to teach
Absolutely.
these kids to use their mind. They're gonna go to school, but even when you learn mathematics and science, you got to start putting shit together. And if you
Hmm.
keep that mentality, as you learn things, you're gonna start putting shit together. You're gonna start seeing lies of what they teach you. I push that on everybody all damn
Absolutely.
day long. It ain't about following what I say. I can make it even as a Christian. Jesus was an example. He never said follow him, but people chose to follow him. I see you, Izzy. Now you straight for the night. God damn.
Now this is
But
a big bag of CBD. Actually, it's CBD
it's still enough.
buds.
It's still enough. But honestly, always teach the youth to think and teach
Hey,
anybody you
Milton.
run into to think stronger than what they know, because people are confident in what they know. They don't realize they're being lied to, period, that in the store. I'll say that quick.
Hey, Milton.
Absolutely. Go
Are
ahead.
you referencing the AXP episode from yesterday?
No.
Who, me?
Oh, okay. Because
Hey, hey,
because that actually kind of was brought up in on one topic, one caller that called.
Motherfucker, if you don't speak up, your ass is whispering away from the microphone. Speak the fuck up.
hey,
This is all
Izzy,
I
can I
hear.
say
Oh, you,
something?
This is all I hear,
oh, you
Blaze.
can't
You
hear
sound
me?
like this. You sound like you're reading a fucking horror story. Speak the fuck up.
Oh,
He's saying talk
I'm
louder.
sorry.
He's telling you
I'm.
talk with your chest, boy. Talk with
This
your chest.
motherfucker can't breathe unless he's smoking. Speak the fuck up.
What's up, man? You said you had a question real quick.
Izzy, can I share something with you briefly?
Yes, please, sir.
Of course, you know Edward, and he's a great guy.
Hmm.
The funny thing that just blows my mind is that when Christians try to give um, an explanation for slavery in the Bible, and
Oh,
so what I mean by that is when you look at Exodus 21,
hmm.
when it's which is talking about indentured servitude, okay,
Right.
and it talks you can beat your slave, and if he doesn't die within the first 2 days, then that's fine. You know, and you're cool because he's your money. But when you look at Leviticus 25, when it says that you can buy slaves from the people around you and they will be your possessions, and you can give them to your family beyond that. What blows my mind is when people say that, oh well, people were they were having slaves, and so this ultimate loving God was just giving um, rules for owning slaves. And the thing to me is that when you look at the transatlantic trade slave trade, um, they use those same exact verses to give credence to that. And so I just don't see how in the world that a Christian can look at the Old Testament. Even the Apostle Paul says, "Hey, slaves, um, you know, honor your slave laborers, even the cruel ones." You know,
Right.
I just don't even see how in the world that they can just say, "Hey, the Bible isn't for slavery," when it totally is.
Well, it clearly is, and this is the problem because they make up a lot of excuses, right? They love to make excuses for the Bible, right? And which is really funny because that goes against Deuteronomy chapter 4. You know what I mean? When he says, "Do not add nor subtract from my word," right? And but yet they do, right? And so how they do it is they just say, "Well, that's indentured servitude." But as you pointed out, it clearly says that's how you treat uh Israelite slaves. That's not how you treat all the other ones, because you can buy all the other ones and keep them for life and pass them on from generation to generation. You see what I'm saying? And so they always want to pick and choose. And I like to call them, buffet Christians. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Buffet believers. You know what I
Okay.
mean? Or salad bar believers, and because they love to make that exception. Well, I mean, it's indentured servitude because look at what he says, but he also gives rules to the master. Okay, giving rules to the master doesn't mean anything and it doesn't make it any better. The fact of the
Especially if the
matter is,
master doesn't follow it. Go ahead.
right, especially if the master didn't follow it. So the fact of the matter is why would you say that when you could have just as easily said, thou shalt not own
Well,
slaves.
yes.
It's
Boom.
real simple. You were
Yeah.
able to figure it out. You were able to say, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not covet someone else's wife. The next one in line should have been, thou shalt not have slaves. Real simple
Yeah.
shit,
Yeah.
right? And the thing is, when we're talking about Christianity, I find it really, really, really convenient that they're able to do this. But yet, the claim is that their God is all knowing, all powerful, right?
Yeah.
Always present, right? Now, if he's all knowing, then God should have been able to fucking see that morality would change and morality would see that slavery was a bad thing, right?
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
he could have preempted that by literally just saying, "Thou shalt not have any slaves." So
But instead, in the second Ten Commandments, he says, "Thou shalt not, cook your goat in milk."
right, right,
Yeah.
right. You can't cook your goat and milk, but you can own slaves though. Don't worry about it. It's all good. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? Treat your master as if he was Christ.
Now, I've read many books from slaves, and they were quoted over and over again, that you shall obey your master.
Right.
Um, and here's the thing: when you look at Exodus 21, when it talks about a guy beating his slave, and if he
Mhm.
doesn't die in the first 2 days, but then he lives in the third day, he shall not be punished because he is his money.
Right.
Why would a master beat a slave? Because some slaves balk against what they are commanded to do, and so thus they will beat the slave to
Right.
try to bring them into submission.
Yeah, we call that bug breaking.
To an
Exactly.
extent. That's one level of it. Yeah.
That's one level of bug breaking, but there's a lot of different levels, and you're absolutely right. The thing, it's really funny. It's because, and I'm glad you brought it up. It's because we had this book back in the day, at Black folks. It was called the Negro Bible, right?
Okay.
It was the Negro Slave Bible. They had two of them, the Negro Bible and the Negro Slave Bible, which were portions of the Bible put in the Bible, right? But all of the passages that could be viewed as any kind of way of insurrection was taken out of the Bible. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the part where there's a part in there, Exodus, part of Exodus is in the slave Bible. Okay, because God said, let these slaves go, right? And so they didn't want them reading and thinking, oh wait, we're slaves, you should let us go, like God wanted the Pharaoh to let us, let those slaves go, right? So they took it out. You see what I'm saying? And so that's how that works. Like they have these Bibles, it's called a Negro or the Negro Slave Bible. You can go look it up. They
Yeah.
actually still have one
Well,
available to be seen.
well, well, that's based upon the curse of Ham,
Yeah, yeah,
which Ham walks in and sees freaking Noah drunk after
right.
and then Shem and Japheth, which Shem is the Israelis and Japheth is the Gentiles, and so he said, "Curseth be Canaan," which
Hmm.
is the son. Which how in the world would he know that? And so from that moment on, I know people to this day who believe that black people don't have souls because they were cursed um, by Noah.
Right, right. And they also, because Jehovah's Witness for a long time actually believed that black folks, because of their neutrality in the war between good and evil, stayed neutral. They believe that they were cursed also, and that's how they got their black skin. Right.
Yeah,
And
So their cartoon. I remember their cartoon. We showed it.
remember the cartoon, right?
Yeah.
And then so
Mormons, at least from 1978, that
right,
that black people can actually be saved in the Mormon religion.
right, because 1978 was the very first year that they had a black priest with the Mormons. So yeah,
Yeah,
a
yeah,
lot of people don't really realize this shit, but you know,
yeah.
and this is the shit that we're talking about. Like when we're talking about like this religion is a really problematic situation, because at the end of the day, when we talk about this religion, it is literally kind of like your first vestiges going into slavery. I mean, going into racism. To be completely honest, it's the haves and the have-nots, the saved and the condemned, right? And so this is, I'm better than you because I'm going to heaven and you're not. You're believing the wrong God. So therefore, because you're believing in the wrong God, I can enslave you. I'm better than you. I'm superior to you. And a lot of people, like some people don't like to, make that, correlation, but I will make that correlation very quick, fast, and hurry, because it's clear. It's a very clear correlation that I think needs to be talked about.
Well, is I have a friend of mine who her father is a well vetted missionary in Africa. Okay,
Mhm.
and he has started numerous churches in different countries, Nigeria, different places. And she has said this over and over again that her father wasn't racist until he went to
He
and
wasn't racist until he went to Africa.
yes, because he even though he's there to quote unquote save their souls, he believes there are lesser people. And um and I've heard that over and over again. Um and I'm not making that up.
How
Um
do you see? And I don't believe that. I can't. I have a hard time believing that, very
It
much so.
doesn't make
When
sense
people
to me at
say,
all.
but it's
yeah,
true.
when they say, well, he was never racist until he went to Africa.
No, 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 no,
Like,
no, no. You might be right there. Yes. No doubt
he
about that.
clearly was racist. And he just became more racist in Africa.
Let me
I
tell you something. A motherfucker who says some shit like that needs to watch that movie Machine Gun Preacher. And I'll be done with the day. I'll be done right goddamn there.
I
The
was just
dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. And I gotta ask him about his experience to even justify how I feel, because it doesn't sound fucking right. I need to see where he's coming from, but this shit just sounds awkward as fuck.
It does.
well, is he 100% true? I was just saying what they said.
No, I believe that's what they told you. I
Okay.
absolutely believe that's what they told you, because in a lot of people tend to say shit like that when they say, "Oh, well, I was never racist until." No, you were. You just didn't think you were. You were more of a subconscious racist, and then you turned into an overt fucking racist. You know what I mean? Like,
Yes.
that's all. I mean, you might, like, I tell this shit. A lot of people don't like it when I say this shit. Like, Democrats are the biggest body of subconscious racists that I've ever fucking met in my whole life. And the thing
Yeah.
is about them is, it's like some of them I think they do know, but I'm not the one to judge. And I think the other ones, they sincerely think that they're not racist. And but then they start doing some shit that's clearly fucking racist. And it's kind of like, yeah, you're just as bad as fucking right wing Republicans, dude. Like, you guys are kind of both bad. This is why I don't fucking subscribe to any, political party at all, because none of them have black folks' interests in their perspective at all. You know what I mean? So I kind of I'd like to talk to people that are like that, who say, "Well, I wasn't racist until." Okay, explain to me why this situation made you racist.
Well, can I share something with you, Izzy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. As you know, before COVID, I owned schools in Vietnam.
Right.
Yeah. So I would go to Asia at least almost 6 months a year, and
Right.
so I would find myself in bars in
Mhm.
Bangkok or Saigon or wherever, and so I would talk to many Australian people, which a lot of Australian people are really nice people, but um, once the beer started flowing,
Mhm.
then the Aborigine jokes begin.
Right.
And when they started telling me the Aborigine jokes, now when you're sitting in a bar and you've had some things to drink, and they say to you, "Hey, the Aborigines are like the Inns in your country."
Yeah. And they
Um,
call them that too.
yes, they do. But what I'm saying is that I don't want to I don't want to get in a fight in a bar in Bangkok, because if I do, then I'll end up having to pay $5,000 to get out of jail.
Right.
So, so
At
I'm
least.
sitting there listening to them and
Mhm.
hearing what they're saying. So,
Mhm.
so what I'm saying is that this is exactly what we're talking about.
Right.
And and so when I'm in Vietnam, the North Vietnamese are talking about how the South Vietnamese are horrible,
Mhm.
you know, disgusting human beings.
Right.
And so, you know, I've been all around the world, and people try to think that they're better than other people, and thus they try to oppress those people.
Mhm.
And so I think this has a lot to do with what we're talking about.
Right. It has everything to do with what we're talking about. Absolutely. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And this is the thing. It's like I would hope that people start learning how to think in different ways, because if you can think in a different way and you can start understanding that people are not inferior or superior. People are people, right? And the thing is at the end of the day, it's like, you know, I don't think I'm better than anyone. I think I'm smarter than people, but I mean, that's
yeah,
not better. You know, what does intelligence have to do with being a good person, right?
Agreed.
yeah.
Agreed.
So, you know, like that's just how I don't know. I find it really funny that people have these kind of ideals, and it is what it is, man, at the end of the day. But you know, this is why we have these conversations. And I so wish that guy stayed in here, but clearly he didn't stay in here like a coward, of course.
Uh, who, who, who was that?
This guy, QTY,
Okay,
the bro or some shit like that.
got it.
And
Probably a
he
fucking
wanted,
troll.
yeah, he knew me apparently from Periscope, and
Shit
he
talkers who don't come on camera get no love on Haps. We here all day. What's up? What's happening?
right, and he said that, you know, I didn't have a life because all I ever do is talk about God, and I'm clearly calling out for God because I talk about it. No, I talk about it because I think it's important that people talk about these things. I think it's important that we have conversation about religion and what it does to us, what it does to our brains, and why we, believe in religion. I do think that we are kind of, I don't, and a lot of people think that we are predisposed to believe in higher powers. I
We
don't,
are.
I've been thinking about this a lot, and I
We are.
actually do not think that we are predisposed to think that there's a higher power. I
We
actually
get
think
taught
it
that as
has to,
children. We get that. We
huh?
get taught that as children. Whether it's Christianity, Christmas, the fucking Easter Bunny, we get taught that as
Right,
children. I can agree to
right,
that. Now
right.
you
And
can
that's
grow
what
out
I
of it.
think it
You
is.
can grow out of what you were taught
Mhm.
very easily.
Right.
And if you didn't go through anything negative, I understand. And most of the atheists always ask the question, were you ever Christian? So the ones who change, they can understand, they can conversate better than the ones who never were Christian. And I'm not throwing shade at nobody, but some of the people who never were Christian, well, they can't even understand where we're coming from. We were not forced into Christianity. The youth, you could say the youth were. And we got to be clear
I
about
think
that.
we
I know,
were forced. I think we were forced.
yeah,
We
you can say
well
the youth
well
were.
Well,
coerced. Coerced might be a better word.
Coerced is a better word, and also we could say a religion was imposed on us, because let's be clear, in the 70s and 80s, most of the kids that grew up in church, the parents did so to keep them off the street.
Right.
That's
Tony,
it right there. Yes.
If you were born in Baghdad, do you think you'd be a Christian today?
I have no idea, because I don't know what it's like over there. And I'd probably be Hindu, because that's a Hindu area.
No. Baghdad would be Islam.
Actually, Baghdad is that's not. Is it Islam or is it Baha'i?
It's Islam. No, it's Islam.
And Baha'i is Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Baha'i is Iran. Okay, it's Islam, right?
So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying what you believe today is false, but what I'm saying is that if you were born in another culture, another religion, more than likely you would believe in that culture and that religion.
Right. Yes, you would, because you were raised in it. And Livestock, I know what you're talking. I know what you're saying, but they're neighboring countries. So I was thinking Baha'i would have been right there with it as well. So.
Right. So yeah, and I get that point too, because at the end of the day, like, that's usually how we are raised. Whatever the fucking the main religion is where we live, that's usually what we're going to end up being. And I was raised by a Christian. You know, you was raised, I believe, what, Catholic, right?
I was raised Catholic, yes.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And Milton, where were you raised? You were raised what?
I was raised by parents who were revolting from Christianity and accepted Christianity, and when they didn't want me to.
Right. Okay. See, there it is. So I mean,
I didn't go from the church to decide. I didn't force it on them.
Right. And I don't force anything on my kids either. I actually don't even talk to them about religion until they get of age, in my opinion, to really understand it.
If they ask about it.
Yeah. Because I can't do that. That's just something I can't do. And you know, again, like, a lot of people don't understand. I was literally raised in. My whole family is like Christian. My whole family is like deeply religious. You know what I mean?
My wife is religious.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me at all. You know what I mean? That doesn't surprise me at all. Like, there's a lot of atheists who, you know, are married to believers, Christians primarily. You know what I mean? So, yeah.
It's respected if you don't go to the church, and it's respected if you do go to the church. Y'all don't have any shade at each other. And that's cool and that's fine. But it's a matter of how you're going to coexist over time, because a lot of churches don't want you dealing with somebody who isn't of the same religion. We had that discussion before. I remember we talked about that one time. So like I said, you just don't have to. People are going to be different. A lot of people are growing out of religion. That's been going on for decades that I've seen.
Right.
That's what sparked a lot of my interest in where everybody was coming from against it. And that's when I started seeing what was really happening with the church. I admit that.
Yeah, the atheist community is getting larger and larger every day, and the black atheist community is getting larger and larger day by day.
Yeah, because they even leave in Islam, which is a trip, because Islam has a real strong influence on the African American community in the late 80s or early 90s.
Right, absolutely.
And even when they leave Islam, that's when you know you got a problem with religion.
Issa Williams in Atlanta. She's the head of Black Atheists in Atlanta. And I've a few times, and she's really awesome.
Right. I know who she is. I haven't talked or met her, but I know exactly who she is. Yeah.
Yeah. I've talked to her a few times, and because I live about an hour north of her, so.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. So, I wish there was more believers in here so we can really delve into this.
Yeah, like Elliot, you know.
Yeah, I wish there were more believers in, but I tend not to get a lot of believers unless they come into my streams, and what they do is they come in and then they talk shit and then they get up and they leave. Yeah. You know what I mean? They don't ever really stay very long, and I'm just kind of like, I wish there were more, theists who, would be willing to just have conversation and talk. You know what I mean? And they're
most of them don't do it. I told you this last year. Most of them don't do the research you all have done. They just accept it and let it be. You all go deeper than just accepting, and that's where it's at. I can tell you that honestly. I can tell you. The studying part, the extra books, a lot of that, we don't look in that direction. We don't.
Well,
As
you
you
know,
grow, you can by choice, but there's no absolute reason to be like, let me see where this is coming from. The ones who start researching deeper into the book, they'll probably get to your level. But
But
a
that
lot,
doesn't make any sense because
Mhm.
the book is literally the blueprint for your belief system.
Right now, let me ask you this: you was former Christian. You said your family was religious, so you was former Christian, correct?
Right.
What made you look outside of what you were taught?
Because the book didn't make any sense.
well, what made me look outside of what I was taught was I was a missionary in a foreign country where 90
Right.
people were going to hell based upon what I believed, question
Mhm.
what I was always taught.
See, I mean,
Hey, Black Light, you come on Haps and tell me, you jackass. What up with you, man? I'm watching
you don't
football. Shut the
have
hell
to.
up.
He don't have the clout to sit sideways. Like, nah, bro, you can't do it like we do out
So,
here, bruh.
so, so what I'm saying is, I wasn't in America having a conversation with myself. I was actually doing the work in a foreign country, which made me begin to doubt what I believed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
Something
I
led you in
mean,
that direction. Something led
the
you in that direction is kind of my emphasis on what I'm saying. There's
yeah.
a
Well,
reason why. I'm
for
chilling, bro.
me,
What's happening?
and
Go ahead,
that's
Izzy.
and that's and that's the problem because for me, it was the blueprint that I had an issue with.
Mhm.
Right,
yeah,
it was the actual blueprint, and so then when you get to start understanding the blueprint and then you start studying it and then you find out, well, where did all this shit come from,
Right.
right?
yeah, yeah.
Where did this come from? Then you start reading into other religions and other belief
Yes.
systems, and then you're like, oh, wait a minute,
The
hold
first
up,
thing
hold
that
up.
should hit every Christian is the demographics don't match.
Right,
I would
everything
tell
just
every Christian that right now. The demographics don't match, even though it tells you in the Bible, hair like wool. You don't look
right,
Hey,
for the reason why it's in the church with him having long hair. I can kick
right,
this with Christians all day. This is where
hey,
right.
you got to come from. If your people ask you to emphasize where you're coming from, you can't explain it. Start looking into the book. You got the area. They got names that don't match the demographics of the area. I was telling Petty this last year. The demographics didn't match what started my interest. The
Right.
problems against Christianity was bothering me, so I started trying to see where everybody was coming from. Some people just don't damn worry about it, and that's why you probably
Because they
won't
don't
get.
care.
No, they don't, and that's probably why you won't get an answer from a lot of Christians. They just accept it and let it be.
Right.
hey,
What's up,
hey,
Milton?
Izzy, let me share one brief thing. Okay, uh, say that I went and bought a new Toyota truck
Okay.
tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay, and when I left the dealership, it broke down a block away from the dealership.
Right.
Would I blame the vehicle or would I blame Toyota? One. The second question. Um, what if I found out that it was Toyota's plan for it to break down?
Hmm.
Who would I blame?
Toyota.
Exactly. So the Bible says that the lamb was slain before the foundation of the world.
Hmm.
Mhm.
So that God knew in eternity past that man would sin
Hmm.
and would fall into sin and thus would bring about this situation that we have. And so did the car ask to be created by Toyota? Did man ask to be created?
No.
No. And so there it so there's a mind greater than the car or based upon this situation that brought about the fall of man. And and,
Hmm.
and so the thing is, to me, it's all the same thing. That, how can you hold the vehicle responsible for something that a company planned, or how
Well,
can you hold
The distributor
people
for the
responsible for
manufacturer.
something that a
no,
company
and I get it. So you're like saying you're putting the blame on the people instead of where the blame should be, which is on self, right?
Mm.
And And the thing is I get your point, because in the Bible it clearly says, God says, he says, um, I knew you before
Before
the
you was
earth
in the
was
womb.
right, before you was in the womb, before the earth was even created. I
I
knew
agree.
who you were, right? And so, well, if you knew that, then how are you gonna, to me, there's so many problems. Like, okay, God created the first temptation. Like, let's just be, if we're gonna go by the Bible, God created the first temptation. He also knew that temptation was going to work. You see what I'm saying? He knew, because he knew everybody before the earth was made.
He
So,
tested. He tested.
so the thing is how do you then blame me for what you knew and you actually put into place?
And that was my point.
You can't blame me because, you know what I mean? Like, if there is a God and he fucking says, why did you not believe in me? I'm like, why would I? Like, that doesn't even make no sense.
But
Like,
let me ask you this question: why would some all-powerful, all-knowing God demand some subservient people down below to worship me, and if you don't, I'm going to send you to hell?
that
What
doesn't
kind?
sound like a God in any sense
No,
of the meaning.
it sounds like some kind of Hollywood prima donna who wants people around him to worship him. Uh,
Right.
y- you know, the thing, i- if you're above,
I don't know who that is. If somebody has some on, maybe on a different,
if you're above all pettiness, if
right,
you're above all things that make things bad,
right,
why in the world would you demand a lesser being
right,
to worship you?
right.
Um, I,
Well,
I just don't understand it.
well, it goes to what he says. He says, you should not serve false idols because I am a jealous God. The fact of the matter is, guess what? I ain't nothing but a human. Okay, that's all I am. And in my perception, God would be a million times better of a person than I ever could be. Okay,
Yes,
right now, if I am a God, and in my petty ass reasoning, if I would say, as a God, I would never be jealous. Why
Let
would
me
I
say.
ever
Let me
be
say.
jealous at all? Because I know I'm God. I know I created everything. Why would I be jealous of any fake God? There's no reason for me to be jealous. So therefore, I would never be jealous,
The
right?
last two comments Black Light put up there, I would tell you to put on the screen. But that's pretty
Oh,
much it. It's right there.
you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, you know what I mean, there is, you know, there's no reason for a true God
That's your answer. And
to
the next one is
be
the answer too.
jealous. There's no reason for a God to
well,
ever be
the bottom
jealous.
line is, in the Old Testament, the Israelis, as they were writing those verses, they weren't saying that there weren't other gods. They were just saying that our God was better.
They were saying
Right.
it was just one. Yes, they were
It
saying they were just one. Yes.
the New
But
Testament.
but that's the
We
problem though. That's the
I understand.
problem,
I understand. Yes.
because when you're sitting there and you're saying our God is the best God, and then you prescribe your God to be a jealous God,
yeah,
again, then your God clearly isn't the best God.
Well,
Let's just
what they
be
did
honest.
was they didn't go after all the other guys that people acknowledge. They went after the one that created all of them. From my understanding, there's got to be one powerful creator to make everything. Whether you
I
can
don't
see it.
think I don't necessarily agree with that, but I
No, I got
understand where you're
you. I
coming
got
from.
you. Yeah.
well,
The
Tony.
longer you
Well,
understand, because I know a lot of us ain't going to agree, but if you can understand, that's a step to me.
Yeah, I
That's
understand.
really a step.
I just don't
well,
agree. So
Tony.
go
And I
ahead,
like
Mel.
what Black Light is saying. He's putting the last three comments he had just nails it for me.
Tony.
The only way to understand the system is try to put a human trait to it, and you can't.
No, I
That's the
understand.
whole point. And I know what y'all
Yeah,
saying. That's the whole point. We just can't. And Christians cannot define or explain or even solidify where we're coming from, which creates your doubt. And I understand that fully. But all of us
but
know
but
none of us ever could.
but that's nothing. What I mean is, so who created the universe? You might say God. Who created God? Well, nobody created God.
That's
Well,
special
the thing
pleading.
is, based upon
That's
our
where you get to
understanding,
y'all's level. If
have a
nobody
beginning.
created God and everything came creation, if you can't answer it, you say there's nothing out there. I can't say that based on how much we do see out there that we can't explain.
No, I understand that, but at the
Right.
same time, you can't say it's a God because you have no understanding what a God is.
Right.
I
Absolutely.
don't know about the extraterrestrial part, Black Light, except for beings who live longer than we do. I halfway give you that, but we can't give them that type of power, even though
Why not? Why not?
I'm saying that's the only explanation we got left. That's the only
Wait,
explanation we got left.
but extraterrestrials actually make a better argument in the Bible than the God
Yeah,
in the
they do, and
Bible.
apparently there's an emphasis on aliens in there.
Okay. You do know that 85 years ago, people believed that the only galaxy that existed was the Milky Way, and
Right.
that it was a stagnant galaxy.
Wait a minute,
And
wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. You said 85 years ago?
85 years ago, and so now, Hubble came out with this telescope, and now we know that our universe is expanding rapidly, and so we know that this particular Milky Way universe is expanding rapidly,
I
and
thought they knew of other galaxies
No,
no,
before the
80,
1900s. Before the
oh, that's
1900s, I thought they knew of others.
no.
no,
Okay.
85 years ago, Hubble came out, and before that, um, we thought that this was the only created galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy. God created it, and now we know that this galaxy is expanding rapidly, and we can see it every single day in telescopes of numerous galaxies being created. Okay,
We
and so, so the thing is that
Yes, but
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
he's talking. No, go keep on going. Keep on going. He's talking
I
to
was just
somebody
reading
else.
the comments when you were
So
talking. Go ahead.
what I'm saying is that okay? What So we understand the Big Bang is true because we understand it was a Big Bang, and then we understand the galaxy is expanding rapidly. Okay, so a Christian or a theist will say that God was the start of that, and so when you look at science right now, we can't understand what happened before the Big Bang.
Mhm.
There are some theories that talk about a multiverse, and then there's
Right.
talk of infinite regress. Now,
Right.
the thing is that and a Christian will say, well, there can't be totally infinite regress, so the a a God to start it. And so I'm not trying to say there is or isn't, but what
Mhm.
I'm trying to say is that based upon the evidence of the gods that we currently have, I don't think any of them are candidates based upon what I've seen, based upon what we know about science.
Yeah,
And
I don't believe so either. The thing is I have my own personal theory. You know, ideals of how everything came. I actually, it's part of the infinite universe ideal. It's not totally infinite universe because there are kind of infinite universe A and infinite universe B, and so I would subscribe more to an infinite universe B, which actually gives everything a naturalistic starting point and end point. It gives everything a start and a reason to start. So it just makes sense to me. Now, perfectly, like I know this for a fact? Absolutely not, because we don't
Yeah.
know, right? I think the Big Bang explains a lot, but it doesn't explain everything, right? And I would never say God did this because I think there's problems with the God argument, like major problems,
there's major
because
problems. Agreed. There's
be-
major problems.
because the argument turns into infinite regress for God definitely every single day of the week, right? So
Yeah.
it's kind of like, okay, well, what's next? Is there a need for a God? And I've always asked the question, or I've asked people, show me that God is even an option. Show me God is even an option in the start of everything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't have to even prove that he's real. You don't have to prove nothing. Show me he's an option. Show me in any way how God would be an option for all of everything starting. And
Which,
I've yet to receive a legitimate answer, to be honest.
which see, I've said this before, and I talked to Michael about this. If I told you that there was a fairy that lived in my backyard that had a pink tutu that created the universe,
Mhm.
uh, if I told you that I got a dog yesterday, a puppy,
Mhm.
people get dogs, people get
Right,
puppies. So,
right,
so more than likely, you wouldn't doubt what I had to say, even though I could be
right.
lying to you and I didn't get a puppy.
Right.
Uh,
But if you
but
say there's a fucking big old gigantic dragon with yellow polka dots in that motherfucker flying
yeah,
around in your backyard, I'd be less apt to believe it. And I'd be like, yeah, show me your big fucking
so
purple
so
dragon with yellow polka dots.
so as Hitchens said, extraordinary claims demand extraordinary evidence.
Right.
And so yeah, we're on this planet. We understand that we're in this Milky Way galaxy. We understand it's expanding. We don't know how it began.
No, we
But
don't.
you
Right.
know, just because we don't know how it began doesn't mean that we can begin to assign to it um,
God.
things that we don't know.
Yeah.
That's
I
what they've been
agree.
doing. That's what's been happening with religion. You're assigning something that you can't fully explain, just giving it a title to work on.
Yeah, and it's a very broad title to be that if
Yes, it
for
is.
that matter too. You know what I
Absolutely.
mean? Because it's just
Absolutely.
it's like, okay, well, what is this God that you speak of? Like, where is that even coming from? And can you explain this God? What does this God pertain of? What is he? What is it? Oh well, it's a spirit. Okay, what's a spirit? You know what I mean? Oh well, a spirit is like ghost. Okay, what's a ghost? You know what I mean? It's like I can keep on asking, okay, but what's that? What's this? I've always asked that question, okay, because when people say, well, you don't believe in the spirit, what's a spirit and where is it located? You don't believe in a soul? What's a soul and where is it located? You know what I mean? Like you're assigning names. Well, soul's the energy. You know what I mean? Like it's the energy that helps you live. Okay, that's energy. So why would you call it a spirit or a soul? Well, because it's different. Okay, well, how is it different? Well, I mean, I can't really fully explain it. Well, then you can't tell me about it. Then stop talking about your soul. I don't care about your soul because you can't show me where it's at. You can't tell me what it does. You can't do nothing. So therefore, we have nothing more to talk about. Like, let's move on now. You know what I mean? And I'm just kind of over the old arguments. You know what I mean? But we need to fill fat gaps with something. And the thing is I don't believe we do. I think we have this feeling that we need to, but I don't
Yeah,
think we
yeah,
need to um, do that. I think that's just something about about men and
I
men
give
and
you the
women.
man part. That's exactly
You
where
know,
we're at.
where it's like we like to feel in control,
yeah,
right? And that's what that is. That
yeah.
where
We
we
have to.
where
We
we
feel that
feel
we have to
something.
explain. We have to define and explain everything.
Right. And some things we just don't know. And it's okay to not know. I mean, there's nothing wrong with not knowing. Not knowing is okay because it lets you keep an open mind. You know what I mean? And the thing is I think not knowing is better because we can keep our mind open. We can throw a hypothesis out there and we can test it and we can try it again. If it fails, we can try a new hypothesis. I mean, there's nothing
Well,
wrong with that.
Well, Izzy, I knew you on Periscope, and of course, I know you here now.
Mm-hmm.
And here's my problem with Christianity, and I have no problem with people believing what they feel better. You
Mm-hmm.
know, if what you believe leads you to not kill me, I'm thankful for that.
Right.
But the thing is that they reached a point when I was at my weakest, and I reached out, and they actually helped me in my early age,
Mm-hmm.
and I became a minister, missionary, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is that even though it helped me, it doesn't mean it's true.
Right.
And the thing is that, but they brainwash me to go into a foreign country,
Hmm.
tell them what they believe is wrong
Hmm.
because the Bible is true.
Right.
And
I see where you're coming
what
from now.
what they were basically doing is they were using me
Hmm.
to
To push
share
American
America
Christianity. Yes, to push American Christianity.
with a different culture,
Yes.
Hmm.
which is absolutely wrong because they were wanting me to change that culture. And I'll tell you this: during the Vietnam War, they were over there trying to bring, you know, our culture there, but then there was a redirection based upon the religious understanding that Vietnamese, and i.e. overthrow communism through Christianity.
No, absolutely. And here's the thing. I don't have a major issue, and I muted you only because it every time we got a reverb, it came through your speaker. So I just want
Oh,
to
okay.
let you know.
Oh,
So I don't know
I
if
was
you
looking
got
at it
some.
like, what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah. I was like, it's Tony. Now I see it because when he was talking, your mic kept on going up. So
I'm sorry.
no, 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 not yours, not yours, Milton, not yours. It was Tony. It was Tony's the dummy that doesn't know how to put shit on volume.
I ain't touch
Yeah.
shit. Fuck that.
so so the thing is look, like at the end of the day, I totally get it. But what I found interesting about what you said was at one of my lowest points in life. Now, why is that shit so important? I found it funny because I actually did a stream called "Are All Religions Cults or Is Christianity
I
a Cult?"
remember that. Yeah, I remember that.
Right? And the thing is if you look at cults and what defines a cult, uh, technically Christianity is a cult, and it's just a really popular cult. And that's what how they gave it the name of religion, right? And I find it very interesting that the similarities between a cult and a religion are very, 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 very close, and a
Extremely
lot,
similar.
right? And they, a lot of people find them at their weakest time of their life, and then they use it to propel them to do better things. And that I found out is psychologically a very it's a time in your life where you can be very heavily influenced. And
Yeah.
so that's to me is kind of one of the bad things about religion, to be completely honest. It's one of the things that I kind of don't one of the reasons why I'm like really not big on religion, because what religion allows you to do is not deal with reality and put it on somebody else. Such as, well, if I don't have rent to pay, that's God's will. Well, why would God's will include you not paying your fucking rent so you end up homeless? That doesn't make no sense. Oh, well, he's trying to teach me something. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And then, or something bad happens and they put all the bad stuff on the devil and all the good stuff on God.
That's a lot
You
of
know what I
religion.
mean?
Yes.
And it's like, why?
Well,
How do you know God didn't do that bad shit to you?
Izzy, the funny thing is, I lived in Tennessee about 12 years ago, and a hurricane hit, not hurricane, a tornado hit Murfreesboro, Tennessee. And there was a office that hid under their desks for the tornado.
Mhm.
And when the tornado went over,
I
they
think I've heard this story.
interviewed the people, and they said, "Well, God protected us." Well, a block away, a woman ran from her car with her three kids, and the tornado hit them and killed all four of them.
Right.
And so, okay, so you hid under your desk, and
Hmm.
God saved you,
Hmm.
but killed that woman and her three kids a block away.
Right.
Oh, boy.
Right. That doesn't make no sense. It's kind of like Syrians, right? Syrians, they get bombed all the time, right? Them
Yeah.
motherfuckers are starving to death.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Christians out there also,
Yeah,
not
but that's a
just
Muslim
Muslim.
area. That's a Muslim area.
Yeah, but still, it doesn't fucking matter what the Muslim
No.
God is killing them and starving them. You know what I mean? The fact of the matter is these people are very devout in their belief,
Yes, they
and
are.
yet they're still starving to death. Like one of the most agonizing ways of dying,
Starvation.
starvation. And
Absolutely.
your God thought, oh, well, this is what I want. Like to me,
Absolutely.
that is such a it's I don't know how people can bring their brains to that ideal. Like if I was starving to death and I was about to die, I would be like, fuck God then. You know what I mean?
Just
Like
like Malcolm
that's
did in jail, or Malcolm X. Yeah. Get
right.
your
Like
head
I
out
would
of
have
my
been
way.
like, nah, fuck that shit. Because, dude, that makes no sense. Why would God allow fucking these people over here to starve to death, but these people over here to prosper and be greedy as shit and throw away tons, millions and millions and millions of tons of food every single fucking day? Right?
Well,
That makes no sense.
well, Izzy, I'm sure you know the late great Christopher Hitchens.
Yeah, absolutely.
I met him one time,
Mhm.
but he stated this fact that there was a woman named oh, I'm going blank right now, but anyway, I know the story.
Tell me the
Uh,
story. We don't necessarily
yeah,
need the
yeah.
names.
Her father-in-law
Hmm.
uh, put her down in the basement of
Hmm.
their house. The mother thought that the girl ran away.
Right.
And 7 years, he raped her, and they had 8 kids together.
Hmm.
And mother thought that the daughter ran away,
Hmm.
and for all that time, that woman begged and pleaded and begged and pleaded for God to intervene
Hmm.
in hell because she was down in a basement with no light,
Hmm.
Is this a true story?
giving kids,
Yeah.
and just begged and pleaded. Fräulein Freisel, that was her name. And so finally, after 17 years, finally she was able to go free, and
Hmm.
her father-in-law was arrested.
Right.
Um, and so you mean to tell me that for 17 years that the God of all righteousness, the God of all morality, just absolutely, I mean, after 6 months, he could have sent a policeman. He he
Right.
could he could have sent somebody,
He could
but
have
for
sent it after 3 days.
but and we're not. I mean, this is basic. We're not even talking about you
Hmm.
know you know the Jews in Nazi Germany. We're not even talking about things that go way worse than this. We're talking about some person
Thank you,
who's
John.
raped over 17 years,
Hmm.
and you know Christians will say, well, at least, hey, God sent somebody 17 years. Come on.
17 years of torture?
That's not, no.
Yeah.
You can't say that as a Christian. You can't say that. You
Yeah,
can't.
that doesn't even make no
That
logical
doesn't make no
sense in
sense.
my head. Yeah, God returned my daughter after 17 years. Yeah, after 17 years of fucking mental and physical fucking torture. Are you
God would have sent me to
fucking
kill him.
right? Like that those kind of ideals to me are very questionable, and I'm just like, yeah, I would not,
I gotta
put
agree
that.
with that. Highly
I
questionable.
I can't do that shit. That's like to me is very very cheap, and it's cheapening of a god, and it's cheapening of our lives. You know what I
I
mean?
can't
As
even
human
debate that.
beings.
I'm gonna jump down to it's midnight here. I gotta get up in the morning.
Oh, you got to get
All
up.
right.
All right,
Yeah.
then, bro.
I'm
All
glad I
right, then.
finally caught you, man. Good hollering at you as always. Milton, you already know we're gonna catch up again. Easy ass 3 hours behind, so I gotta catch him once a month with his ass. And
All right.
but y'all hold it
I
back. Hey man,
appreciate
I
it.
saw about Hitler too, man. My condolences for real. I know y'all was tight, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that was my dog, man. That last connection to my dad that I had, man.
Oh
That was
man.
tough. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
I know
Like,
how touched you was with him. So my, you know what I'm saying? You know I
And
got you on that
Tony,
part. But Milton, we will catch up, man.
Holistic Deb is in this scope, so there you go.
Holistic Dev holds it down. John holds it down. Ali 100.
Holistic Deb is my secret love. That's my girl. That's
Black lad, I'm gonna
I
find
love
your
it.
ass. Black lad, you wait till I see you, motherfucker. But y'all hold it down, man. I'll talk to you later, bro.
All right, then stay up, big bro.
All right.
Yeah, man, it's kind of a very interesting conversation when we talk about this whole God situation.
Yeah.
The God concept in itself, I think, is probably a conversation that more people should actually have. But I don't think people are ready to have that conversation because
No.
when you start having a conversation of the God concept, right, and
Yeah.
what it actually does to what is the God concept doing to make life better? You know what I mean? What is it actually doing outside of giving you a good feeling, right?
Yeah.
What is it doing in your life? You know what I mean? I don't think people are ready to, because they'll attribute everything that's good in their life to that God concept. They won't actually look at that God concept and say, what is it directly doing to my life? You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
absolutely. Let's add my brother real quick up here real quick. I just sent you the invite, so you are more than welcome to come up. So definitely, I definitely don't have a problem talking about religion, and I don't have a problem talking about the God concept. I just think that people should be a little bit more open-minded to the conversation. I don't think enough people are actually open-minded to the
No,
conversation as much as they claim.
because the thing is that to me, what is a greater conversation?
Hmm.
Um, because I might not agree, and you
Hmm.
might agree, and so if we can talk civilly, what greater conversation can there be?
Absolutely, and that's just the number one thing that I think that people actually need to kind of think about. So we have. Oh wait, he just jumped down real quick. We're gonna give him a little bit more time. JMO, what's up, big brother? How you doing? I hope you are well tonight. I hope you are doing well. So we have our brother up here. He is a. Are you Muslim or are you an ex-Muslim?
Ex-Muslim. We actually
Ex.
met before.
Yeah, I remember us meeting. Yeah, I definitely remember. So what's up with it, brother? Bring what you have to this conversation.
Well, keep in mind, like, as you guys know, I grew up in a Shia Muslim family where I'm from, and from my experience, when we were talking about specifically, the problem of evil, of why would a good God allow bad things to happen?
Hmm.
I think I actually have some experience with that, of why when I started questioning that, and
Hmm.
you see, one of my I'm not going to say her name, but I have an aunt in my family who died of cancer about when I was like 12 years old. And when I was a Muslim at that time, I would ask myself why Allah would allow her to die,
Right.
and why he would allow her to get cancer. Because the aunt that I knew back then, she was like, she was almost like a second mother to me. She was one of the best people I ever knew,
Right.
and and um and I just couldn't understand why Allah would take her away. And
Hmm.
at that point, that's when I started questioning everything I believed in, and
Hmm.
everything I believed about, because I was raised to believe that Allah was the most merciful, most great being ever, and for him to allow something like that to happen, that's when my path to atheism started to follow.
Hmm. So what was the answer that you were given when you asked that question?
I don't know. It's just, I asked my dad that question of why would Allah allow her to get cancer, and he said, well, maybe sometimes he just takes people's lives as he pleases. But out of all the people he could have taken from this earth, why my own aunt? Why
Well,
not take? Yeah, that answer didn't make sense.
it didn't. And the thing is there's so many bad people in the world, right? Why didn't you take the bad ones? And why are you taking the good ones, right? And that's that question. That's that ultimate question. And this is, kind of one of those things where it's kind of like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And then they always feed you the line, well, God works in mysterious ways, or Allah knows best, right? Allah knows what's right and what's wrong in
Well,
different situations. And so I tend to have an issue with that kind of questioning and answer. Well, more so the answer, not the question. So
well,
go ahead,
i-
Milton.
in Christian theology,
Hmm.
and this is based upon the Old Testament. I think it's found in Psalms, but it's been a long time since I've seen it. It says, "The rain falls upon the righteous as well as the just."
Hmm.
And so, I was taught that based upon the fact that um, some Christians, some Muslims, some Buddhists get diseases, some don't, and so it isn't based upon who you are as a person. It's just that things happen based upon who you are,
Right.
and I'm not saying I believe that, but that was just
Right. And that's and again, even though a lot of people, oh, what's up, you law? How you doing, brother? The even though people give that explanation, right?
yeah.
It's kind of to me like a mix of a worldly answer and a religious answer, right? So they can go worldly by saying, well, every people just get sick, right? And then they say, so we can't judge God on who he takes and blah blah. And then it goes religion, right? And I think that's just a bullshit answer. I think it's just, I understand on a human perspective that people do get sick. I understand that. You know what I mean? Like my dog had cancer. Greatest dog in the world. Wouldn't bite a soul. Fucking unless you attacked or if you came where you weren't supposed to. Outside of that, my dog would lick you to death. You know what I mean? Why would he be taken? Well, animals don't have souls. Yeah, I don't believe that shit either. But whatever. You know what I mean? Like, if you want to say that, I think animals have consciousness, and I think that's the closest thing to a soul that we can equate each other to, right? So the thing is, when it comes down to people, my dad, one of the greatest men on this fucking planet. I don't care what nobody's saying. Again, I might be a little biased. I can admit that. I can admit that I'm a little biased, but he was one of the greatest men of all time. But why did God want to let him have a stroke? Why would God want to fucking, put him in a chair for the rest of his life? Why, and then why would he put him through diabetes, a stroke, and motherfucking a few heart attacks? Like, that shit is not right. Why would you do that? You know what I mean? The answer of, oh, people get sick is a sufficient answer on a naturalistic scale. It is not a sufficient answer when we're talking about religion, in my opinion.
Based upon my former belief, the reason why that is a sinner, and thus he has sinned, and so thus he deserves what he gets.
Well, yeah, that's the truth of the matter is, and a lot of people don't really give it, and only Islam actually gives the only caveat is that you are literally born a sinner. Period.
Yeah,
Like you come out of your mama's twat, you're a sinner. Period.
yeah.
It's just that simple. You see what I'm saying? Which
Hey,
is contradictory to the Bible also, but that's that's
is sorry,
what's
but
up.
I haven't heard the word twatting for a long time. Sorry.
Uh,
Hey,
yeah, I like to use older words,
I know.
you know. But yeah, I mean that goes into the bigger question, which is, well, why were we born in sin, right? Well, the answer is because Eve and Adam, right? And that's the original sin, right?
Yeah,
But that goes against what it says because God says no man can die for, or no man can take the punishment for his child, or so no man could take the punishment for his son as no mother could take the punishment for her daughter, right? Basically saying that every man has to stand up on their own, right? And we're all judged individually by
but
our actions, right?
but
So
what I
that's
was
a direct contradiction to the Bible because the Bible says that original sin, we're all paying for it.
but what I was taught in seminary is that if any of us would have been in the Garden of Eden, we all would have sinned, and so thus we are all guilty based upon what Adam and
That's an assumption.
I know it totally is, but that's what I was taught in seminary.
Right, because if you would have if I was Adam and God said don't eat of that tree, guess what, nigga? I'm not eating of that motherfucker. You know why? Because I'm perfectly fine with what the fuck I am. So
No,
that
no,
argument to me is absolutely fucking bogus to me.
And besides, there were other trees in the garden that you can eat from, so it's not like that one was
Right.
the exception.
no. Izzy, this is where I disagree with you because in the understanding of the Bible, you would have had to have eaten because that's what the Bible states, and the Bible isn't true. And so what I'm saying is that based upon that simulation, you would have
Mhm.
had to have eaten because
Okay, well, based on that, okay, and if you're basing it on that, right? Okay,
yeah,
I
of course,
totally now
yeah.
I get where your disagreement comes in, right? But as an individual, right? Not according, just saying, unless God made it that way. That's the only, in my personal
He did make
opinion,
it that way based upon the Christian scriptures, the
and
biblical.
and that's the problem. And if he
Yeah,
made it that way, then now we have a whole different problem that we got to deal with, right?
agree.
Which is okay, so now we're talking about predestination, so it doesn't fucking matter
Yes.
what the fuck, because we still would have been in this situation. So
Yes.
either way, it's not my fault.
No.
Right, at the end of the day, this is the problem that we're having with, and that's the ultimate issue with the scripture. But again, it all depends on what you believe, because I actually do believe that the scripture totally co-signs predestination.
Hey, Izzy, the fact that you just said that right there, um, I'm talking about less than 1% of the people I talk to even understand that concept. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I talk about
And,
predestination a lot,
and,
actually. You know what I mean?
and
Because
Izzy,
go ahead,
I think I'd like to add to something about the Garden of Eden thing. What you
go
have
ahead.
to keep what you have to keep in mind is that Adam and Eve, they didn't know that disobeying God was wrong only until after they ate the fruit, because
Right,
the fruit is what gave them the knowledge of good and evil, right?
right.
So if God, why didn't He do that to begin with? Why didn't He tell them that disobeying me was wrong and you shouldn't do it? If He had told them that in the first place, then maybe they wouldn't have ate it,
No,
because they
no,
didn't know that
no,
being
Well,
told.
according to the Christian Bible, he does. He said, if you eat of this
yeah,
tree, you will
yeah,
surely die.
yeah, yeah. He told them the ramifications of
Yeah, which is death. And that
yeah.
and so he just didn't go into full detail, right? And so the thing is he gave him that warning, right? And apparently the serpent, which everybody
It,
assumes is the devil. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. They assume is the devil, right? He convinces Eve to eat of the tree. Why would God not want you to eat of this tree? Does God want you to stay ignorant and stupid? You know what I mean? And so the thing is, he deceived her, but did he really deceive her? And that's the question that we have to ask ourselves. And now in Islam, I don't know if they go that
Uh,
deep
it's
into it.
Islam, Izzy. In Islam, they don't teach that it was Eve that ate the fruit. They teach that it was Adam that ate the fruit,
Mhm.
and that Satan didn't appear to him as a snake. He appeared to him in his like
In his
goat,
dream.
and yeah, in his human form.
Right.
So
Okay.
that's what they teach. And
All right.
Easy, I think the point that I was trying to get across earlier is that
Mhm.
he created them naive. He created them easily deceitful. He didn't create them like smart enough to realize if they were being manipulated enough. That was the point that I
Right.
was.
No, and I don't get me wrong. I did actually catch that point, but I think that's a actual different point that we can actually go in. Why would God give you? Why would He make you that naive? Right? There's kind of a problem with that, because if they can be tricked, then once again, the onus on the sin itself is actually not on us anymore either. You see what I'm saying? The onus would then be on the actual deceiver, right? Which would be quote unquote Satan. You see what I'm saying? And so this is where the problem lies when we're talking about this situation. When we talk about the situation, it's okay, either we chose according to Christianity, we were deceived, or we were too naive and we were able to be deceived. Now, depending on how you look at it, I don't see too many of those being our fault. I see them more as being more so a God or the devil problem. Yo, send me an invite. Okay, I got you.
Uh, of course, when you look at the Old Testament or the Jewish scriptures, the concept of Satan is a totally different understanding of what we have in Christianity.
Hmm.
Um, there's no such thing as Lucifer in the Old Testament scriptures, the Jewish scriptures, and
Right,
you know Isaiah chapter 14 verse 7, where it talks about the son of the morning, which our English versions quote Lucifer.
right.
Um, thing is that Satan was actually a agent of God in the Old Testament, because if you look in and I can't quote right now the verse, but you can take the concept, where David numbered the people, and and God got ticked off,
Uh-huh.
and he used the angel of wrath to kill 70,000 people in Israel because David numbered people. That term was Ha Satan, which means the adversary,
Right.
and so Satan was nothing but the quote unquote muscle
Hmm.
for what God wanted to do,
Right.
and and
Absolutely.
and so when you get into intertrimestral period in the Old Testament and New Testament, and the Jewish religion was so influenced by different religions around them, and then
Hmm.
you get New Testament, then you get to a person called Satan,
Right.
um, which that never existed before the intermediate period of the New Testament.
No, absolutely. Hey, Lipsock, if
Yeah,
you could, mute the other phone if you can.
I'm trying to. Let me just.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
how did you mute yourself?
Just press the no mic on that motherfucker. Instead of no camera, no mic.
I
No
see two
camera.
lips
All
on
right.
there.
There we go. Because it's a little bit of feedback. There's a little bit of feedback. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Much better. Now, and actually that actually goes even that actually goes with it when we're talking about um when we're talking about the Gospel of Judas. Now, I know a lot of people that haven't read the Gospel of Judas, right? But it actually makes the argument that it was God, the person who we celebrate as God, and Satan, neither one of them are the true God, and there is actually a God above them. So the God is actually the God of creation, right? Is not the one true and only God, and Satan. They're kind of working together, and this is, and so this is kind of a very interesting breakdown. I mean, I would anybody who hasn't read the Gospel of Judas or the book according to Judas, um, I suggest you go read it. It's a
I read it in college, and the thing is, we're talking about hundreds of after the supposed life of Christ,
right.
and so yeah, it's definitely historical, because there are people. It's based upon the history of all that.
Mm.
But the thing is that and no disrespect, I don't think it has any bearing based upon what we have as an understanding of modern Christianity. But
No, it doesn't have any base, absolutely. But the thing is I think it is a book to be read, just like I believe like the Apocrypha should be read. I believe
oh
like
yeah, of course,
you
yeah,
know, and so I think all of these books should be read, not just the canon that we hold. And I think when people read the whole thing, all of the books, right?
yeah.
I think there's actually a better understanding of this Christian ideal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just think that what we have read in the New Testament, primarily in the New Testament and the Old Testament that we have today, a lot of people read that, and then there's questions. There's a lot of questions, and they're like, "Oh, hey, but what about this and what about that?" Well, you tend to get a lot of answers out of the Apocrypha and all the books that were taken out of the Bible. So I think it's kind of important that people read it, and only
I,
only because I was a religious, studies guy. I read all that stuff, so I really get into it. You know.
no, no, I totally agree with that. And right now I'm reading a book about the birth of Jesus. And the fact that Matthew says that it was during the reign of Herod, and
Hmm.
Luke said it was during the reign of Quirinius, and
Hmm.
Herod died way before Jesus was ever supposed to be born.
Right.
Uh, and there's just so, I mean, when you look at it, there's just so many inconsistencies. It's just it boggles your mind
Hmm.
of how many there are. And
And people don't understand how many there are. That's
no,
that is kind of one of my biggest things, because I'm like, if I have if I get Christians that try to come after me, I tend to start badgering them with all the different parts of the Bible that I know they haven't read. You know what I
yeah,
mean? Like depending on, even in one part of the Bible, if you really wanted to make the argument, you can make the argument that God okayed abortion in certain senses. You know what I
well,
mean?
yeah, Hosea said that he would be happy when you can thrust pregnant women up and make them lose their babies upon the rocks. And
Right, right. And then there's another one where I think it's Corinthians or Colossians. I can't remember exactly, but I can pull it up. But if a man just believed, he didn't have to have no proof. If he believed that his woman was cheating, and the son that she was holding was not theirs, then they would go to the priest, and then they would have the priest would drink the bitters, force her to drink the bitter water, right? And
yeah,
if the baby died, then the baby was not his, and if the baby lived, the baby was his. You know what I mean? Which is,
yeah,
in a sense, a form of abortion, a okayed form of abortion. Well, it's okay to kill the kid if it's not your husband's. You see what I'm
yeah,
saying? And
yeah.
so, like, a lot of people don't really realize this. They don't, because they haven't read the book. You see what I'm saying? I think that's why I think it's really important that people read the book. That, especially if this is what you believe. If you believe in God and
Well,
you're a
well,
Christian, read the damn book.
well. Izzy, the thing is when I was a Christian, I wasn't reading it to say, "Is this true or not?" I was
Right,
reading saying it is true.
right.
And so if something came across that I read that was, something that was weird, like you're
Mhm.
talking about, then I would dismiss it because, of course, the God I believed in was righteous and
And
true.
would never do nothing like that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I
And,
have it.
and so the big change for me is when I began to say, because I actually began to try to prove the Bible true.
Right.
And I said, but I wouldn't allow. I said, is this true or not?
Hmm.
And when you allow yourself to make that mental decision,
Hmm.
and when you begin to look at what the Bible says, that's what opens up doors.
Very much so. I think a lot of people, I don't know, I know a lot of like ex Christians, ex believers who did exactly that. Actually, one of my friends, Jacob, me and Jacob actually both did that. At one
Okay.
point, I was trying to prove the Bible in order to keep my faith in the Bible. And this is when I was like really, really, really questioning it. I was really going out of my way, but I was questioning it at the same time. So I was like, you know what? I know what I'll do, and I'm a history major, right? And
Yeah.
so I said, I am going to verify the Bible.
Yeah.
And when I did that, I started having problems. And that's one of the things that actually solidified my atheism. It didn't cause my atheism, but it solidified my atheism.
Well,
In
the
my
funny thing
opinion.
I know a lot of time is that your broadcast you talk about race and race things, and it just so bothers me when African Americans are taking upon the religion of their slaveholders,
Me too. Me too.
and and I see it all the time. It just if it wasn't for the fact that they were brought over here
Mhm.
and be slaves, they would not hold this religion at all.
Absolutely. And I 100% fucking agree with you. And it bothers me to no end to see fucking black folks always bringing up that damn Bible. Black folks always talking about the fucking heavens and the pearly gates and the motherfucking God is going to do something for you and all this other shit when God ain't did nothing for you since day one. So why are we having this conversation?
I
Like,
I even heard an African American radio host say that atheism is nothing but and sorry, I'm trying to remember. Um, in his understanding, the God concept was the repayment for
mhm,
slavery and for how they've been treating, and it's actually um, um, actually a white privilege understanding to believe in atheism.
right, and that I wish I would have heard him because I would have definitely challenged that one.
No, no, I heard it on TV. I didn't hear it on.
Oh, on TV, yeah, I still would have challenged him. I still would have been figured out a way to call him church. I would have been like, so where do you get that perspective from? And I would have asked the pastor. I'm see that's one thing I am good for. If I hear some fucking fuckery, I will definitely call a pastor and start asking him a whole bunch of questions. You know what I mean? Because, don't get me wrong. I do know there's, just like there's racist believers, right? And let's just be honest with it. Like Christianity, uh, is the foundation of the Ku Klux Klan. Okay.
Oh yeah,
A lot of people don't understand it. One of the
as
very
well as as well as the Democratic Party. I'm sorry, but
Yeah, the Democratic Party too. Yeah, absolutely. And the thing is the fact of the matter is a lot of people don't want to admit this. One of the very first clans groups out there, most prominent ones, was the Christian Knights of the Ku Klux Klan. So
yes,
the thing is their foundation is literally in the Bible. You know what I
yeah,
mean? And so it's like for me, I find it kind of funny. Like, why would you go that far to actually fucking believe this thing that these people have fed you in order to enslave you, especially finding out that there was this Bible, right? That was called the slave Bible. Only
yeah,
only your enemy would give you a religion that says love your enemy. Absolutely, you law. Absolutely, brother. This is what I'm talking about. And that shit is so fundamentally fucking fucked up. So real quick, I want to say what's up, Black Light Revelations is in the fucking house.
What's
Rob,
good, bro?
what's
What's
good?
up with
What's
you?
good? What's good, man? We up here
Chilling?
having this conversation. We
Yeah,
right
man.
now
Y'all was
we're
having a good conversation. That's why I was like, man, let me hop in here real quick and chop it up with y'all.
right. So, what do you feel about the things that we've talked about? You can talk about if you want. You can give a quick premise to the Tom McDonald and then go on to this, or you can just go on to, or you can go on. We can just talk about this. The religion conversation. Your choice.
Man, you already know how I feel about Tom McDonald, so we don't even need to beat that into the ground. You did a good assessment, you know what I'm saying? But I thought the atheism religious conversation was interesting, you know what I'm saying? Because you know, I question a lot of things, and I
Mm-hmm.
think the best way to question them is with the requirement of evidence. And also, you have to ask, are the questions that we're asking logical?
Mm-hmm.
Because Milton actually was bringing up some good points, like when you guys were talking about, like, you know, the Big Bang and
Mm-hmm.
you know, the Great Expansion and all of that
Mm-hmm.
stuff. And then there's always the assumption that things were created. We
Mm-hmm.
honestly don't know if there even was a creation. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like, that's something that I find interesting, that, you know, people kind of just automatically assume that creation happened. Well,
Right.
we don't know if that actually happened or not. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
We could be dealing with like a cycle of events. And in that cycle, you know, things could just return or they could, you know, end. Who knows? You know what I
Right.
mean?
Right, absolutely. I just want to point out this fucking comment by idiot ass Coochie Poo. He said, "Hello, smart people," and Izzy. I appreciate that, you fucking piece of shit. Jesus
That's
Christ,
funny.
these motherfuckers is always trying to come for my neck. I swear to God. But hello to you, Coochie Poo. Um, any man that has that as a name needs to question his fucking self. But you know, go, yeah, okay, yeah. How you doing? I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, there you go, Coach Poo. Of course.
All right.
I know Coach Poo. I don't think he even understands what we're talking about. So there.
I would not doubt it. So, real quick, Rob, are you? What are you in the along the lines? So everybody knows your position along the lines of believing in a God, not believing in a God, a Christian, Muslim. What do you? Where do you stand on that whole situation?
Well, like, I went to a Christian school. I went to a Lutheran school growing up, and my parents were Christian. And I don't really say that I'm not a Christian because, like, I grew up that way, and it's just kind of been like tradition in my family. But I question everything, and honestly, like, there's a lot of fundamental issues with the Bible. There's a lot of things that I question. Like, I don't believe every single thing. I don't believe a lot of it. And the thing that I don't understand is how come, you know, in church or different things like that, they never actually go through the entire process of how Christianity came to be and
Hmm.
deal with some of those inconsistencies. The fact that those inconsistencies are always avoided has
Hmm.
always been a red flag for me. Like, you know, my parents, they went to church, you know, every Sunday and stuff. And, you know, by the time I was 10 years old, I was like, I don't want to go to church anymore. You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? Like, I'm cool on this because it's not making sense and I'm not getting the questions answered that I want to get answered. You know what I
Right.
mean? I want answers to certain things. Like, we know that the Bible has been altered. We know that it's a combination of a bunch of different ancient stories and reiterations of different concepts. We know that it's a hand-me-down concept
Hmm.
from, you know, ancient Egypt, ancient Babylon, all of those different
Hmm.
things. We now know that there's a lot of natural phenomenon that happened that kind of explain some of the things that happen in the Bible. Like we were just talking about with that one article with Sodom and Gomorrah.
Right.
And my question is, how come, like, how come clergy people never get with scientists to actually try to figure out some of this stuff? Because there's never been like a academic collaboration between science, religion, and philosophy to try to say, like, let's actually figure out this thing. Is like, is always just competing ideologies, and people will say, oh, you know, these scientists, these people are atheists, they don't believe anything, and that, you know, it's ungodly and all that. Okay, well, yeah, of course it's ungodly because they don't believe in a deity, because they require proof. You're literally dealing with people that require proof. What's up? My brother is actually in here. What's good, bro? You know what
Oh,
I'm
That's right.
saying?
That's right. You know what I
You
mean?
know,
That's right.
but yeah, that's you know what I'm saying, like, that's how I feel, you know what I'm saying. And so, like, I just always question things. My brother is the same way. Like, we two, you, the kind of conversations me and you be having, bro, like me and my
Hmm.
brother, we be having these questions all the time. And see, you see
Hmm.
what my brother just put up there. He said the
Yeah,
Bible is mental enslavement, which I find interesting
absolutely.
because, like you law said it, and like Milton just said, it was what was used, you know, to reculturize the slaves. And I mean, we still
Right.
see the residual effects of that today.
Absolutely. And it's a very interesting ideal, right? To believe something that somebody gave you to keep you mentally enslaved, right? Because a lot of people think that there is some sort of difference between, you know, physically enslaved and mentally enslaved. And even
No.
though there is a slight difference, I don't think it's a very major. And I think honestly, mental enslavement in a lot of fucking ways is worse than physical enslavement. whether people want to
Yeah,
admit it or
people.
not. How do you feel about that?
Well, people always talk about the red pill, and people always talk about the Matrix. But remember when Morpheus said, once you've killed the mind, then the body dies too. I mean, if
Right.
you don't, you basically like a car without an engine. You know what I
Hmm.
mean?
Well, can I share something in reference to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Exodus 21. In Exodus 21 is talking more about indentured servitude, but it says that if you want to look for slavery, you're talking about Exodus, Leviticus 25.
Hmm.
But what I'm saying is, it says that if you beat your slave
Hmm.
and they live past if they die in the first 2 days,
Right.
then you're fine. But then you'll be persecuted. But if they live 3 days beyond that, then you're fine. Um, the reason why that was brought about is because when you have a slave and a slave is being disobedient,
Hmm.
how do you try to bring them back into doing what you want to do?
Mm.
You beat them.
Mm.
Okay. And so there's numerous, and I've read numerous books of slavery in America where like different tools would be broken by slaves and in America and whatever. But how the only way you can bring a slave back into line is by beating them.
Hmm.
And so, which has been nothing that has been presented by a what the scriptures present.
Hmm.
And so what I'm saying is that it didn't start there, it started before that, but what I'm saying is it's just bringing on that about where in American slavery, where if a slave wasn't doing what you did, then you beat them until they did what you wanted, did their bidding.
Right. 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 Absolutely. And that's majorly problematic. I want to say what's up to King Rodman. How you doing? Hope you are doing well. I hope everybody is doing well this evening.
What's
Um,
up, King
I
Rodman?
hope that made sense.
No, absolutely, it makes sense because, I mean, when you understand this concept, you know what I mean? These are the rules and regulations behind slavery in the Bible, where they're okaying this act, which is despicable as fuck. Like, let's just be honest as shit, right? And so when they do that, you have to question the rules. But again, we got to remember that these are the same rules that the enslavers in America literally took to heart. And they
Yeah.
were doing the exact same thing here in America. And they would have these kind of rules where, even though they didn't make any kind of logical sense, they somehow were able to justify it. So if you beat your slave, you know, they would always beat them to the point close to death, but not quite death because you still need to get some work out of them. You know what I mean?
Right.
And even though you weren't prosecuted because you were property, the slave master still held that ideal up where, look, we can beat these motherfuckers to near death and it'll be okay and it'll be justified uh, in the eyes of God. So we don't have nothing to worry about. And
Because
that
how else can I motivate you?
Right. Of course, because you can't, you know, pat me on the back and say good job and pay me for the work that I'm doing. Of course not. That's preposterous. I gotta beat the shit out of this motherfucker so he does what the fuck I say. Right?
Yeah.
So it's like it's very, very, very problematic. And I mean, there's so many other things in my personal opinion that's wrong
Or
with Christianity, to be
or
honest.
or in Exodus 21, if you come in as an indentured servant and
Hmm.
you don't have a wife, and I, as your master, give you a wife, and you have kids,
Hmm.
now go through your 6 years as being my
Right.
slave,
Yeah, I
um,
know this one.
then and my your kids and your wife are my possession.
Right.
And so you can go free after 6 years if you want to, but if you want to be with your wife and kids who you love, then you have to put your ear up against the wall, and
Right.
I have to nail into your ear with an awl, and
Mm.
thus you are going to be my slave
For
forever.
life. Right. For
Life.
life. You know what I
Why do you
mean?
think so many Christians justify slavery? When it comes to politics and you hear these people, they talk and they say these things, it's always, the people who represent Christianity, they try to brush it off and say, well, slavery is a necessary evil and slavery is something that was going all over the planet and blah 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 blah. Why do they do that when they know that that's not intellectually honest?
Well, in my opinion, I'm just going to be honest. I'm going to separate this into a race thing. And yes, I'm going to make it a race thing, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, well. Life's a bitch, you'll live. Okay. So for for white folks, honestly, I think that it's because they still don't have a true issue with slavery. When it comes to black folks, I think they are mentally enslaved themselves. They are okay with being slaves, and I think they are okay if they were to happen to be slaves again, and they're okay with it. They would not have an issue with it. And my if you really wanted me to like back that up, here's my backup to it. Arizona, actually 3 states tried to fucking make slavery illegal, even because it wasn't totally illegal on the books.
Hmm.
Two of the
Tennessee, I
states,
think, was one of them too.
right, 2 of the states, I believe, no, no, it was 4 states, and 2 of the states did not take it off the books. 2 of them did take it off the books, but they only won by very, very slim margins. I think it was something like 44% wanted to keep it on the books, and the rest wanted to take it off. Okay, so, and these are primarily white places, right? Now, when I talk about black folks, I'm gonna back it up by saying this. Black folks love to acquiesce to fucking to whiteness and white thought. Black folks love to do that. And what they do is they always, go out and they say, well, I'm not, they do that shit like, I'm not fucking black, I'm an American, right? They do that kind of shit, right? So
Right.
they love to acquiesce to their white masses. I really honestly believe that shit because I don't understand why you would still not. Why would you want to acquiesce to religion, but or why would you fucking acquiesce to white folks just like you acquiesce to the Bible? I don't understand it, but I do think there is a correlation with black folks because they truly believe that they're going to get something in the afterlife, even if they're enslaved. They're going to get their fucking, their fucking 40 acres and a mule in fucking heaven, apparently. You know what I mean? That's just me.
Right.
What about you, Milton? You don't have to put it in a legal context, but
No, no,
what do you
I
think? I
really
mean, in
appreciate.
a race context.
No, what I'm saying is that I appreciate your context because I learned things because of that. But what I'm trying to say is that of course you guys know Edward, and
Yeah.
Edward's a good guy. I really like him. He's a nice guy. But somebody like that, when I bring up the verses that talk about slavery in the Bible, which not only the Old Testament, the New Testament. Um, when you look in the New Testament, Jesus, they said that in the Old Testament, Moses said that we should give a writing of divorcement,
Mhm.
and Jesus said that, well, it was because of the hardness of your heart, because at the beginning it was man and woman. So, so based upon that premise, it was that it was never God's intention for divorce. It was that Moses gave it because men were, you know, divorcing,
Right.
and so to me, there's a big difference between Mary and Bill getting a divorce and somebody owning a slave.
Mhm.
Um, and so when you look in the Old Testament, there's no doubt that slavery is endorsed. the Old Testament is divided up beyond the law and the prophets,
Mm-hmm.
and the law talks about Leviticus 25. You shall buy slaves from the people around you, and they shall be your possession. You should hand them down to your people, to your generations beyond you, and
Mm-hmm.
and the thing is that you would think that slavery to me is one of the more important than thou shalt not worship graven idols.
Right.
It seemed like one of the 10 Commandments would say, thou shalt not fucking own people. Um,
Right.
You
You
but
would
would
think.
think
You
like
would think. You would think.
you would think if you had a righteous, knowing, all powerful God that they would say that. And then when you look in the second 10 Commandments, you shouldn't cook your goat in certain milks. Um, but the thing is that we're talking about the goat herders. Um, Guide to the Universe. We're talking about some people who had no understanding of our current world. That they were
Mhm.
people who were living in the day that they were, and so God, man, God didn't create man. Man created God, and there's
Mhm.
no.
Absolutely, I agree with you. Let's try to see if Libsack. Uh, go ahead and talk real quick. Let's see if your mic's working again. Libtalk. I'm going to join on my phone now. On okay, he said he'll be right back. All right, cool. I'm still here, fellas. I love y'all, but I'm not saying much. Just listening and taking in your views. I have a small suspicion that Fee might be a believer. Don't worry about it. And look,
And that's awesome.
I encourage people who disagree. I encourage people to bring up your positions. I actually encourage you to disagree and conversate with us. So don't feel a certain type of way. But if you quote the Bible wrong, or if you like bring up something and not its full context, I will call you on it. But I don't have a problem with any kind of disagreement on maybe interpretation. Um, I'll listen to an interpretation a lot of times. If God wanted people to believe in Him, why did He invent logic then? Exactly, that's real shit.
That's
You
funny.
know,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's real shit. That is
Uh,
absolutely real shit. Now, fucking, you had just said something actually, Milton. And I wanted to actually bring it up. It was kind of funny that you said people God didn't sanction divorce. It was just that man was hard headed, right? You know what I mean? And
That's an actual verse, and once
right.
again read the Bible 11 years as a preacher. So
No, and I'm not. I just thought it was really funny that you brought that up because at the same time he's talking about you're a hard of head. You're a hard head basically. You know, he also made Pharaoh stubborn when it came to fucking releasing the Israelites. You know what I mean? Like during the
yeah,
Exodus, right? A lot of people don't know. Um, a lot of people said, well, Pharaoh had the chance to let go of the slaves. Well, the fact of the matter is Pharaoh was actually going to let go of the slaves, but God hardened his heart. And it literally says that shit. You know what I mean? The Bible, God admits, and this is why I laugh at this idea of, you know, of you're able to you have free will, right? In the Bible. The idea of free will in the Bible is absolutely absurd. And we know it because God goes off and he hardened Pharaoh's heart multiple times in order just so he can flex. He just wanted to flex. That's it. He just was like, Pharaoh was like, okay, yeah, okay, just let him go. It's not worth it, right? And then he said, no, you know what? No, fuck that shit. Harden their heart. And then And that was God hardening Pharaoh's heart. And God says it. He said, and I hardened Pharaoh's heart. Right?
But
And so that's what it is.
but the thing you have to understand about the Old Testament is that they weren't saying, okay, they have to make the Jews out to be monotheists, and they were, which was one of the beginning
Well,
cultures.
actually, they were actually polytheists
Well, they
before,
were,
and then
but
they turned into monotheists.
it is that when Moses made the staff a snake,
Hmm.
uh, um, the conjurers of Pharaoh made the staff a snake.
Right,
And so throughout the whole Old Testament, it wasn't that our God is the more powerful God. It's almost like on a football field on a Friday night, our team's the most powerful team, and
right.
it wasn't that, hey, there's only one God. No, no, our God is more powerful.
Right. That's all he
And,
said. And because it was about converting these other people to that religion. Our God is more powerful than your God. And that's what he did because the Pharaoh the Pharaoh's fucking magic men, they made a snake. Then Moses made a snake, and Moses' snake swallowed the Pharaoh's snake. You know what I mean? And that was a signifying that fucking, oh, my God is more powerful than your God because my God's snake ate your God's snake. Ha ha, more powerful. Ha ha ha
but
ha ha ha.
he needed nights and nights of different signs, and then finally he let them go. And then finally the Red Sea happened, which there's no proof of that, and
Right.
there's no archaeological evidence of the Israeli people being in the
It's,
desert going
yeah.
into Israel at
And
all. What?
there's no evidence of them ever being enslaved also. Like let's just put it out there right off the bat. There's no evidence that Israelites were enslaved by the Egyptians. There's no evidence. As a matter of fact, on one side of the Red Sea and the other side of the Red Sea, one side is something like 742 meters down, straight down, and on the other side it's 902 meters straight up, right? So they would literally have had to rock climb all the way down, walk through the fucking the Red Sea, then climb all the way the fuck up, and then they would have fucking been able to do it. But again, nobody ever wants to talk about these issues. But hey, go
Well,
ahead if you want.
in seminary, I was taught that that the Jews built the
The
uh,
pyramids, yeah,
Pyramids.
yeah, and that's bullshit.
Well, I got a
That's
question. I got a question for y'all, right? So, like, this is one thing that I question myself on, and I ask people who believe, what I'm saying. Like, I've actually had this conversation with my brother. What
yeah.
are your requirements for believing something? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if I just happened to meet you and I said, I have magic powers? Would you
I would
believe
say
me?
I would say show me your magic powers.
You would
Yeah,
have to
that,
say
that
right. You'd have to say, "Show me the magic powers." What I find interesting is that the threshold for belief or the threshold for being naive is a lot lower when it comes to religion. And you
Oh,
got to ask
absolutely.
yourself, is that a psychological thing? Because if I told somebody, well, I would take my car, but I'm just gonna fly to work like Superman today. They'd look at you like you're crazy. But if you reference that in a Bible story, somebody would believe it. Okay, you don't believe me. Why? You never saw me fly, but you believe the Bible and you never saw any evidence of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
That's
like
It's a
my
great
thing
point.
is like how does that threshold for the requirement of evidence change because of religion? And I think that
Well,
is something within people's psyche that for whatever reason, I don't know why. Like I don't get it. I try to be standard. I try to have the same standard for belief across the board. I try to base my beliefs on things that I see, facts, data, things that are verifiable. Even if I speculate, like I try to make my speculations based on data and chronology. And for some reason, that requirement, you don't see it a lot when it comes to religion. And I gotta ask people who believe, what is it that that pushes you to having faith and why do you look at religion different than you would look at anything else? And does that question your judgment at all?
Well, let me see. And here's the thing, and just this is my experience, and you actually see this a lot when you're on Clubhouse, right? I was talking to this guy, and he was like, "Man, if you look at everything, right?" Because he was basically making the watchmaker argument, and the complexity argument, basically for God, right? And he was like, "Well, let's go, in order, and let's use logic, right?" And I said, "Okay, let's go. Let's use logic. Let's play the game, right?" And he started saying something, basically something had to be created, so right, and it had to be created by somebody that was more complex than itself, right? And so I'm listening to the argument, and I know exactly this argument because I've heard this argument many, many, many times. So they're going back in progression, right? Humans, you need other humans, and then to be created, and then fucking insects, and then fucking all these other things, right? And then he gets to God, and then he just stops. You understand? And so the logic breaks down because that's what the word tells them. It doesn't continue on because if you continue on with that logic, you then have an infinite regress when it comes to God. Your logic of, well, before the universe, you needed something that started the universe, i.e., God, and then that was it because God was all time. But then you say, no, but the logical progression is to keep on going. Well, if it was that God, then there must be a super God. And then if there's a super God, there must be a super duper God. And then if there's a super duper God, there must be, you see what I'm saying? And so they stop it. Their logic, it's not like their logic is, in my opinion, is flawed. Well, I mean, it's clearly flawed, right? But their logic supersedes, or their belief supersedes their logic when it comes to the Bible for some odd reason. Now, why that is, I don't know, because
Yeah,
that's weird to
is
even me. Go ahead. Go
yeah,
ahead.
and Izzy, it seems to me when they say that God is eternal, uncreated, it seems to me that they're just pulling excuses out of their ass. They say everything
Mhm.
has a creator, but this thing that I propose that created everything doesn't have a creator because
Mhm.
I say so. It seems
Right.
they're just making excuses, right?
Right. Absolutely. And that's that special pleading fallacy where they use, well, God, as the end all be all answer.
But you know
It's
what though? Even the way that they explain God, they still don't explain it right, because when they say I'm God, I am the Alpha and the Omega, you're
Mhm.
not implying a beginning or an end, because Alpha and Omega are both infinite. It's a cycle. Like
Right.
you can't be like, that's why the infinity symbol is what it is. The
Mhm.
infinity is that loop, on it,
Right.
like an eight on the sideways. So even in your explanation of saying you're the alpha and the omega, you're saying that you're the beginning and the end, which actually the end is when it cycles back to the beginning. So you're still not implying, like mathematically, if you break down what's being said, you're not implying a start and a finish. You're implying a repeat of a cycle.
Right. And
You know
they
what I
don't, but they
mean?
don't understand, but
But
they don't
but when
understand that. Go ahead.
but when you look at Christianity, when you say that you're the Alpha and the Omega, you're talking about you're the beginning of creation, you're the end of creation. They're not necessarily looking at math. So I understand
Right.
what.
And yeah, and that is a problem because when we're talking about legitimate shit like science and mathematics, especially mathematics in that standpoint, they are looking in a Christian viewpoint in that ideal of, well, the beginning is the beginning of all creation, right? It's God and
Right,
creation, and then the ending is the end of creation, the destruction of everything, i.e., God. You
right.
understand? And so that tends to be a problem, but I think the question still stands: how does that logic work? And if there are any Christians that can explain that logic, I would love to hear it.
It doesn't, because you're talking about events that you weren't around for. The only alpha and omega that Christians can explain are the beginning of Christianity and how it exists today, because nothing has ended yet. So we're trying to explain a beginning that we weren't around for, that we have no evidence on how to put it together to explain it other than what science has provided us, and we're trying to predict a end, and we can't do that either, other than if we use data. But clearly, like, data is not being used. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Libsock, let me ask you a question. You said you are you're ex-Muslim. So
Yep.
let me ask you the question. You remember the story of how what's his name?
Muhammad.
Muhammad, right? How Muhammad broke the moon in half.
Oh yeah, that.
Okay.
Uh,
How is that explained when we can clearly see the moon and the moon is not cracked?
Yeah, exactly. And keep this in mind. Look, when I asked, when I keep this in mind, my parents, when I was younger, every single Friday they would take me to this thing called. It's kind of like Sunday school, but for Muslims, and it's every
Hmm.
Friday. And
Hmm.
I asked the preacher there, how do we know that Muhammad split the moon in half when no scientist has ever proven that? And he sent me a picture of it's like a photo of the moon with a big crack on it. But when I did more research on it, I found out that that crack was was only like half a mile long, and it doesn't even cover the entire moon. And I was like, yeah, that this is not good evidence that the moon was split in half. And not only that, if the moon really did split in two, as if Muslims claim, then we would expect, not just evidence on the moon, but documentations from other cultures around the world documenting it. But we don't have that either. And
Right.
that was then when I realized that the miracle was complete bullshit.
Right. And the thing is what I someone actually tried to send me that too, and I actually found out that I believe, if I remember correctly, it was some sort of caldera or some shit like that. It wasn't even a true crack. So you know what I mean? It's like it's
It's
really
called
odd.
Yeah, it's called confirmation bias, Izzy. They just interpret the data however they want.
Right. You law said, I believe in God. I only spell it nature. And that's a great thing. I understand that concept. Now, I wouldn't call nature God, but I totally fucking understand what you mean by that, you law. Absolutely.
I,
Go ahead.
but I wouldn't do capital.
Say that again. Break that.
I wouldn't say capital G though.
Yeah, it would definitely be a lowercase g if I did say that. It would never be capital G. You know what I mean? Why do we give why do we do that? When we say God, we always put a capital G. I think it's what is that from? Where did that come from? Does anybody
Well,
know?
holy books, it's culture.
Really?
Um, oh yeah, yeah. Um,
Huh.
every single holy book that I know of where God is mentioned is always a capital G.
Right. Right.
So
Okay. It's probably time and we just do that shit. I get that. I understand that. So I mean, being that Rob, you're kind of like sort of still a believer, sort of not, sort of question everything. Why is it that you continue to believe in a God concept?
Simply because of tradition, which is why I question it all the time, because I don't like doing stuff that doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And continuing to believe something that I can't justify all of my beliefs in 100%, I need to keep testing that against new information that I find. I
Right.
don't I don't like just doing things without a purpose.
Right.
And as of right now, the only justifiable reason that I can believe, that I can make sense of, that I would still believe those things, is just because of conditioning, and because it's literally just been, tradition in my family. It's what my mom and dad did. You know what I'm saying? It's what I was taught when I was younger. And when you're young and you're taught those things, a lot of those impressions stay with you for a long time.
Right.
well,
But
Because I still believe Santa might fucking show up any fucking day.
right, you know what
uh,
I'm saying? but part of growing up is that you have to make choices that are difficult, and like it might be difficult to break your cognitive dissonance and say, well, am I actually putting my energy into something that makes sense? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah,
Well,
absolutely.
well,
Go
well
go ahead, Milton.
Blacklight. What is your first name again?
Rob.
Rob. Sorry about that.
Oh, it's okay.
I
It's
don't think
okay.
I've talked for much. So,
You say what?
anyway, I don't think I've talked to you much. So,
Oh yeah, I think this is the first time we ever spoke.
yeah. So anyway, so what you're saying is, personally, I'm an agnostic atheist.
Hmm.
Um, and so sometimes that's rather confused. Um, Theism is a belief. So you either believe there is or you believe there isn't. Um, Agnosticism is knowledge, and so there's a difference between what I know and what I believe, right?
Right.
Hmm.
And so the thing is that, do I believe there's a God based upon the evidence that I've been presented? No. But um, when the concept of God is non-falsifiable, which means that you can't prove or disprove there is a God. And so do I know there is or isn't a God? No. But based upon the current evidence, I don't believe there is. And so, but if there's new evidence that's presented, then maybe I will consider that. So I think that's kind of what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, that sounds actually very accurate for where I'm at.
Yeah. So I thought so, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Everyone starts out being atheist. No one is born with a belief in anything. Infants are atheists until they are indoctrinated. I actually believe that. I don't. I would like to see this is, and this is why I'm like really kind of big on. Um, I think we can actually find out because I actually know a lot of atheists who actually say that we are predisposed to believing in a God, right? I actually do not believe that. At least I don't believe that it's honest, honest answer, because I believe it has more to do with indoctrination. But I believe that if we go off and we maybe did not talk about any kind of God concept for like 2 or 3 generations to see where we are then, I think that then we can probably be able to make an argument on whether we are predisposed to believe in a God or not. And then that would actually make the conversation a little bit more interesting. Real quick, JMO says, question: if Bilal in the Quran was a black man and right hand man to Prophet Muhammad, why is there so much discrimination against black folks in Arab religion? So that would be to,
Can I answer
uh,
this?
yeah, go ahead, please.
Okay, so basically, the reason why there's so much discrimination is because, keep this in mind, many Middle Eastern countries, like in the Middle East, they didn't outlaw slavery until like the 1950s and 1960s, and the only reason they illegalized it was were from pressure from other countries, and most of the slaves that they owned were shipped from African countries. So obviously there was a lot of discrimination that followed suit from that. And not only that, if you actually read the Hadith, Prophet Muhammad himself owned many black slaves, and
Hmm.
most of them were shipped from Ethiopia to Saudi Arabia, well, what is currently Saudi Arabia. And he even said, and like I shit you not, there's actually a hadith where he insults the people of Ethiopia, calling them raisin heads.
Right.
Like not,
No,
not
and you're absolutely right. Not only that, but he was willing to trade two black slaves, for the freedom of a Muslim. So yeah.
exactly. He even said that Satan looks like a black man, and that dogs with black fur are the devil.
Hmm. Yeah. I definitely agree and understand it being due to being conditioned tradition of thinking, feeling, and knowing. I also question my beliefs, and maybe it's a bit of comfort for me to believe in a higher power. Um, I can sort of understand that. Um, but it became for me um, a little less comforting once I realized that you got just as much as you asked if you were to pray to the god Fonzie, right? If you
You said the God Fonzie.
if you prayed to the almighty Fonz, right?
Yeah.
Just as many of your prayers would be answered as if you prayed to whatever belief god you have. I saw you just pull up some. What did you pull up?
Yeah, I found this article here on Wikipedia talking about the history of slavery in the Muslim
Mhm.
world. And it's
Uh-huh.
kind of interesting. It says the Muslim world initially inherited the institution of slavery from pre Islamic Arabia, and the practice of keeping slaves subsequently developed in radically different ways depending on the social political factors, such as the Arab slave trade. Throughout
Hmm.
Islamic history, slaves served in various social and economic roles, from powerful emirs to harshly treated manual laborers. Early on in Muslim history, slaves provided plantation labor similar to that in early modern Americas, but this practice was abandoned after harsh treatment led to destructive slave revolts. The most notable being Zan's rebellion, and this was in 869 through 883.
Hmm.
So this is pretty interesting. And then, it says 12 through 15 million African slaves were there prior to the 20th century. Now, one of the things that I found the most interesting was this down here. Oman abolished slavery in 1970. Look at this.
Yeah.
Martiana became the last state to abolish slavery in 1905, 1981, and again in August of 2007.
Right.
So
And
there's a
because
lot of questions that you can ask about that. And like the first
right.
question that I would ask about that is, if the United States is the world police like they claim to be, or, the United Nations or whatever, you know, where were they at during all of that?
Well, they weren't anywhere, and there is still a slave trade that is actually going on in that part of the area, and it's from Libya to the Middle East, and a lot of Arab folks are actually taking part in that. That's number one. Number two, one of the things that a lot of people don't actually know is that um, a lot of the Arab slaveholders would actually cut off the penis of their black slaves to make sure that they did not so they would make sure that they did not have sex with their wives or their daughters, right? And um you actually see that they're called what were they called? They were called
Abid.
uh well, I'm thinking of the American term for it, and they were called eunuchs.
Unix. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you.
they were called eunuchs, and so that was a really big thing that actually went on. And actually, a lot of people don't know this, but actually, George Washington Carver was actually had his genitalia cut off.
That's terrible. What is the obsession with our genitalia?
Well,
Go.
Oh my God.
um.
Yeah.
Well, look. There's been and I'm just going to put this out. I don't know where it originally comes from, but I know it didn't. I know it really fucking in the Christian belief system. There was a major um there was a major obsession with black penis, and it's in the Bible. Ezekiel, I believe Ezekiel 29, right? Um, so he God actually said he was talking about it might have been the no, it was Ezekiel. It was Ezekiel 29. I'm actually gonna look it up, but he was talking about the 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 black male's penis being as long as a mule.
What?
No bullshit. No bullshit. I'll pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna read the
That just
exact.
that makes you ask, like, why do you know that? You know what I mean? Like you know what I mean? Like, why
well,
why do you know that?
well. I need to share something briefly, if that's okay, while you
Go
look that
ahead.
up. Okay, last year, where there was a white young gentleman who went to different massage parlors in the Atlanta area and shot people
Yep.
up?
Yep.
Okay. Um, I'm going to give you the backstory behind all that. Okay. Um, whether people realize this or not, but the majority of those massage parlors are basically prostitution or rub and tug place. Does that make sense? Are you with me?
Yep. We with you.
Okay. So the young man who went and shot these up, he was going to a fundamentalist Baptist church not far from where I live. And so he would go to these places and he would get a rub and tug, and then he would go back to his church and be told that it was wrong. And so this young man who's trying to figure out his sexuality, I'm not trying to give him an excuse, um, blamed these women for the fact that he should be a chaste young Christian man. But he's going to these places and having sex. And so he went to those places and shot those people up because he was aiming his disdain for his sin toward them.
Yeah, that's pretty much like red pill rage.
Exactly. And
If
so,
you're a white male, you know what I'm saying? Everybody is supposed to desire you. You're supposed
yeah,
to be able to just go anywhere and have, any woman that you want. And that's what society reinforces that, you know what I'm saying? And also, the global white supremacy that we've dealt with the entire time everybody alive today has been born. And when people don't get that, what you see is a childlike temper tantrum or a narcissistic rage. And that's where you see these people having red pill rage, killing their wives, doing things
now,
like going into those massage parlors, shooting up a bunch of hookers. You know what I'm
I, I,
saying?
Mhm.
I totally agree with what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and okay, do you guys mind if I add something?
But what you're failing to understand, and not badly, is the role of religion in this. Is that he was constantly told that it was wrong, and he felt guilty when he went there, and thus he tried to eliminate the source of his guilt.
Yeah, and I understand your point on that, but I would actually kind of disagree. This had a little bit it had to do with a little bit more than just the religious aspect. Now, that might have been his excuse,
I read a lot
right?
about read a lot
Um
about
right, and that might have been his excuse. I'm not denying that. But
no, that
there was a
wasn't
little
he,
bit of
he didn't give that an excuse at all.
well,
Because
what I'm saying is though I get your point, but the problem is that had to do with hate too. This is, he could say whatever he wants, but the fact of the matter is he had hate for women and he had hate for women of color, particularly,
I don't think
primarily.
I don't think he hated Asian women. I think he
And he
hated.
did. And he did. And there's no way you can convince me otherwise. My
Wait,
argument is really simple. My argument is really simple. There's a long-standing understanding with when we talk about white folks and their hate and their fetishization of women of color, what they would call exotic. We saw this in slave times. We've seen this after slave times with the other different women of color, not black women particularly, but more other women of color. When we're talking about Asian women, where they fetishize them and they go out of their way. And now they can still want that sexual arousal from those people, but
yeah,
they ultimately still have a deep-seated hatred for these women. And so we cannot take that out of there, because this has been something that we can point to, and I can show you a long list of
okay.
men who do this consistently. And so there's a lot of different things to that, but there is a hate to it. There's an incel idea ideology to it. There's a religious connotation to it. but it's a lot of things, but we have to make sure that all of those things are added, not just the religious context of it, because the religious context is still not going to be it's still not going to be a sufficient answer, especially when we talk uh, about why he did it. Nobody has that much. Oh, I feel so guilty. God, like that's not the answer. That's just rhetoric
I
that people
Yeah,
spew.
do you guys mind if I add something or?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so I did some dig. So I went on Google to do some digging on this, and
Mhm.
what I found out was that the entire stereotype of black people being very well endowed, it actually originated in the 16th century when many European settlers went to West Africa, and they hyperbolized what they saw there. They exaggerated the black men that lived there, saying that they were hypersexual and animalistic, etc.
Hmm.
And
Right.
and that and
That's
that was
why.
where that's where
That's
we're
why.
the
Go ahead.
yeah,
I'm
go
sorry.
go. No,
No,
it's okay. You can.
I was just gonna say, yeah, that's why anytime I like hear people make jokes about the BBC, like I just look at them like, you're using white supremacist talking points, calling yourself an animal, right?
Well, let's go a little bit further back than that, because again, we know the Bible was written well before the 1600s,
yeah.
right? We know certain parts of the Bible was written as late as 300 to 800. So it says right here, Ezekiel 23 verses, we'll start at 18. And when she carried her prostitution openly and exposed her naked body, I turned away from her in disgust, just as I turned away from her sister. Yet she became more and more promiscuous as she recalled the days of her youth when she was a prostitute in Egypt. There she lusted after her lovers, whose genitals were like those of donkeys and whose emissions were like those of horses. Basically
Oh my
talking about the size of the penis and the emissions, his sperm being that of like horses. And again, it goes back to what Jemo had just said, right? Which is it originated out of fear of genetic annihilation. Black man possesses genetic material to dominate. And guess what? That's what that is on talking about. It's talking about the size of the penis and then the emissions. And if you have that high amount of emissions, you're then able to procreate in a lot better way.
I think
So
that's
again,
honestly, I think that's honestly like the subliminal message in the Alien movies, how they have the black goo, and then like the black goo just kind of takes over and turns a person into the xenomorph.
you're right. And that motherfucking thing come out of his mouth and it's really
Yeah.
long. Yeah, I
Uh-huh.
know. I'm with you, Ari. I'm
Yeah.
already
Like,
there with you. I'm
yeah.
already there.
Yeah,
But
in the first Alien
again,
movie, in the first, do you mind if I go ahead
no,
or?
go ahead.
Well, keep this in mind, guys. Like in the first Alien movie, they didn't say that they got pregnant with a xenomorph from a fucking black goo. It was initially basically a face hugger. Uh, well, it did that face hugger shoves an egg down your throat, and that's how you got pregnant. But I don't know where the black goo thing came from, to be honest.
Well, the black
It's
goo.
just they always have black goo all over them.
Well, the black goo allegedly was created by the space jockeys, or created by the alphas, which the alphas are those pale humanoid aliens in the Prometheus movie. So they have. Oh, hold on, I'm getting some reverb from somewhere. I don't know who that is. I don't think it's me though. But yeah,
That's
those the face huggers were actually created from human hands. If you go and look that up, that's why they kind of look like
from
human hands.
yeah, from Prometheus, and then you can actually see that in Alien Requiem.
Hmm.
So they talk about that shit. So I just wanted to point out Ezekiel. So that goes way further back than fucking the 1600s when we're talking about black men's penises.
The sons of Japheth with the micro penises. Um,
Wow, you said it, not me.
that
just
actually about that.
just want to point that out.
I thought it was funny.
That's
I
hilarious.
just wanted to point that out, so nobody can say nothing to me about that shit.
Guys,
That's all.
hey, Izzy, Rob, if you mind me asking, but have you guys ever watched the movie White Chicks?
Yes.
No, I never watched it. I'm not a big. Are you hearing that echo?
No,
Yeah.
not me. It's not. I don't hear it on my end.
No.
I
Okay.
hear
All right.
Okay.
I hear it.
So the reason I'm asking is because you know that joke that that Terry Cruz's character says, where once you go black, you're gonna need a wheelchair. You remember
That's
that?
funny.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then later in the movie, he ends up sleeping with a dude who he thought was his crush. And then later in the movie, you see that the dude he fucking slept with was in a wheelchair, and he said, "No, don't you say nothing, don't you say nothing."
That's funny. Well, if we're talking about Terry Crews, I don't think it was an accident. He wound up in bed there, but that's just
Yeah. You law, I'm with you. Okay, so what we're gonna do right now is we're gonna pray to whoever God is real, to show himself for us to be real, but also prove himself to us by blessing every single person in this stream and talking in the stream, talking and in the fucking comic section, from Twitch to YouTube to Haps, blessing us with very large deposits in our individual names into our banks.
yeah. Bless us with deposits like donkeys.
No, let's not. Look, I do not want deposits like donkeys. I already have deposits like donkeys. I need some money in my motherfucking bank. Okay,
Hey,
so
hey, Izzy.
God,
Izzy.
please, everybody bow your head.
Glory.
Dear God, and whatever heaven you are, please bless every single person inside this stream, from the listeners to the talkers of the screen, to please deposit money into all of our bank accounts individually, so we have proof of your true existence. Thank you very much, and in your name we pray. Amen Ra.
But hey, Izzy.
What's up?
Hey, Izzy, if the Islamic God ever turns out to be real, look on the bright side. You get 72 virgins deposited in your bank account.
That is up for question. That is up for question. It could be. Let me see. It could be 72 versions. Okay, but it could also be 72 pieces of fruit. Just want to let you know that. They don't have they don't know exactly what it is, because in those languages, right? You have one word that mean a whole lot of different things, right? And so I was speaking to this woman who is Islamic. She's like a historian, right? And primarily a religious historian. And she explained to me how it could actually be either 72 virgins, or it could actually just be 72 pieces of fruit. So I just want to put it out there that people know that. So all those people who committed jihadi and fucking, gave their life up for fucking Allah, if you get to heaven and you only get 72 fucking fruits, you're bad.
What kind of fruit would you?
They don't know what kind of fruit it would be. It just said,
Dude, if that was me, if that was me, I would have looked up to Allah like, the motherfucker, you promised me 72 pieces of pussy, not 72 pieces of fruit. Come on, man.
yeah, you'd be really pissed off, wouldn't you? I could have 72 pieces of fruit here on Earth.
Well, I've heard people can use bananas for pussy, but yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, Lord.
Wait,
That went
Well, you know,
somewhere. I did not know that we was gonna get there in this stream. Ow,
the thing
Jesus
that's
Christ.
the thing that's interesting is that like the fruit is like actually like representative of that whole quote region. You know what I mean? Like, and
Yeah.
if you compare pictures, they
we're getting a
always talk
lot of
about.
free feedback. Hey, Libsock. I don't know if it's me, but every time we get feedback, it's registering on your volume.
Oh damn. Okay, let me just
So
turn the volume down a little bit. Okay,
yeah,
Or just
okay.
mute the mic when you
or
ain't talking.
yeah,
That'll make it
yeah,
easier.
or mute the mic when you're not talking. That would actually be better if you could do that.
Or at least give me a
Guys, keep this in mind. I'm streaming on my phone, and I'm trying. And I don't know, something's wrong with my screen. I'm trying to hit the mute button, but it's not working.
Oh wow, that's odd.
Here's what I'll do. I'll leave and then come back on.
All right, come on back.
There you go.
Motherfucker, even the leave button isn't working. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, you're gonna have to restart your phone, homie.
I've had to do that shit. I've actually had to do that shit. That shit happens on my iPhone sometimes. Where I'm
Yeah, well,
stuck
you see,
into
dude,
this
us
motherfucker.
Arab people, we don't get good Wi-Fi here out in the desert. So
Yeah, it's because you guys are too busy fucking trying to get 72 burgers when you should be getting 72 pieces of fruit. You know, like I'm just saying, bro. Just saying.
Should be
yeah,
getting
we can
72
Stop
bars
focusing
on.
on pussy.
Should be getting 72 bars on that 5G. You know what
Right?
I'm
That's
saying?
what you should be doing. That's real shit. All right.
okay.
Go ahead. Live talk. I know you about to bounce out real quick. Let me see. Let me see. Okay. Is there anything else that we want to? Jesus Christ, that shit is really coming in now. Is there anything else that we want to touch on this religious thing? And if there's any viewers, yeah, it's Libsock's cell phone. That's what it is.
I just
If
muted his mic. I'm gonna type in privately to just tell him to type in the private when he's ready to talk. You know what I'm saying?
right. Actually, that doesn't work. It didn't work. It because I
Oh
tried it
shit!
earlier. He has to actually jump down and then jump back up. So
I was about to say
we're
he
gonna
got the
have
super
to.
hack. That shit's still playing, and I got it muted.
Right. No, it happens on my phone too, dude, on my iPhone. Like sometimes I'll fucking go off and I'll tell everybody, I'll be like, I'll mute myself on Habs. And then all of a sudden, y'all can still hear me when I'm muted. And that's when I know my phone's about to go fritzy on this app. So real quick, before we get done here, if there's any questions by anybody in the room, whether you're a believer or a non-believer, if you fucking have a statement, you know what I mean, or if you just disagree with anything that we've said, man, go ahead and put that in the room. And if we don't have any takers on any questions about religion, then or atheism particularly, then I think we're pretty much almost done. But
Well,
go ahead.
both. Do you want to end with a little bit of atheist Bible study?
How about you give a pre-ending and give your atheist Bible study real quick?
Okay, you guys know the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, right?
Yes.
Okay, so Sodom and Gomorrah happens. God destroys the city, and so Lot and his daughters and his wife are leaving the city, and his wife turns around, looks at the city, and turns into a pillar of salt. Right.
Yes.
So after that happens, when she becomes salt for their food for the next couple of weeks, um, um, Lot gets drunk, kind of like Noah after the end of the flood, and so the daughters, his daughters, who he offered up to be raped by the community because they wanted to rape the angels instead, in
Mm-hmm.
Gomorrah. Anyway, they're like going, hey, all the men are gone, and so how are we going to have kids? Because as you know, women are only on the earth to have kids.
Right.
And so they said, well,
Clearly, they're all sluts.
and so they said, hey, let's go get our dad drunk,
Right.
and we'll get them drunk, and then we'll have sex with them, and then we'll have kids.
Right.
Okay. So first of all, that's assuming that all of his daughters were ovulating, because
Mm-hmm.
I know that most women are more likely to get pregnant as they're ovulating. It doesn't mean that if you're not ovulating, you won't, but it's generally around that time. Okay. Um, but when you get an old man drunk, um, the thing is that there's lack of blood flow to the penis.
Mm-hmm.
Not only that, um, the older you are, the more as you drink, the less you're likely to get a hard on. Not only that, if you're unconscious, it's almost impossible. So we're talking about women who were his daughters who happen to be ovulating, who get their dad drunk,
Raped him.
who
Date rape.
who
Date rape.
who happened who who happened to get a hard on even passed out when he's older and was drinking alcohol, and thus they happen to get pregnant
Mhm.
under all those circumstances.
Yeah, and well, let me add on to that little story, because the fact of the matter is that would have definitely been incest eventually, even if you don't want to consider it incest with the direct daughters, even though technically they were. The fact of the matter is we're talking about incest, and that could only have lasted about 8 generations at best, at the longest, before they all would have went sterile anyway. So we want to be here if that was a true statement at all. Um,
Uh,
so it is what it is. I get it. There's a lot of problems in that story. Date rape, taking advantage of someone, sexual assault, rape, incest, a whole bunch of different shit that is wrong with that story, but y'all want to fuck with it. All right, real quick, Tyreek Stedman. He said, though the beginnings of Christianity started in Africa and parts of the Mediterranean, did it not? And question. The fact of the matter is, we have some ideas of where it started, but um, here's the thing: it all depends on how you look at uh, how you look at the continents at that time. If you go back to that time period, technically there was no Middle East. And the fact of the matter is that whole area, what is now called the Middle East, was actually the eastern portion of Africa. So technically, it would have came out of Africa, right? If you understand the history of it, we know that the Israelites were most likely black folks, which a lot of people don't like to hear, but life's a bitch. And so yeah. Also, um, if you do enough research, you actually can actually find the kingdom of Judea. And if you know about the original Israel, right, you actually know that the original Israel is actually just north of fucking the kingdom of Judea. The kingdom of Judea, it would technically be in the middle of Africa. So you can make the argument for fucking it coming out of Africa, but you're gonna have a hard time with making that argument. So what you would probably have to default to is it coming out of the Middle East Mediterranean area, which a lot of people try to say. But I think these are people that are just lacking knowledge and
Yeah,
understanding of the word.
easy.
Go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I'd really wish I'd love to stay around with you guys more, but unfortunately I have to go to bed now because I got an online lecture tomorrow. But it was really fun having this discussion with you, and I got to know more about you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're about to jump off of here anyway pretty soon. So thank you for coming up tonight, Lib Sock. I appreciate it. Definitely, you already know you're welcome to come back anytime. We can have a further discussions on this, bro.
I'm saying thank you.
All right,
Take
Anyways,
it
man.
have
easy,
a good
Lip
night,
Top.
guys.
All right.
What up,
So
man?
what up, man? What up, man? All right.
Yeah,
So
what up with you?
I hope that answer was a good enough answer for you. If you asked me, I would tell you that yes, technically, I would tell you, if if we really, 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 really were to go at it, and I was to go, really deep into this, the fact of the matter is, uh, forms of Christianity did come out of Africa. Um, but they kind of migrated to a lot of different places. So, and the thing is I would tell you that ultimately the God concept probably came out of many different areas of Africa. And we'd have to do more research, but I can actually break that down in the history and everything if you really wanted to. It's just really kind of convoluted, and it's going to take about an hour and a half, 2 hours just to explain that. So, no, I'm dead serious too.
No,
But I
I'm just
I
saying
can
we got time
explain it.
today. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, you know what I mean, Izzy. I don't agree or disagree, but you have given me a lot to study and think about. You make strong points and make me relook at some things. Well, I hope so, and I really do appreciate that you're open minded enough to think about it. There's a lot of things in the Bible that people that I've opened their eyes to. That now, again, I'm not trying to make anybody an atheist, and I'm not trying to make anybody a believer or a non-believer or whatever the fuck it is. But what I do strongly, strongly, strongly believe in is, if you are a believer, I suggest that you know and understand the fucking belief system in which you believe in. That's
Right.
all I that's the key right there. And that's what I hope that you get out of this. That the key of everything that I'm talking about is understanding what you are studying, and really do the due diligence to to really understand what it is. Now, if you decide to agree with it and believe in it, and say, yeah, I can accept all this, then more power to you. But you should actually have a lot of believers should have better understandings of their belief system. Last, Jamo asked question. uh there a verse in the book of Revelation says his hair was like wool and his skin like brass. What does this mean? Is it a black man? Okay, so a lot of people will take it like that. Now, hold on real quick. I can actually go to that, and um technically, let me go to, it's in Revelations. I believe it's Revelations like 15. Hold on, let me make sure real quick. Okay, I'm gonna pull this out real quick. Uh, like, there it is, and that would be Revelations 1:14, I believe. Let's go one. Oh, ooh, let's go to the KGV real quick. All right, Revelation 1, 14 and 15. All right, 14 and 15. Let's go down. Okay. And it says, coming out of the KGV, it says his head and his hairs were white like wool, as white as snow, and his eyes were as a flame of fire, and his feet like unto fine brass, as if they burned it in a furnace, and his voice as the sound of many waters. So it was thunderous, right? The voice was thunderous. That's what he was telling you. Okay. So fine brass would be probably a little bit more so, a little bit darker than my color. When it says it's been darkened as if it was burnt, many people take that to be, oh, well, if you burn brass, there's going to be like this black soot type color on it, right? And so they say, well, that's black. But the fact of the matter is, if you get brass in its raw element, what actually it is, it's more of a reddish color, right? And so when you burn it and you start burning it, it starts getting darker and darker and darker and darker, depending on how much you burn it, right? So what we're actually talking about is a, a little bit darker than me, starting out a little bit darker than me, to probably a very brown, like a regular brown color. So you could make the assumption that uh, this was a black man. I don't have a problem with people saying he was a black man, because from everything that I've studied, he most likely was a black man if Jesus was actually a real person. Okay. And this is supposed to be Jesus coming back, I believe, if I remember correctly. This is Jesus coming back. So it was it was testimony of Jesus Christ. I'm the Spirit of the Lord. Right. So this is Jesus when he comes back, right? In Revelation. So this is Jesus, and Jesus would, I personally think he would have been a black man if he was real, but I don't even believe that Jesus was actually a real person, to be completely honest. I actually believe that Jesus um, was a spirit. And I don't believe that there's any actual true proof that Jesus actually ever existed. And the only time that you ever hear about anybody personally talking about, I saw Jesus, it was actually Paul, and he was actually having a dream or he was hallucinating. He was talking about the spirit of Jesus, right? And it was a spiritual war, which would actually make a little bit more sense if you break it down. For he died for our sins, and then he went down to hell and he suffered for us for the 3 days, and then he went back up. You know what I mean? But some people claim that, he came back to earth and he was in his physical body. And but the problem is even in that verse they say that they didn't recognize me. So how could they not recognize a person that they were around on a daily basis, understanding that the disciples was with Jesus, walking with Jesus, going from town to town to town to town to town. So it's kind of convoluted. I kind of added a few of my opinions in there as far as um as far as if I believe he was real or not. But if he was a real person, I do believe that Jesus would have been a black man. And I believe that there's enough supporting evidence that backs up the claim that Jesus definitely would have been a black man and the Israelites would have actually been black folks. That doesn't mean I believe that fucking black folks in America are fucking Hebrew Israelites. Do not get that shit twisted. That is not what I'm saying. I am saying that I do believe that the original Israelites were black skinned, black melanated people. Okay. But that does not mean, by no stretch of the imagination, that black folks in America today are the lost tribe of Israel and they are the true Israelites. I do not believe that shit. All right. All right. So I hope I answered that question also. Okay. Okay.
That's funny.
Go go ahead. If you guys got any more questions, keep on writing them in the room. Go ahead with this thing you got up real quick, brother. Tell us while we're waiting for questions, if there are any more questions. What is this, huh?
So check this out, man. I did a video on this a while ago, but Henrietta Lack's family is suing a pharmaceutical company for using her cells without consent.
Good.
What do you think about that?
Good. About
Yeah,
time.
yeah, I
It's
agree.
fucking about time. The problem is they're not gonna get the judgment though.
Well, the thing is, I actually on the stream that I did earlier with TD Hip
Hmm.
Hop Media,
Hmm.
they actually have used those Henla cells
Hmm.
in recent vaccines that have come out. So
Yeah.
what's actually gonna happen is those companies are getting sued for unauthorized use of her genetic material. What do you think
Right.
about that?
And yeah, and they should win, but they're not going to.
Right. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna win either.
They're not going to win because when Henrietta Lacks gave up her blood, even though it was under the this guise of that they were going to help her, um, and they even though they reproduce her cells, under there was no law saying that they couldn't do that, and that's what
Right.
they're going to
Well, see,
stand on.
her actually this whole entire her what happened to her is the reason why the informed consent laws actually happened.
Right.
But you're right though. I think that what they're gonna do is they're gonna say, well, there wasn't any law for that, so they didn't do anything illegal. I mean,
Right.
what are you
And so they
complaining
have,
about?
yeah, so they have the access to her cells, and they have they have the ability to give out access to those cells, and that's where the problem is going to come in.
Right.
So,
Which is interesting that only, this only happened to her. And
but it didn't.
but well, when I mean like taking her cells and mass distributing them and like as much money as they've made off like her
Hmm.
unique situation, you know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? You would think that the entire American population would be up in arms about this,
Yeah, but they're not, and they
but they're
won't
not.
They won't, because it's not white people's blood cells that they're doing this shit. They're doing it with black folks' blood cells, and it's okay to exploit black folks in this country.
Right. Which this right here, in my opinion, this is a problem, and I think that they're going about it the wrong way. I think they should take this to the UN instead of taking it to a civil court.
Well, I mean, maybe the UN, but I think they might need to sue the federal America, who
Yeah.
has you know more power over the way these companies work. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I think they need to do something. But I think that Henrietta Lax's family deserves some sort of repayment for all of the different things that they've done with her cells. And they've done a
Yeah.
lot of shit
Mm-hmm.
with her cells.
Yep.
So I don't have any issue um with them suing them. I think they should win. I just don't, unfortunately, think that they actually will win.
Well, look at this. They got Ben Crump as their attorney.
Yeah, and Ben Crump ain't nothing but a motherfucking money hungry fucking lawyer. So he's no
Right.
better than any other fucking lawyer out there.
Look at what they do with these advertisements, bro. Like this whole big ass advertisement just popped up, and I can't get it off the screen.
Yeah,
Hold
that's
on. Let
kind
me.
of
All right, there we
shitty.
go.
Yeah,
That's just crazy.
for me, I think the big one, the whole Henrietta Lacks story is one of the biggest injustices of American history, and these are the type of things that people like Tom MacDonald want you to forget.
Yeah, that's one of my biggest things. I mean, should her family go back to where they're from, or leave, just leave America? I
Right,
think that if he has a problem with people like her family having an issue, then he should just like stop using the global medical system, seeing how her cells are the backbone of it.
right. I personally think Tom MacDonald needs to be fucking kicked out of America and sent back to fucking Canada. Let Canada have him.
That's funny as hell. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I it's like, and just to wrap this all up, since it doesn't look like we're getting too many religious questions anymore, just to wrap this shit the fuck up, I really do think I hate immigrants like Tom McDonald. Those are the most problematic immigrants ever. And you know these are the type of people um that propel other white folks to have these stupid ass ideas that they hold so dearly, near and dear to their heart. This whole go back, leave the country. You know what I mean? Like, motherfucker, I deserve to be here. I belong here. I was born here. Like, I have ancestry here. Who the fuck are you? You fucking pale faced piece of shit fucking motherfucker. Like, are you serious? You're an ex dope head, bro. That says a lot about your fucking intelligence, dog. And if you think I'm supposed to listen to you, you ex dopehead Canadian fucking piece of shit, you motherfuckers don't even have real bacon. You have Canadian bacon, you fucking pieces of shit. Like, are you serious? Like, fuck out of here, bro. This dude is fucking problematic. And he is the guy that's really rallying white nationalists and so-called white patriots.
well, what I find the funniest is that like nobody ever calls him an immigrant.
I did. You just heard me.
Yeah, right. But what I'm saying is like, all the people who have problems with, all of the other immigrants, they don't
Hmm.
call him they don't call him an immigrant, even
Right.
though he is.
Right.
Because
I
because we
actually
because we do have a northern border, but for some reason,
no.
I mean, we
Yeah.
do have a northern border, but for some reason, like that doesn't really get a lot of attention. And you know what was actually funny is that Canada is not allowing Americans in unless, they have the injectable immunity. You know what I'm saying? So they're keeping us out.
Okay, so I actually commented on this show.
on
I
the
mean
on
this
the on the
on
video.
the video. Okay. And I said, and this was my comment. I said, this is the most backward, confused, contradictory song ever with a little bit of classic racism mixed in for good measure. Think about it, right?
Right.
And then one dude said, a Seahawks fan 420, he says, there's no racism, even slightly, in this video. And then he puts a laughing emoji. And I said, racist. I said, Seahawks fan 420, racists usually say shit like that. Funny
Yeah.
how that's what you focus on, though, and didn't deny the rest of what I said either. Confirmation is awesome. Right.
Right.
And then, and then, um, some other guy left a link to video, and I just said, "What's this garbage?" And it was some mixed nigga from Florida
Oh
who
God.
who's a rapper, and his white mama was on the in his
Yeah, I was about to
videos and
say,
shit.
yeah, we already know his dad is
Yeah,
MIA,
we
you know
are.
what I'm saying? And he
So
hates black people because of his dad.
right, and his video itself, because I watched his video too, it was mad confusing, but whatever, right? And so this guy, just Seth03, he said, "All right, so could you point out the racism and contradictions for me? Been listening to this for the past few days, and all I hear is patriots signing about this country." And so of course, you know me, ever to
It's not that difficult to point
right,
out, but like that's a challenge, but I'm sure you handled that shit.
right. So ever the protagonist in a situation. I said, just Seth sure can, and I put a big old smile face emoji. I said, first he starts off with the whole kneeling situation, which is old as fuck, but that was created by Kaepernick and I put all this in caps, and a military vet to show respect for fallen soldiers. Second, that that is freedom of speech and protest, which is as American as can be. Also, being the very first and most important part of our constitutional right, and he talks bad about on it. I said, then has the audacity to then bitch about not being able to say what he wants to say, and brings up that same right, basically saying, I can say what I want, but you can't because I don't like it. I said the contradiction is hilarious.
How about the
Then
fact
goes,
that hip hop was motherfucking made to complain
oh,
about the motherfucking
right,
system, and
I
this
I
motherfucking
I
person
haven't
voted
gotten there.
on
See, you
Go
motherfucker,
ahead.
I'm not done
Go
reading my
ahead.
comment. See,
Go
you
ahead. I was
fucking
like, damn.
jumping the line, motherfucker. Stop jumping the line.
Let me hop back on the other side of the line.
Okay. I said the contradiction is hilarious. Then goes on to keep talking shit about others using that same right, freedom of speech, interrupting his Thanksgiving dinner because they expose this country of its true history, etc. And this and tells protesters and the U.S. exposers to leave if they don't like it here. Well, see, that's the racism peeking out, because basically telling black folks, protesters, and folks exposing Thanksgiving, primarily natives, to leave America since they don't like it, which is classic racism and funny since he's a damn immigrant. I said, the irony. I said, and I said, and this is the confusion of this immigrant not understanding that the two things he bitches about, freedom of speech and protest, is why this country is so great. Go figure. And what caps it all off is that he's saying all of this while culturally appropriating hip hop that was created by black folks to it was created by black folks with a genre that was made for protest, and using it to shit on black folks for kneeling while they country while in they country as as an immigrant and being white. He says you can hate the government but love the country. Sir, that's protesting, and that's giving the true history of the country. And that's at the end of the day, he is an immigrant white guy stealing culture to get rich while bitching about the people that are not immigrants that he's stealing from, black folks, about protesting and kneeling and exposing true history, native folks, mad at cancel culture, First Amendment, while saying, let me have my First Amendment. If you don't like it, you can leave. While he's an immigrant. I said, you can't make this shit up. This guy is a walking contradiction. Think about it. Listen and think about it. Immigrants are crazy. And then he responds to say, oh, okay, yeah. The complaining about freedom of speech thing does make sense. I agree with you now. Also, after reading all of your reply, did you have to say immigrants are crazy? LOL. Thought we weren't, he said, I thought we weren't being racist.
That's not racist. Immigrant isn't a race. This is one of the reasons why white people shouldn't even be dealing in that area. Like, how do you have like that kind? You created the entire concept of racism. I criticize immigrants, and you call me a racist. Immigrants are how is immigrant a race? Like, let's just start there with that fundamental stupidity. How the fuck is immigrant a race?
Oh shit, it's not a race. It's denoting the fact that you're not from the particular country that you're trying to be in.
Right.
That's it. That's it.
Like, I mean, like people refer to immigrants with all kinds of crazy ass shit. At least all you did was call him an immigrant, which is actually what it is. I mean, you didn't disparage the motherfucker by calling him an immigrant. I mean, he is.
Right.
You,
So,
you know what I mean? Like, okay, so that means, so if I'm not allowed to call people immigrants, then when we call people citizens, citizens should be just as offensive as immigrant. So if somebody says you're a citizen, oh my god, I'm upset. The fuck? That shit don't make no damn sense.
right.
That's funny as hell.
Okay, now go on to your point.
No, I was just you already wrapped it up. You know what I'm saying? And you said exactly what I was gonna say. I mean, like that's one of the things that I heard a song, like, you know what I'm saying, where he was actually like he was criticizing rappers, talking about, how rappers talk about selling drugs and all that stuff. And my thing is like, I get it, but where did your dumbass learn how to rap? Because you wouldn't have been able to create that shit on your own had you not been listening to Nas, Biggie, Tupac. So you think you just gonna come in, rap, and tell motherfuckers how to rap, tell people what the fuck they supposed to say and what not to say? This is what I'm talking about. Like, not even having any kind of respect for the culture. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't try to go to bagpipe school and tell them motherfuckers how to play bagpipes. You know what I'm saying? Like, why the fuck you coming into hip hop trying to direct traffic and shit? Like, know your role, know your lane, shut the fuck up and make your money and bounce. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like, I like
absolutely.
the thing is like, and like, people get upset like, oh, well, he should have a right to say something. I mean, he is. I mean, okay, he is saying something. When you're a public figure, you're subject to critique. You know what I'm saying? Like, people tell LeBron James, listen, you dumb nigger, shut the fuck up and dribble all the time. I mean,
Right.
Laura Ingram told him that all the time. You know what I'm saying? So like, when I'm sitting here listening to this dude clearly going in on black people, clearly you don't think those old people in Tulsa should be complaining about the fact that, the Patriots burned down their city. You know what I mean? You have a problem with that. You have a problem with people having issues with police violence. You're allowed to say that shit, and you're making money from your freedom of speech. Like
Right.
nobody has zip ties over your mouth or duct tape over your mouth. You're allowed to talk and say whatever you want to. But when you talk and say whatever you want to, just like when I make a YouTube video, it's subject to criticism. I mean, it is
Right.
what it is.
Right. And that's exactly what it is. And he doesn't get a pass. And real quick, sorry y'all, I had to step away, but I was listening and on the Henrietta Lacks story, do you think that there may have been others during that time? Absolutely I do.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah,
Um
absolutely.
yeah, absolutely. I do, Fee. Absolutely. J Mode says, did I hear when I hear Latinx, what does the X stand for? And what's the difference between Hispanic and Latino? Okay, Hispanic is a culture, Latino is the actual race. Um and Latinx, I believe the X stands for it's put in place for the all the different types of Latin groups. So you have
Yeah.
Guatemalan and
It's
Ecuadorian
basically
and
it's
you
it's
know,
basically people of colorizing Latinos. It's so that white people don't have to, because white people had an issue with calling all Latinos Mexicans for a long time, because everybody except white people all look alike. So we have to call all Latinos, or anytime we hear Spanish, Mexican. So they conveniently wrapped it up in a nice little package. So you don't have to call this person, Ecuadorian or Guatemalan or
mhm,
Salvadorian
right,
or Portuguese or Brazilian. It just makes it
right,
that much easier for the latent races to just wrap everybody into one group, kind of like how they
right.
did the PLC type thing.
Right, right. That's exactly what they did with the POC thing.
Hmm.
And again, I will state it loud and proud. I am not a POC. I am not a person of color. I am not a part of that group in no way, shape, or form. I am black
Facts.
and I'm a black man and I'm a black man in America. Facts. And that's just what it is. I don't give two shits what nobody says. If you fucking say I'm a POC, I will be offended. And if you're anywhere near me, I'll slap you in your mouth. It's just that
Facts.
simple. I do
Facts.
not, I do not in any way, shape, or form acknowledge that as my title at all.
Yeah, I think like Black America has pretty much rejected the POC terminology. And what I find funny is that as much as we've rejected it, like now you see people trying to use like they're using it more like in the
By
mainstream
POC.
media.
Yeah, but they're
Yeah.
now they're trying to call it separate us by saying by POC or POC or some shit like that. And I'm like, or BPLC.
Is that what that
POC.
means? Because
Yeah,
I've seen that by PO and I was like, what the fuck is this?
that's black
By
folks.
yeah, no, just call us black. Remember it
I'm
used to be
black.
so fun to just call us black and all kinds of everything else. Just continue with that shit.
Yeah, just call me black. I'm not a POC. You know who's POC to me? Latinos, Asians, Middle
Yeah.
Easterns. Those are POCs.
Yeah, because they only consider white people people, and those are white people of color.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? We're black. Period.
Yeah,
That's what they
I
said,
thought
at least. Like that's what they said when they first made this country. That's what they said. Like we should always just hold them to what they said.
right, exactly. Let me see. I thought it was to degender it. Um, A being feminine, O being masculine. I don't know if they did that. I don't
I
know
don't
if
know.
they did it for that. I thought it was all because of the multiple different Latin groups.
They done turned gender and race into a whole motherfucking math class. We got binomial gender identities and motherfucking Latin XYZ equals 2x squared and shit. Like you got to understand motherfucking algebra to know how the fuck to identify yourself properly on a job application now.
Yeah, and I don't give two shits about what the fuck these motherfuckers is talking about. You know, back in the day, gender was the same thing as sex. You know what I mean? Gender was the same thing as sex. And I don't really give two shits about what people say. Look, if you want to be fucking a he and you're a she, or if you want to be a she and you're a he, whatever, dude. But I'm not finna sit here and play this little fucking they, them fucking shit. I don't care. That shit is dumb as shit to me. And I'm not gonna do it. It doesn't make any
Right.
sense. It's like, you're a female, but you identify as they, them, and it's like
What about the binomial people? Like because you know, we're older. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When I was in school, binomial was like a kind of equation. It was like a polynomial equation. Nowadays, we talking about people, a binomial LGBTQ. Like, I don't understand it. Like, are you drawing a graph or some shit? Like, what is that? What are we
They
talking about?
made 72 genders, bro. And if guess what? If you can make 70 fucking 2 genders, fuck you. You're doing too much. You're concentrating too damn much on this shit.
Well, you know,
Because
they
all of
turn
those
gender.
genders, here's the thing, because all of those genders can be hid at any
Yeah.
time in order for you to fucking be accepted by the greater society. So fuck you and that shit. I don't give 2 fucks how you feel about it. There's male, female, and there's trans. That's it. And that's all I'm fucking and I'm barely accepting trans.
Well, is honestly like, I'm not trying to be funny, but honestly, like they literally have just like rewrapped racism into like like, have you heard like actual like deep conversations about like the whole like LGBTQ thing? Like,
I've
I listen
tried,
to
but
that shit because
I can't fucking
I
concentrate,
can't
bro.
get past the flamboyancy, but like usually like within the first 5 minutes of what I'm listening to, you know what I'm saying? Like, is they literally they think that there's a they think that there's a system of straight supremacy and
Ugh.
gender is a social construct. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know, everybody is oppressed because we've all been taught to believe that we're one gender. You know what I'm saying? Like
What?
they literally have like just all you have to do with the gender shit is just replace gender with race, and like they've like rewritten that whole entire thing. Yeah, like gender
Yeah,
is a social construct and straight
yeah,
supremacy. Like,
whatever. That's why there's been hella fucking goddamn gay kings and queens. There's been hella fucking these motherfuckers cross dressing. Like, fuck out of here. I don't want to hear about that shit. That shit is so fucking dumb to me, dude. Like, you're not ever gonna fucking be able to convince me that there's straight supremacy or cis supremacy. Like, are you serious? Did you not hear about the Spartans, motherfucker? Have you not heard about the Romans, motherfucker? Did you
right.
not realize what the fuck is you talking about?
Right.
Y'all had
Right.
your moment in time, and guess what? You had a good time, motherfucker.
A real good time. It was LGBTQ slave owners. You know what I'm saying?
Right? Like, are we serious about this shit?
Yeah. Listen
Y'all
to bro, they be
motherfuckers
on
used to.
you remember
Man,
was you was in there, I think. No, maybe you wasn't. But Butch and them had did a clubhouse, and it was they was talking about Lil Nas X. And the gay people they was calling in, breaking it down. It's like, yeah, you know, we live under a system of straight supremacy. I was like, I've never heard this shit in my entire life.
because
This is
all that
this
shit is rebooted civil rights talk in order for them to take over the narrative that in some way shape or form they're dealing with oppression too, and they've convinced a whole bunch of young black LGBT people that their sexuality is more, they have more of an issue about with their sexuality than their color. When police don't give two shits if you're fucking a gay black man or a gay lesbian woman, they give a shit
right.
that you black. You're
I
not
mean,
getting beat up because you fucking scissors or you suck dick. You're getting
right.
beat up because you're fucking your skin tone, motherfucker. Do you not get that shit?
You would think that they would understand that with all of the with all of the black trans unsolved mystery murders that have been going on, but you know they don't you know they never talk about that. All they do is say, what about there's so much violence against the trans people? Okay, well, all the violence against the trans people, what about the police not solving the murders? Don't you want justice for those people? You know what I'm saying?
What about the fact that most of these so-called black trans murders are based off of one or two things: either domestic violence or that black trans person fucking calling out, breaking their own LGBT rule and outing fucking black men and women for that matter, for being, gay. Which is I find funny because they make the argument, and I already know I'm getting a strike for this shit. Oh, who cares? But listen, they say that if you don't, check this out. I want y'all to pay attention to this logic real quick. In order to get a dude that calls himself straight, they say that a man can date a trans woman and they're still straight. Yet, the minute that so-called black man that's straight stops fucking with that trans woman, and the trans woman wants to get pissed off, the first thing she does is she call him gay. You gay, nigga. Then what happens is she what is it when you out? Then she outs him for being quote unquote gay. And then fucking when she gets murdered, what happens is this. They say that it's transphobic violence. How does that even work?
How does this even work? Look.
After breaking up with guy, I miss my penis. What?
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at it. You see what he said right here? Look,
No,
look, look.
read
See
it.
this? Look, look, look.
Read it, nigga. I can't
Oh,
see.
shit. It says this gay shit was fun at first. I miss pussy now. Lil Nas X. This is an article from TMZ. Lil Nas X
Oh,
appears to
shit.
have teased the possibility of being bisexual or even toying with the idea that he isn't really gay at all. You see this? But context matters, and it's clear he's joking after a breakup. The rapper tweeted on Friday, "This gay blank was fun at first. I miss pussy now," while adding a sad face on the emoji. And here go the tweet right here. And I'm about to put the tweet in the description box so you know what I'm saying, they'll be trying to think. Because YouTube got a little bit of
Right.
favoritism toward Lil Nas
Right.
X.
Right.
On its face, it's a pretty shocking statement that could be interpreted as potential big news. That is, if you took it literally. He seems to be saying at first glance, him being gay was just a little experiment and that he wants to go back to being straight. That's not cool at all.
Yeah, whatever. And
However,
Big Z,
go ahead.
this is a real comment, and I'm gonna post it because I actually agree with that comment. This new movement of so-called inclusion completely alienates black men. It's a feminist LGBT movement.
Oh,
Absolutely.
that's facts. Yeah, that's big facts. Which is one of the reasons why I always say that feminist and LGBTQ stuff is white supremacy, because at the head of all of those movements is white supremacist liberals.
Right. Absolutely. They are saying that don't even have to disclose if they are trans or not, because it's too dangerous for them to tell straight males that. You know what? And guess what? And in my opinion, that's rape. I don't
And
care
in,
what nobody says.
and in my opinion, that's the only justifiable reason for MGTOW. When the day that shit happens, I'll be a man going my own way because I'm not even taking a chance.
Right. The fact of the matter is, in my opinion, if you are trans and you don't let people know that you're trans before you hook up with them, I think that's rape. So I don't care what nobody says. Like, you can call me all the transphobic you want to call me. I don't really
And
care.
it's not, because you have to test the logic of you can have a consequence for not disclosing STDs, but
Right.
there's no consequence for not closing the fact that you used to be a whole entire new, different gender, and somebody else
Right.
may not be a person who is involved with that kind of gender. Basically, what they're trying to do, they're trying to make it, they're trying to force it where everybody can say that they've had this kind of experience, and if everybody's had this kind of experience, then you're
Then
not gay.
you're normalizing it. They're trying to normalize this shit. And
Yeah.
again, look, if you want
Well,
to normalize it,
everybody's had a slip up. I mean, everybody's had a slip up. I mean, you may like women, but everybody's had a whoopsie. No,
right.
everybody hasn't had a whoopsie, because the minute this shit starts going down, you know what I'm saying? Like that's it. No chances.
Listen, and I'm gonna just simply, and you can say whatever the fuck y'all want. And look, there's this guy, Conscious Lee, that's on. He's kind of big on TikTok, and he's a teacher and shit. And as I really do appreciate Conscious Lee, I totally disagree with this. And not only that, but he actually went after black men, basically saying, "Well, if you have a problem with trans, that's because you have an inner want of trans women."
Nigga,
You know what I mean? And I think this is, I really think that this ideal is very problematic. Because it's like, if somebody disagrees with you, you turn around and call them fucking gay or homo. That's basically what it is. It's just a nice way of calling you gay.
it's
You know
ad
what I mean?
hominem attack.
Yeah, it's an ad hominem attack. The fact of the matter is, look, I can meet a fucking fine ass female and find out she smokes and be like completely turned off. That doesn't mean, you see what I'm saying? That doesn't mean that, they can just be turned. I can be completely turned off, and I can be not attracted to her anymore. And I can actually think that her, she's not as cute as I thought she was. Because I'm not a smoker, right?
Right.
Now, the fact of the matter is, yeah, he definitely missed with that take. But here's the thing. They want to act like you're being transphobic if you fucking will not get with a female because she's trans. That's not transphobic. That's, I don't fuck with non-biological women.
Period.
It's just that simple.
Again, it's the same stupid ass argument. Like, if you're not interracially dating, then you're racist. That's dumb as fuck.
Right. Yeah, there is a gay dude on YouTube who actually said that it is not his responsibility to share his HIV status with his sexual partner.
Whose responsibility is it then? Because it's illegal to get it from someone other than him. So how do you get it?
Right. That's spreading the virus.
They got laws. They got laws against that.
Like, that's a crime in certain places. I know in California, I believe that you can get a life sentence. It's just like murder.
Right. I mean, how attempted murder?
It's not attempted. I mean? It is murder. It's a murder charge.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It should be.
And yeah, it absolutely should be. And I don't care what anybody says. If you want to be trans, cool, be trans. But you have to let me know that you're trans. Now, most of y'all motherfuckers can't hide that shit. So I don't really, in most cases, I don't really need to. But there are a few special cases where some of these motherfuckers really pass.
Right.
And so the fact of the matter is, you cannot sit here and not tell me that, because you're and I was about to get to that. The fact of the matter is this. You're not giving me all the information that I need in order to make a decision. And so therefore it's rape. It's kind of like, if I can't coherently make a choice, like, because I've been drinking too much, I can't coherently make a choice. I can't make because I don't have all the information, because I'm intoxicated. That's rape. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
If I can't make an informed decision, then that is rape. I don't care what nobody says. Now, the question that Shatira brings to the table is this. Why do trans only want straight males or cis males?
Right.
Now I have my assumptions, right? But you would have to ask a trans female that question, to be
Right.
completely honest, right? I personally think that they want to be with so-called straight men in order to gain legitimacy as a quote unquote female.
Well, and also once you've done that, once you've given a straight individual that experience, whether it was with their knowledge or without, as far as I'm concerned, that individual is no longer straight.
Well, if you did it without their knowledge, I would still consider them straight.
I don't
Because
know.
you want to look, if there was a booty bandit out there and he raped you, does that mean that you're no longer straight? He
I
raped you,
mean,
nigga. He
uh,
took that
I
shit.
yeah, I mean, yeah, but still, I mean, it was you were still part of an
No,
act.
no. When you talk about bisexuality, straight, gay, that's about choice, bro. That's about fucking you making a choice on who your sexual partner is, bro. When you don't have a choice, no, that doesn't. No, that's bullshit. Nah, we definitely disagree on that. You know what I mean? We definitely disagree on that shit. Cause because at the end of the day,
Let's explore it though. So if that happened, then how would like say for instance, okay, say that happened, right? Then then say for instance you meet a woman and a woman says well, have you ever been involved in a act that could be considered homosexual? How do you disclose that? Do you say like, well, this happened,
well, first off,
or
I'm not gonna go around fucking, telling people, yeah, I was raped by anyone. That's first and
right,
foremost. That's
right,
number one.
right? What I'm saying
So
is
I
when she
would
asks you that,
answer
because you gotta
no.
ask,
I would
because a
answer
lot of women,
no.
well, a lot of women want to know if a dude is bi or not. You know what I'm saying? And
Right, but I would answer no because it wasn't willing. So no. Now, if you want to talk about traumatic experiences, bro, you're basically saying any child who is molested is automatically not straight. You can't make that. You can't do that. That was not. It was not willingly. If you willingly hook up with a dude or trans,
so
then
you're saying that
I would understand that shit.
so you're saying that there has to be an element of like will, like you have to want to
Yes,
do it for
absolutely.
in order for you to be classified as XYZ, not
Yes,
just the act itself
absolutely.
taking place.
No,
I can see that.
the act itself is not evidence of shit because again, if it's forced, I don't think, or if you're coerced, I do not believe that you had the intention of being with that person. So therefore,
So then you're
how
basing
does
it
that
on
change?
attraction.
Huh?
Because you're basing it on attraction. So basically, what
Right,
you're saying is you were tricked, so you weren't actually attracted. You got taken advantage of.
right.
I could rock with that. I could rock with that.
Like you can't sit here and fucking be like, oh yeah, I was tricked or fucking I was, raped, and then all of a sudden that I lose my straight card because of that. You know how many motherfuckers, bro, out there are not considered straight according to the way you're putting it down? Like, are you
Oh yeah, it will
serious?
be a lot. It will be a lot, but
Like,
I think that's what transsexual, or I think that's what those trans people. I think that's the goal. That's why they try to trick people.
right.
You see
I
what
do
you see what
too.
I'm saying?
I think they
Yeah,
try to
like
trick
that's
them too, but that's the point.
right,
Being tricked doesn't take away your sexuality. Being
right, right.
tricked is
Yeah, no, I agree
exactly
with
that.
that.
It's tricked.
I agree with that.
You know what I mean?
I agree with that.
So, that's me. Like if you fucking if you got head from a trans person, you didn't know they were trans. First off, I'd probably ask the first question I would ask is, "Let me see them."
Right,
You know what I mean? And if they
right.
were really passing, okay, maybe you were tricked. But if they're not, nigga, you gay. Nigga, you buy, nigga. You
Yeah,
buy. Stop
I
it.
don't know, man. Like I have to, like I was actually talking to a coworker about this. People that mess around, like straight men that mess around with excessively ugly women, I think I think they're like maybe like teetering on the borderline of being LGBTQ. You know what I'm saying? And like,
Listen,
and I tend to question that shit a little bit too. Like,
any
you know what
man that
I'm
has an obsession with fucking ass, I believe, is teetering on fucking that LGBT shit.
saying?
If you have, and I'm sorry, if you have an obsession with fucking ass or licking ass, you're suspect in my book.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
yeah,
lie. You
yeah.
are absolutely suspect in my book.
Yeah, I just kind of, kind of sit
Niggas
there.
that go put up fucking, videos talking about I just licked her ass so she's buying me a PS5. Nigga, you suspect, bro.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, I'm not doing that, but you know what I'm saying? I know to stay away from your ass now because you clearly have no boundaries. Like it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes I'll see people and you know what I'm saying? Like they'll be like, yeah, I messed around with her, you know what I'm saying? And she ugly as hell. And I'm like, yeah, she is. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, fuck wrong with you? You know what I'm
I don't
saying? Like
know. Ugly is a kind of a shady line that I couldn't say just because a bitch is ugly. Like maybe you're
shit.
maybe you just can't get
What
good looking women and that's why you fuck with perpetually
nah,
ugly
bruh.
bitches. I don't
Here's my
know.
thing because ugly can be subjective. Like, okay, so like somebody will call into Kevin Samuel's show, right? And Kevin
Mhm.
Samuel's be like, you a five. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's Kevin Samuel saying that somebody's a five, but like clearly this person is identifiably a woman. There are some women who are not identifiably women. You know this motherfucker does not look like a woman at all. What was you doing messing around with
Well, that's a different story.
her? You
That's
know?
slightly a different story. That's slightly a different story
That
right
those
there.
is them kind of like like okay, so I could argue with somebody like okay, nah, I actually think this woman is a five. I actually think this, and somebody be like, nah, she a eight, she a eight. I'm talking about those motherfuckers that we all know are zeros. When you have hairy ass underarms, a mustache, you know what I'm saying, a beard, you know what I'm saying, like
You got
nah, come
fucking
on
knees
now.
down on your chin and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you got the limp biscuit chin strap. Like, come on now, like that
yeah,
you're a universal zero. Okay.
yeah. Now those dudes that date those females, I can sort of understand what you're saying. I don't know if I necessarily agree with it because a female is a female, right? But I get your point. I
Right.
definitely understand your point, and it's a little bit clearer now. Um, but I'm not gonna fucking make I'm not gonna pass judgment on you. But I am gonna pass judgment on you if you overly obsess about eating ass or fucking ass. I'm
I'm not gonna pass
absolutely
judgment.
going to judge you. I don't give two shits. Like I don't listen. I've had niggas say, "Man, yeah, have you ever had your ass ate?"
No,
No, nigga, that shit's uncomfortable. Are you serious? Like, I don't even feel comfortable with you going anywhere near my ass. Don't even touch fucking the crack of my ass,
don't even
like at
bring that shit
all.
up. Don't even bring if you didn't identify in me that I'm not the motherfucker to bring that shit up around, then we clearly have some communication issues. You know what I'm saying? Because it should be very clear that like that shit is not to be brought the fuck up around me or like presented to me with that kind of shit or don't even go wandering anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like don't go wandering anywhere and be like, "Oh, I thought," cuz no you didn't think.
Or what about them niggas who always say, "Well, I accidentally ate that." No, you didn't, nigga.
You
The
accidentally.
asshole don't look nothing like a pussy, and they're not as close as you try to make it out to be, Negro. Fuck out of here. You lying.
You accidentally.
You accidentally my ass, nigga. You
Yeah,
didn't
like that's
accidentally get to her ass, nigga. You got to her ass. You aimed for her ass, nigga. Fuck out of here, bro. You weirdo. Like, fuck out of here with that shit.
yeah, like it's a lot of cats around here that be messing around with studs. And to me, like that shit is crazy. Like if you meet a woman and she look like Lil Boozy and you already know what Lil Boozy look like, and you mess around with that, next thing you know, she pregnant. Like something's wrong with you, bro. You know, nigga, that you ain't got no business messing around with her now. Come on, bro.
Right. Right, nigga. Look,
You know
look.
what I'm saying? Like
Look, if the bitch look like Bootsy badass bitch, like, and you know, nigga, yeah, I don't fuck with studs. Like, I will fuck with
Yeah,
lesbians,
nah.
but I don't fuck with studs. Only femmes, nigga. Only
Right.
femmes, nigga. That's it.
Yeah,
That's
like
it. Only
you
femmes,
know,
nigga. Butch bitches is weirdos anyway. I don't care. And you know what? All you stud females out there, don't get too offended, but I'm gonna let you know right now. Y'all are the most backwards ass broads in the world. You want to act like a man, you talk like a man, you try to fight like a man. Then when a nigga start whooping your ass like a man, you want to start bringing up, I'm a female. You think you're fucking tough for beating up a female? No, you
I
thought you
can't
was
tell.
tough. You thought you was tough trying to stand up like a man. So I beat your ass like a man. You wanted to be recognized as such, but I'm still a
Right.
female. Bitch, make up your fucking mind.
Right. Like this shit ain't no game. And a lot of times a motherfucker get into a fight because a motherfucker really don't know. I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? You walk up to me, you know what I'm saying, looking like a little boozy talking shit. I don't know if you're a man or a woman or not. And you come run up on me and shit, you got some big baggy clothes on. Okay, we
Look,
gonna be scrapping and shit. And then once I tag you a couple times, you like, stop, you hitting a girl. How the fuck was I supposed to know? I didn't know that.
look, you
The way
come
you
at me
ran
like
up,
a man, you get banged like a man. That's just the bottom
right.
line to it. I will drag your long hair ass. I don't care how feminine you look. If you act
Oh,
like a nigga, I will drag you, bitch. Stay clear away from me.
nigga,
Cause
you
I will
punched me so
drag you.
hard. You punched me so hard, you knocked my IUD out. What the fuck? You got
Eh,
an IU? You got an IUD? Hold up. Hold the fuck up. Wait a minute now. What
maybe,
you mean
maybe
IUD?
look, your IUD came out because that shit was loose. Cause you probably been fucking some niggas and shit.
Right, exactly. Why you got one anyway? Because your girlfriend's not gonna get you pregnant. So what the fuck do you even have one in for?
Fuck
Fuck
out of
out of
here with
here,
that.
man.
That shit is dumb shit. See, this is the problem with all these pronouns and all this other shit because at any time they can switch. I know
Yeah.
everybody's seen that motherfucking video of the supposedly trans dude, right? Who went into a store and the dude kept on saying, "Sir, sir," and and the trans dude was like, I'm not a sir, I'm a ma'am. I'm not a sir, I'm a man, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. And then he would just talk and then all of a sudden it was, I'll show you a motherfucking man. Get the fuck out of here. Come outside. I'll beat you. I'll beat you. Like, you don't
Right,
get like that switch shit don't work with me.
right.
That's to me, and that's what all this is. All of these like labels and shit, it's a way to circumvent shit so you can always play victim.
Yeah, it's escapism.
Right. It's like you're cosplaying, dude. Like, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, you're still a dude, bruh. Like, I might call you a woman if you had your dick cut off, because if you're that fucking committed to this shit, clearly you feel like a female, right? So I might call you a female there, but if you got a dick, you're a dude. I'm sorry. Just because you put fake tits on yourself and put on some makeup doesn't make you a female. You might feel like a female, you know what I mean? But you're not a female. Like,
Mu- Motherfuckers running around looking like WWF fighters from the '80s and shit, looking like Bret the Hitman Hart, talking about I'm a lady. No, okay,
like the fuck? Like, one, I seen a video too of this dyke like stud chick, right? And I think that's the right dyke. I don't know. Maybe that's wrong. I don't know. Back in my day, it was wrong to call them dykes, but they call themselves dykes now. So,
they call
uh,
themselves all kind of stuff, and then it's not right to call them what you call them, and then it is right to call them, and YouTube striking videos all over the place.
right.
These
So,
motherfuckers need to come out with a handbook of what the fuck they want to be called and stick with it.
right. So the thing is the stud female. I seen this stud female, and she was dressed up like a nigga, like a little wigger because she was white. So she was dressed up like a little wigger, and and she was getting in this dude's fucking face, and that motherfucker he banged her. He banged her right in her mouth because she was like, "I'll fuck you up. You don't want these hands." Blah 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 blah. He socked her right in her mouth. Boom! That bitch fell back. into the fucking garbage cans and shit. And then all of a sudden, I can't believe you hit me. I'm a girl. Like, you don't get to play that. You don't get that. Like, you know what I mean? It's like if I have to respect your pronouns, you're gonna have to respect masculinity and what comes with it.
That's
And
my
guess what?
pronoun.
And guess what? Masculinity comes with fighting. We fight. We niggas.
Right.
We fight. That's what we
Right.
do. You know
That's
what I
why
mean? We got it
just stay away from me. I don't even
right.
want to be
We
around that
we
shit.
we fight. That's what we do. So if you get in my face and you talk some shit, you gonna have to fight. That's what
Right.
most men do. We fight. That's that testosterone.
Yep.
Okay? So if you want to step into this arena, you're going to have to deal with the repercussions that come with this arena. And guess what? In this arena, sometimes you whoop ass and sometimes you get your ass whooped.
Right.
And that's just what it is. And damn right, equal fucking rights. I'm
And lefts.
right and lefts. And you can call me a misogynist, you can call me a transphobe, homophobe. These are realities of life. You don't get to step to me like a man, act like a nigga, threaten me, and tell me how you'll whoop my ass. And then when I start to whoop your ass because you've just threatened me, then try to play the fucking female card. That's not how this works. Like, take that shit somewhere the fuck else. Don't play
Right.
that shit with me. I'll give you the equal rights you want. I'll give you all the equal rights you want. But you're gonna get some lefts, some uppercuts, some overhand hooks, you know what I mean? Like, you getting everything that comes with this shit. This shit is not being a man especially a black man, you know what I mean? It's not easy. So it's like we deal with respect. You know what I mean? So it's like, fuck out of here. And I know females that can whoop niggas' asses. So,
Me too.
so you not going fucking. So I'm all for equal rights. I don't really give a shit. You know what I mean? But that can't go the other way. Trans women cannot be out there fighting cis women. Yeah, and that's a problem too. I don't know how much you know about it, but you know what it is? A lot of gay dudes and trans dudes or trans females, whatever I don't know how that works. Okay. For some odd reason, y'all love to put your hands on women, especially black women. I don't what is that shit the fuck about?
I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's because they have animosity. They have animosity.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Because
saying?
they're
They
real
not they gonna
women.
well, and my thing is that's why I'd advise all women, you know what I'm saying, especially black women, to start carrying guns.
Well,
Exercise
this
your
is why I
second
tell
amendment rights.
right, absolutely. But this is why I tell black women stop co-signing that bullshit.
That too.
You know what I mean? See, because here's the thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're a black woman and you co-sign all that shit, and then some trans or gay dude put his hands on you, that's called just desserts. That's what that's called. You're the one that fucking wanted to sit there and accept him as a female and gay and think he was more feminine, and you wanted to keep him from getting his ass whooped from all them straight dudes he was hitting on. You always wanted to, you know what I mean? Well, guess what? That's what that is. Black women, stop fucking, sticking up for all these gay motherfuckers. Like, I'm sorry. Listen, black gay LGBT folks, y'all need to stop sticking up for white LGBT. They need to stop with that shit. Y'all need to stop being tokens for the white LGBT group because they're only using you as tokens. And y'all need to get some fucking healthy fucking newfound respect for, the situation at hand.
But it's just like anything else though. Like when it comes to black LGBTQ people, you ever notice that the only people that they call out as far as homophobes is other black people, usually black men.
Yeah,
Black
yeah,
LGBTQ people never had no smoke for white people. They don't have
right,
no smoke for Ed Buck. You know what I'm saying? Like they
right,
don't have no smoke for anybody. So
right,
the whole thing, again, like in my opinion, is all white supremacy. You can be a feminist as long as you are calling out black men. You
right,
can
and
be LGBTQ first as long as you're calling out black men, or unless you're trying to shame the black community and say, "Oh, I used to be LGBTQ, but it's just so much homophobia in the black community. So much homophobia in the black community. We're not
mhm,
doing anything to y'all. We just, if we're straight, we just like leave us the fuck alone.
right,
The time that y'all get y'all asses whooped is like we were talking about when y'all try to come buck up on us and shit.
right,
You want to try to beat Lil Boozy for real, and you
yeah,
got titties. Get the fuck
yeah,
out of here.
and black women stop fucking okaying these LGBT trans folks or drag queens and cross dressers. Stop allowing them to cosplay you. That shit is
Yeah,
weird.
that shit too.
That shit is so weird.
It's blackface. It's the same. It's
It
the same. It's to
it
me
is.
like Tom McDonald.
Uh-huh.
That wigger shit. That wigger shit is
Yeah.
blackface to me, as far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned. Like that,
Yeah.
actually did a video on that shit called "Why Don't They Dress More Like Ben Carson and Larry Elder?" Because these is the motherfuckers that you think is so good. You think that Larry Elder and Candace Owens and all of them motherfuckers are such good black people, but the black people that y'all motherfuckers try to be like are never them.
Right. Like black women stop allowing, especially these white and Latino fucking folks,
Asian.
Asian cross dressers, drag queens, stop letting them mimic you. That's all that sassy little, all that attitude and shit. That's them mocking you.
Well, it's the same thing as the sagging pants. You know what I'm saying? How you was talking about that company made those sagging
Yeah.
pants and all the black people got in trouble. Black women get a lot of smoke for the whole quote attitude thing, but these
Hmm.
other motherfuckers popularize it and it's, oh, he's so cute. Look at all that personality he has. Look at all these
Right.
personality he has. While
Right.
his whole smear campaigns against black women talking about, oh,
You're
these women is
angry black
masculine. And
women.
yeah,
Yeah.
we got Kevin Samuels up here talking about modern women and you know what I'm saying? Like all this dumbass shit. Like, which one
Right.
is it? Which one is
Right.
it now? And then, like
Right.
as far as that goes, he said that he was going to put the LGBTQ community on notice for women calling him LGBTQ, but you're not putting the LGBTQ on notice for culturally appropriating black women. Like,
Right.
what are
Like that
what are
shit's
we
gotta
doing here?
stop. And black women, y'all gotta stop allowing that shit. You need to fucking at this point, y'all need to fucking be like, that shit is mad disrespectful. That's blackface. Basically, that's blackface and makeup. And y'all
Yeah.
need to stop that shit. And y'all should be stopping that shit. Like, this is why I'm always talking about like this whole LGBT use black LGBT folks as
Mm-hmm.
tokens. You're nothing more than a token to this community. You are nothing more than a way for them to put a black face in front of the TV so they get their movement started because
Mm-hmm.
their white counterparts already know, well, this ain't for those LGBT people, it's for those LGBT
Right.
people. And they
There's
know
a
it.
hierarchy. There's a hierarchy.
Right. And you're being used.
Yep.
You know what I mean? You're being used. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, man. I wish LGBT the black LGBT community had their own community. You know what I mean?
Or just,
I,
I mean, I don't know, I'm saying like people that, like as far as like black and foundational black Americans and, I'm saying ADOS and, what I'm saying, like, people that are B1 or whatever, I never heard them being homophobic, like they wouldn't accept people that
right.
are LGBTQ. So I don't understand like why they feel the need to separate themselves and align with white supremacy when you've never been rejected collectively from any part of the community anyway.
Right. You might have fucking had a bad moment with your parents or something, but after a little while, your parents got hip to it and fucking they accepted you for who you were. You know what I
Right.
mean? And mainly they didn't accept it because it went against your fucking religion, i.e. Christianity, i.e. that's what the fuck I've been saying all night. You know what I
Right.
mean?
And then if you want to get mad at somebody, it wasn't no black people that put that Christian stuff in your head because we already went through even on this live stream about where Christianity came from. So you still directing that anger at the wrong place.
Right. So like let's just really put it out there, you know what I mean? Like because I want people to understand. Do I think that sometimes black folks get portrayed in a bad light when it comes to the LGBT community? Absolutely. But do I think that there's a real you know, homophobia or transphobia in the black community? Not really, because there's so many black men that's fucking with trans girls, and there's so many motherfucking gay black men, and that's in the churches and in your family. You all have at least one gay black cousin or fucking uncle or something. Every single black person in this motherfucking room does. I don't really get two shits what none of y'all say. And if you say you don't, you just don't know it, or
If you
you
say
haven't
you don't, it's
accepted it.
probably you yourself, and you just ain't trying to put it out there like that, and that's
You know what I
fine. You
mean?
know what I'm saying?
Like
Like we
that
ain't
shit is
mad at you.
bullshit. Like there's always at least one gay, cousin, and he always coming around with his friend. You know what I mean? Or her friend, right?
Right.
So fuck out of here. Like every single last one of us have that shit. Like, miss me. And niggas is not out here fucking just kicking out fucking, your
No,
LGBT relatives left and right. That's not how that shit
no,
works.
not
You know
at
what I
all.
mean?
The
So
thing is just it's about boundaries.
yeah, it is. It's about respecting boundaries. But the thing is I don't think the LGBT community has respect for boundaries, to be honest.
No, no, they
And I
don't.
think the number one thing is when you look at the trans group, how they are always specifically looking for straight men. That shows they have zero respect for your boundaries as a straight man.
Yep, that's facts.
That's what I think it is. I don't care what nobody say. You know what I
That's
mean?
facts. Yeah, I just wanted to answer this comment real quick. Alicia had asked if I was live on my channel too. Yeah, I'm live on my channel too.
Yeah, hopefully you don't get no strike.
I don't see why they would strike this. I don't even
Yeah.
be caring about that shit. As long as they monetize the shit, I don't give a fuck. But what the only thing that I be worried about is when with the music when they don't monetize it. That's some annoying shit. Because the the owner of the license of the music gets the money that the added
Mhm.
revenue instead of like the creator, which is kind of some bullshit. But
Right.
you know what I'm saying?
See, and Shatir, you're right. I think LGBT groups are habitual line steppers, and
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
there is actually a club out here in Sacramento, right? It's called Faces, right? And for a long time, the only hip hop club that you can find was actually inside Faces. They had a back room that they had a separate area for hip hop, right? So you if you wanted to go to the one and only hip hop club, you know what I mean, with black folks and shit, you would have to go to Faces, which is the gay club. Okay. When you went there, I only went there one time, you know what I mean? Because of this, because they are habitual line steppers. You fucking say, nah, I don't swing that way. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's nice. You being polite. Oh, but I bet you I can suck your dick better than your girlfriend can. Yeah,
What?
but I didn't ask that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I already
I
told
didn't
you I'm
ask.
not with that shit. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you. But come on, I won't tell nobody. No, I'm good. Thank you
And
very
see,
much.
the
I
thing
already
is,
told you.
like,
And I used to tell people all the time. I used to tell them, this is what I used to tell people. After I went there, I said, now I understand what fucking women go through.
right. Right, because you being disrespectful on a whole bunch of levels with that kind of shit. For one, you talking about what you about to do when somebody already got a partner that they with. You know what I'm saying? I'll do this, and you know what I'm saying, like, and better than your girl. Okay, well, I already got a girl, first of all, and second of all, man, if some random female came at me like that, I'd be like, I wonder how many diseases your weird ass got. Get the fuck away from me. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? I'm trying to chill here and enjoy my drink, and here you come with this bullshit. You must be high as
right.
fuck. You know what I'm saying? Go
Like,
back to that table and sniff the rest of that powder off the table, talking that hot shit.
yeah, I've been
You know,
I've been
like,
hit on by gay and trans folks before, and I politely tell them, no, I'm not with it. Good looking though, thank you, but I'm not with it. Oh, come on though, and then they always want to push that line. But I'll suck your dick better than your girl do, or I'll do this better than your girl do. I'll put it on. It's like I don't care.
try walking away and shutting up better than my girl do that.
Right. And they think it's
Goodbye.
okay. And it's okay. And that would be what women call sexual harassment.
Right.
But there is
Yeah.
no sexual harassment law for men being sexually harassed by LGBT groups.
Yeah, that's facts. I'll sue the
Funny
fuck
how
out of
that
a
works out, huh?
motherfucker if some shit like that was going on in the workplace. Please believe it. I'm suing the fuck out of your ass, and I'm calling the EEOC. I'm
Right,
absolutely doing that shit. I don't give two flying fucks how many people laugh at me or whatever. I'm taking your ass all the way to the Supreme Court with that shit.
right,
You're gonna be in the news, you sick fuck.
right, right. That's real shit. I've known them to groom younger men too by buying them. Yeah, they do that. And
I'm
this is the
sure.
thing. But we never call, and you know why? Because if we call out LGBT, it's kind of like calling out the Jews, right? When you say, well, the Jews had just as much of a hand in the slave trade as fucking white people, right? They'll, oh no, that's anti-Semitic, right? You do that shit to LGBT, and you say LGBT be grooming men, young men. They groom them by buying them gifts and buying them this and buying them that, and then saying, "Hey, well, let me suck your dick," and
While you can
fucking
freely sit there and say, "Well, black sold blacks into slaves," and you can call any man who
right,
don't agree with you toxic, but
right. And you can call me a homophobe for calling this shit the fuck out. You can call me a transphobe for calling this shit out. You know what I
right.
mean? But I can't call y'all out for this shit. This is I don't I don't understand the double standard. You
I
know what I
get
mean?
it.
And there's plenty of LGBT folks out there who are groomers, not putting a race on it or anything. Just LGBT group people who groom, who habitually commit sexual assault by filling on your ass, who, you know, sexual harassment by keeping on fucking bugging you after you say no. I'm
Well,
good.
and another thing with LGBTQ people that LGBTQ people need to stop doing is like stop trying to like somehow act like your issues that you have are in any way, shape, or form associated with like
Black
what
folks
black
shit.
people went through.
It's not.
Because the thing is here's the difference. Here's another fundamental difference, and white people need to listen to this shit too, and just shut the fuck up while you're listening. When it comes to dealing with black people were perfectly okay with separate but equal. The only
Mm-hmm.
problem is that we got shit on with our separate but equal, but when we built our own separate but equal, everybody burned it the fuck down.
Right.
LGBTQ people want to force integration and force themselves onto everybody and force their ideas onto everybody. And everybody's just not either willing or ready to accept that kind of stuff. It's not the same. We were content with separate but equal. It was other motherfuckers who couldn't leave us the fuck alone. In you
Mm-hmm.
guys' case, it's y'all who just continues to force yourself on everybody, and just everybody ain't on it and don't want to hear that shit.
Right. And I think he's right when he said they are the original catfish as well. They use faceless profile pictures, acting
Mm-hmm.
as if they're females and shit, or they use fake ones.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Where they'll have their face all done up and they'll do it in an angle where, when they take their picture, they look real feminine. And it's like, oh shit, that's a female, right? And then you find out, nope, not a female. You know what I mean? That shit is catfishing. That shit is dishonest. Like, there's plenty, and I say this shit all the time. There are plenty of dudes out there that is totally fine with it. It's 2021. There's many dudes that's down with, hooking up with trans. As a matter of fact, I just seen an interview. This guy, fucking black dude, young black kid, had it been like 17, 18, maybe 19 or 20. They were like, this girl goes up to him. She goes, um, what would you rate me or something like that? Um, And then he goes, "Oh, you're about an 8." You know what I mean? And then fucking was like, "Oh, hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about, right?" And then fucking, he was like, "Yeah, I only date trans." You see what I'm saying? And she goes, "Wait, you think I'm trans?" And this was a real female, so she got offended. You know what I mean? And shit. You know what I mean? But he said, "I only date trans women." So there's plenty of dudes out there that will date trans.
Right.
Like, stick with that. That's cool. There's no problem with that. That's okay. You know what I mean? So, I think there needs to be more lines, and there isn't. Like, I don't even remember fucking, I don't ever remember fucking voting on, being called straight, moving it to being called cis. I don't even remember that shit. You know what I mean? Like, I didn't know we took a poll of that. But that's LGBT. They changed that shit to cis. You know what I mean? That's why I was telling you that we need to stop doing drag makeup as as a collective of women. Absolutely, I agree with that too. Women, stop doing your makeup like these drag queens out here, because motherfuckers, like, they're getting real good in their medical practices, making you know making like themselves look like women. You know what I mean? Well, I'm not going to say most because I can't say most, but I know for a fact there is an epidemic of trans women who get with straight men, call them out and call them gay. You know what I mean? And then when that dude, because you've sullied his reputation, when he's pissed off, you know what I mean? And shit, he goes back and he hurts you, beats you up, or kills you. Now everybody want to say it's transphobia. Well, that's not transphobia. That's a domestic issue. You know what I mean? That's a domestic issue. You was dating that motherfucker. Like, I can show you about 5 or 6 cases, you know what I mean, easy as fuck, of where they keep on, labeling them as trans murders, and it's because of the transphobia, when they were literally murdered by the dudes that they were dating.
Right.
Not some random dude that was like, fuck you, trans motherfucker, and then killed him. Like, that's not what it was. Don't get me wrong. Are there trans murders that happen that aren't based on domestic violence? Yes. But a lot of them motherfuckers is based upon domestic violence. I woke up one morning to find out I was a cis female. Well, ain't this some bullshit? Right? I woke up one day and someone says, "You're a cis male," and I says, "No, I'm a black male." And they were like, "No, you're cis." And I was like, "No, I'm black." And they were like, "Yeah, I understand that, but you're a cis black male." And I was like, "No, I'm a black male." And they were like, "No, it's just another word for straight." I said, "Yeah, I'm a straight black male." "Yeah, you're cis." "Yeah, straight." That's
Shatera
what
want
I
to know when
am.
the Shatera want to know when the BPGTOW meeting is.
Big
Black
town.
black people going our own way. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the politics, fuck the political system. That shit ain't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? We got motherfuckers on a Democrat plantation and other motherfuckers on a conservative plantation, both point fingers at each other, talking about they on a damn plantation when we all on one, and
Yeah.
neither of they dumbasses gets it.
They don't
I don't.
recognize that they're still on a plantation and shit.
Right.
Meanwhile, you know what I mean?
Y'all having plantation wars on the damn plantation and shit.
Right? Plantation parties and then plantation wars. Jesus Christ, you guys are just as bad as these gangbangers out here. Like, that's real shit.
Yeah. That's
Y'all
actually
fucking
what it is.
political motherfuckers is just as bad as these damn gangbangers out here. Like,
Mhm.
real shit.
Yeah, that's all it is. Political gangbanging and shit.
Yup. Political
You know what I'm saying?
gangbanging.
And ain't gonna get shit out of it. Ain't gonna get nothing. It's the same as feminism. It's the same as LGBTQ. It's the same as liberalism. Fight to the death and ain't gonna get shit out of it. You'd think motherfuckers would know that shit by now.
I'm a liberal Democratic crip, cuz.
Right.
I'm a
Right.
conservative blood.
Look, you see the C on my hat? No, I'm just playing. You
You
know
know
what
what I
I'm saying?
I'm a
Like
conservative blood.
right. Yeah, you know how they do it.
I can't even talk like that, bro. I couldn't do that shit, bro. You know what I mean?
A bum conservative. You
Yeah,
know what
right.
I'm saying?
America itself is a plantation. Absolutely. It
Yeah,
is
this is
what
the
it is.
biggest. This is the business of racism. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
United States Corporation of America. The product is racism.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So, man, I think I'm about done. I need to go get something to eat, man. I ain't getting nothing to eat, man.
Yeah,
You know
shit.
what I
That's what's
mean?
up, bro. We can wrap it up. You know what I'm saying?
Political set tripping up in this motherfucker. What you
That's
want,
really
cuz?
what it is. You see how Larry Elder was looking like he had his hand on the strap. You know what I'm saying? Right.
Oh, dog face ass elders and shit.
Right. Oh man. Looking like
Dog
Ice Cube,
face.
sounding like Ben Shapiro, you know?
Right. 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 You fucking weirdos. Anyways, we've covered a lot, man. And I know my channel is going to get a strike for this shit. You know what I
Nah,
mean? But
it ain't gonna get on a strike.
listen, but I put it on there. I do not own any rights to this song, just a review. Tom MacDonald is stupid as fuck. So it is what it is.
That's
You know what I mean?
hilarious. That's hilarious.
You know, it is what it is. Hold on real quick. Let me change the title. Let me see. 93. Let me explain. Let me see. Let's edit.
I would keep the title the same.
Yeah, I'm just gonna add own. I do not own. Dang. There we go. I think that's it now. Yeah. Own. I do not own any rights to this song. There it is. Right there. All right, man. I think I'm about done, bro. You done?
Yeah, man. I'm about to hit the sack, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
I'm
the
about to hit
nut
the
sack.
weight.
Look, bro, it's 2021. You can just be who you be, bro.
Ha!
Big shout out to Sunday Night
Look,
Smoke.
it sounds like we had one of them bars. Look, I'm saying I'm about to have the Larry Elder face, like right, right.
Nigga,
say, say what, nigga? You know what I'm saying?
I guess. All right, man. So
Oh,
yeah, Tom
dude.
MacDonald is stupid as fuck. I explained it. I
That's
don't own any
hilarious.
rights to this song. It was just a review. We also talked about atheism and Christianity a little bit. And then we got into the LGBT shit. And I know this is going to ruffle some feathers, but ladies and gentlemen, listen. Y'all got to start coming with a little bit more logic. And you don't get to automatically just say, if you don't like me because you find out that I'm trans and that's transphobic. That's not logic.
Yeah, and
Okay.
nobody doesn't just doesn't like you. Like that's you not liking yourself. You know what I'm saying? Like I've had issues again. Everything that I've ever said, every criticism of LGBTQ that I've ever said has been issues with definitions and issues of politics. I don't have no issue
Mhm.
with anybody as a person.
Right.
If
As a
if a
person.
Yeah, I mean, if
Yeah.
you a straight heterosexual male or whatever, straight heterosexual female, and you just happen to be a piece of shit, you a piece of shit. But if you
Right.
happen to be LGBTQ, I can't call you a piece of shit because of your gender that you identify with, and it's not traditional. Get the fuck out of here. That
Yeah.
means that you have more rights than other people. And if you actually about equality, then why the fuck y'all out here trying to get rights that other people have?
Right.
Don't
Well,
have.
it's the
You know
same
what I'm saying?
because they're on the same agenda as feminism, and feminism is not about equal rights. Feminism is about motherfucking women having more rights. So
Right.
it's giving women the ability to motherfucking be the modern woman, but still expect classical ideals that literally come from the patriarchy that they want to dismantle so bad.
Yeah, and I don't understand. I don't understand the purpose of feminism. I don't understand the purpose of white supremacist feminism because white women benefit from the white patriarchy. So I don't even understand.
Mhm.
That's why I don't understand any
Why
of
black
that.
women? Yeah, I don't understand why black women would ever call themselves
I
feminists.
I would like to see how white people sold black women uh feminism, because to me it's just like, I mean, I if I was a black woman, I would be sitting there thinking like, okay, like if I was a black woman, feminism would make sense if I was a divester, because then you're getting the benefits of dealing with a white man specifically.
Right, right.
But you're only
But it's
getting those
still
benefits through white men.
right, but that's still questionable in my book because they're not going to get that respect.
You're not going to get that respect. You're only going to get it from like trickle down resources and shit. You're not going to
Right.
get like social respect.
Right. You're not
Yeah,
gonna
no,
get
I
no
get
kind of
that.
real respect. So, so it's like for me, it's like fuck feminism because that comes from a white woman's ideology. It doesn't come from black women. It does not, help black women. Show me where feminism has helped black women because they haven't. You know what I
No.
mean? When white women wanted the right to vote, it was for white women. That was
Hmm.
feminism. It wasn't black women, it was white women.
It's the same
And
thing as every political movement. Like it's like, oh, come on, kumbaya, we're one big family. Oh well, we got our rights. See you later. You niggers still can't vote. Like,
right. Like like it doesn't make no sense. Do I think that women and I don't know what happened to Sasha, the Sasha chick. I don't know. You know.
who is Sasha? I don't think I know who that is.
S- Somebody some trans person came in and said that we was killing, black folks was killing trans people.
I mean, was
I
that a
believe that's the
trans
one.
was that a trans black person that said that?
No, it was a trans white person, I believe, if I remember
Oh,
correctly, but I can't remember, bro, to be completely honest.
why is it that black trans and black LGBTQ never call out white people, but white LGBTQ and white trans can think that they can run around and call everybody out? How come the black LGBTQ and the black trans community haven't identified that and challenged the white LGBTQ community to say, why is it that we don't have the same authority to go around dragging people as you?
Because they don't because when black LGBT groups and LGBT folks call them out, what they always ultimately turn it into is a sexual thing, a gender situation. It's not a race issue; it's a gender situation. And
Hmm.
we understand we're with you in this fight, sister. You know
Right.
what I mean? Like that's what they do. And it's like, and then they all turn around and they be like, oh, okay, yeah, yeah, I get it, I get it. And this is what got a lot of people fucking saying, a lot of the black LGBT groups, they're like, yeah, this is why they are worried. Like I've literally heard it from a lot of people that I like, that I really, 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 really like. You know what I mean? And
Right.
like my homegirl in Gozi, she's a gay woman. She's a lesbian woman. She's a great person, but she's always like acting as if like the LGBT has her back. Like
Right.
it's you know not as much, you know, but when I first met her, that's what I was hearing. You know what I mean? And it was like, Jesus Christ, this is questionable. You know what I mean? But
Look.
she's a great girl. That's what I'm saying. She's a beautiful woman, and she shouldn't be fucking standing up for fucking LGBT. She should be standing up for black LGBT folks.
I think Shatera is talking about that one non FBA, that
She said
one
we
non.
were conspiring with black men.
You remember that video? Like way back in the day, we did that. We did that reaction live stream to that one trans LGBTQ woman, and it was a non FBA, and she was she was mad as fuck talking about black women was talking about black women was.
Oh, oh, that bitch.
You
Oh,
remember
is that
that?
the bitch that you we're talking about?
I think that's who she's talking about. She
I
was like,
don't know
and
whatever
and
happened to
the
her.
these black women are killing us. Remember her? I think that's
Yeah,
what she's
now
talking
I
about.
remember that shit. That
She looked like
weirdo.
she looked like Mr. Cleo.
Yeah, whatever. That's a weirdo right there. That was a weirdo. I don't fucking ever remember what the fuck I don't like, to be honest, I don't really step my foot into the whole LGBT area. You know what I mean? Like too often. But when I do, I have my beliefs and it is what it is.
She said that she said that black women was conspiring with black men. But look, it's some black men that be saying that black women was conspiring with they was conspiring with slave owners and shit. Like everybody be saying motherfuckers is conspiring with everybody. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
because
Like,
we all, but look, we have proof that bed wenches did, but we also have proof that coon niggas did conspire with white folks.
oh, for
You know what I
sure.
mean?
Like South Central Elder. You know what I'm saying?
Right. There's a straight chick by the name of Cynthia that is pleased with the killing. Oh, Cynthia G. She's talking about Cynthia G.
That's
Yeah, I've
hilarious.
never liked the Cynthia G. I've never been her biggest fan. Because I think, like I've always, and look, I might catch a little bit of shit for this shit, but the fact of the matter is, I've always felt Cynthia G has always been just looking for a way around by with being, to justify her saying I'm pro black, but at the same time date a white man.
That's funny.
You know what I mean? And that's just that's just I think she just wants to date white men, personally. And I'm like, look, sweetie, you can date whatever dude you want to date. And you know what I mean? You know,
Oh wait, hold on. That was today. It was a while. I missed all that shit. I don't know what the fuck went
yeah,
on.
look, at the end of the day,
Did she
I'm
call
not even
anybody? Did she call anybody a bullet bag? If she did, send me the clip because that shit's funny.
look, at the end of the day, look, at the end of the day, if Cynthia G wants to have that perspective, okay, fine, but don't bitch at me and don't bitch no more about fucking, if that's the attitude you want, then you don't get to no longer bitch about black men. You know what I mean? You know, you don't if you want to say that she was pleased that young black men are dying or being killed, then you don't get to bitch about black men and start dating white men and leave everything else behind. Like it's over. It's a done deal. Like there's no more reason to fucking even have that conversation at this point. You know what I mean? Oh, I love my white boo. Go get with your white boo. Go find your little white boo. That's gonna take your old ratchet ass. Go get with them and go fuck with the nigga. It's just that simple. Like why are we still having this conversation? Why is she so caught up on fucking black men anyway? You know what I mean? It's if you hate black men as much as you do, okay, then go find yourself a white man or a Latino man or an Asian man and fucking deal with that shit. Quit bitching about it. Like she is the equivalent to a black male incel. She is a black woman incel, bitching about these dudes that she want but she can't get. Mad. She date white men. I used to be able to watch her, but it got too much. Um, she says she's never dated a white dude, and she said that the only white dude that you can claim that she dated, she was only using him for his money. That's what
Oh,
she said.
she said
But
that.
yeah, that's what she said. But I call bullshit to that. Okay. She lived in Seattle. She's dated white men before.
Me personally, I could give a shit less. You know what I'm saying? But it's that shit. That shit is all just funny to me. But at the
I don't
same
give a shit
on
who
the
the fuck
on
you
the
date. You want to date whoever the fuck you want to date. I don't really give two shits. Not my
on
problem.
on the same token though, it was a lot of motherfuckers like making fun of that woman when Chad Wheeler beat her up. You know what I'm saying? And like that shit was just as not cool
Which
to me.
one? Which
The
one?
bl- the the NFL player Chad Wheeler, he beat up that black woman that he was dating and shit,
Oh,
and they ain't even
oh,
do shit
okay.
about that shit. They,
Right.
I mean,
And
the
no black
motherfucker.
women, every black woman I saw was giving that motherfucker every single excuse in under the fucking sun. Oh,
Well,
he was mentally ill, or you
Well, my
know,
thing is motherfuckers was making fun of her for getting beat up. And like my thing is I don't know these motherfuckers' relationship. I don't know shit about that lady, but I know Chad Wheeler is a piece of shit. And motherfuckers take that shit on social media and be like, oh, look. You know what I'm saying? Like, look at this. You know what I'm saying? Like this white man, he supposed to be your king, he beat your ass. You know what I'm saying? Like blah blah blah. But like at the end of the day, And then they do the same shit with black motherfuckers though. You know what I'm saying? Like when a black dude is like, you know what I'm saying, like with a white woman and some shit happen,
Right.
then you have
Oh,
the
see,
other
you
side
should
of them
see
motherfuckers like, look at
that's
this,
what
look at
you
this.
get for fucking with a white bitch.
But at the end of the day though, like how it should be is like motherfuckers say fuck all that shit and like look what the fuck is going on to black people, period. You know what I'm
I'm
saying? And
not gonna
motherfuckers don't
lie,
be on
I'm
that
guilty
shit.
as fuck for that. I'm
You ain't
I'm
shit.
absolutely guilty as fuck. See, that's what you get for fucking with that white boy. That's what you get for fucking with that white girl. I'm guilty as shit. I will
I
say that
know.
shit out loud. I don't even give a fuck. I never said I was perfect, motherfucker.
I
You
ain't
know what I
mad at
mean?
it, bro. I ain't mad
And
at
so
it.
I'll be
Yeah.
the first one to say that shit. Yeah, that's what you get for fucking with that white boy. Thought you was gonna get some, huh? You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie, that's me. I am that nigga. Oh well. Life's a bitch.
Shatera right though. Shatera's right, and I said that shit before. They get enjoyment out of the weirdest shit around here. They do. They really do. Like this is some motherfucking Pandora's box, Hellraiser type weird shit. Like I just be sitting here looking like, really? Like that's what y'all like? Okay, like that's what we're doing today. Alrighty then. You know what I'm saying?
Shit. I'll be a part of that group. Yeah, that's what you get, motherfucker.
Like.
Yep, I am petty as motherfuck. I will openly admit it.
That's
Yes.
hilarious.
I am petty
I've
as a
been known to
motherfucker.
pontificate on the dangers of white women. Yes, Shatera has done
Yes,
that.
Shatira has definitely done that. Okay, it is what it is. I do it. I do it all the time. It is what it is. I'm guilty.
Yep. And the
Guilty as
thing is, like,
charged.
and here's my thing, right? White people don't sit there and act like y'all don't, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all don't be like, oh, well, you know, like I warned you, you know what I'm saying? Like you, if you get with one
They
of
do
them,
that shit all the time.
you get with one of those darkies, you're not coming back home to my house.
Right,
So you know what
right.
I'm saying? Like, come on now, like, you know what I
Once you
mean?
go black, you can't come back. Oh, you got a mixed kid? Ah, you fuck with niggas. I can't fuck with you.
Oh yeah,
You
you
know
know
what I
they
mean?
do that. Yeah, that's why when we had that conversation about Kim Kardashian, did we have that conversation about Kim Kardashian? She'd never be
Yeah.
able to get she'd never be able to get a white dude worthwhile. Like she'd never be able to get like a Jeff Bezos or anything because white people so fucking racist. They gonna see her being with Kanye West and be like,
Kanye.
oh, you're shit
Yeah.
smudged for the rest of your life.
You have to fucking. But
Dude,
that's
her
kind of
pussy is the
like.
fucking size a fucking L train could run
But
through it.
let's just be honest. Let's just be honest. Well, I'm gonna be honest. We lightweight do that shit to black women too, though. You know what I mean? You
I don't
fuck
do
with a
that
white boy.
shit.
You fuck with a white boy. I start questioning all your motives, every single thing about you. I'm not gonna lie. I am just that petty.
I
Oh,
got a cousin that I got a cousin that's married to a white man that lives in Germany. Like I don't question that shit. You know what I'm saying? And her husband cool, but like I mean, she got a different
okay.
circumstance though. Like you live in a motherfucking European country though. Like that's different. You know what I'm saying? Because
Look,
I don't know too many German Negroes though. You know what I'm
look.
saying? It might be a couple.
They got some black folks in Germany. They got a whole bunch of
Is
black folks in Germany. I just
where
found
they
this out.
where they at?
They're on the fucking Air Force base mainly, and then they'll move out there, right? Then they'll move out there after all them white girls go crazy. Like, oh, black dick, oh, horse
Well,
penis.
I heard that a lot of them niggas that went out there for World War II because the white people here in the United States is so fucking
Right.
racist. The alleged
They
people who were so
stated.
racist in Germany
Yeah.
accepted them there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
They did.
What that tell
I
you about
mean,
what that tell you about here? You know what I'm saying? Tom MacDonald got his
yeah, but
history fucked up.
look, but still, you fuck with a white boy. I might just question some shit. I'm just gonna be honest about it. I might be like, okay, that's a
Listen, the way I am, man, I apply my policy across the board. I'm looking at your behavior. You know what I'm saying? Like if you with who you with, and like you with who you with, you with who you with. But like if you try to
look.
start
I
using
do
that motherfucker
too.
as a token, like I'm looking at you weird. Like
Look, I
you
do
do.
too, but I'm not gonna lie. If you a black woman, you fuck with a white boy, you gonna have some major steps to uphill. Like
Look, look,
I'm not
Bronzy
gonna
God
sit here.
said.
It is what it is. You can judge me all the fuck you want. I don't really
Look,
give two shits. You ask me, you ever fuck with a white girl? Sure have. And what? You
look,
know what I mean?
look,
And I'm a
look,
hypocrite. And I will
look,
say that shit. I don't care.
look,
I
Bronzy
don't
God said.
care.
Bronzy God said, "Izzy, nigga, low key, I do that shit too.
Right.
Low
Exactly.
key, nigga,
Listen.
low key, nigga,
Look.
I
Look,
do
I
that
think
shit
there's
too."
a lot of black men out here that do that shit. You know what I mean? I'm just like, okay.
Well, here's the thing, though. Okay, so like, but here's the real thing, though. Low key, a lot of black men do that shit, right?
Yeah.
But high key, all white men do that shit. You're not.
Yeah, I won't argue with that.
Yeah, like all white motherfuckers do that shit. Like
Yeah, I
if
won't.
you're a white man and you fuck with a black woman, motherfuckers are looking at you funny. If you're a white woman and you fuck with a black man, other white motherfuckers are looking at you funny. You know what I'm saying? So like
Yeah.
that just goes to show, like, you know what I mean?
I
The
low key
difference.
judge you. I'm not gonna bullshit. I do. I will low key judge you. I'll be like, okay, all right then.
See, like that's the difference with white people, though. They don't low key do it. You know what I'm saying? Like a white boy, you know what I'm saying? His sister would come in. Oh, what were you doing? Were you fucking burning coal all night? Mom and dad had dinner for us, and you weren't here. Were you being a fucking mud shark swimming through chocolate milk?
Mud shark. Oh yeah, we have our reservations as well when we see it. It is what it is, and I think black women do have their reservations when they see a black man with a white woman. I do. You know what I mean? I think they do have reservations. I mean, I think it's just kind of a, but I think black men do it a little bit more because it's so odd to see a black woman
Really?
with a white man. I
Really?
mean, I've been seeing it more lately, but that shit was totally an oddity, bro. Even when fucking Jungle Fever came out, you would see a bunch of niggas fucking with white girls, but you would never see no black women fucking with niggas. I mean, with white boys and shit, right?
Every time I used to go to Cedar Point, man, like when we used to go to Cedar Point way back in the day, like at the amusement park or like Geauga Lake, I would always be like, that shit is amazing to me. Like I'll be with my homies and shit, and they'd be like, "What?" And I'd be like, "Why the fuck? So many times do you see a white dude with a black woman, and he got like the coldest black woman that you ever seen, and like most times when you see a black dude with a white woman, like she takes
She
up the
ugly.
whole
She
row."
told.
Bro, she takes up the whole row in the fucking roller coaster, and her boyfriend got to sit behind her because it ain't no room on the motherfucking thing.
Toe
Like,
up from the motherfucking flow up.
why? Why is that?
Like,
Like,
are
nigga,
you
like,
serious?
what are you doing?
That's my rule. See, this is my rule on interracially dating. I'm not even gonna bullshit. My rule on interracially dating is I'm gonna find me a bitch that's so bad. Even a black woman's gonna be like, okay, okay, well, I can see that. I can understand that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, okay. You know what I mean? They might not like it, but they gonna be like, yeah, okay, okay. I'm gonna lean back on that real quick. You know what I mean? That's my rule. Like, if I'm gonna date a white girl, she's gonna have to be the cream of the crop.
Yeah, I mean, I ain't mad at that. You know what I'm saying? I ain't mad at that. My thing is, my thing is like, the thing that I
Good
don't think
credit,
black.
drives a BMW. Yeah, that shit.
Yeah, oh yeah, hell yeah. My
You know
thing
what I
is like,
mean?
as far as like people looking at the shit, like I don't think like I don't think black women really give a shit. I think the reason why they give a shit is because of the behavior. Like a lot of motherfuckers who tend to interracially date beat them like just motherfuckers who just like look, I'm with this individual, and look, you don't have a man, and I'm with this person because they're so much feminine and better. And it's like,
Well,
okay, like
I think that's a big
so
issue, right? I
yeah, so
agree
like
with you on
when they
that.
see a motherfucker, like they like it's so many niggas that act like that. When they see that shit, they gotta be like, well, let me step back real quick because this motherfucker might be one of them weirdo ass niggas.
Right
You know what
now,
I'm saying?
I agree with you, but I do think that black women do kind of look at you different when you dating a white girl. Like even on just off of GP status alone, right? Just on general principle, right? And but the thing is I do absolutely understand that perspective 150%, because for some odd reason, some of you Negroes, when you date a white girl, you be shucking and driving for that white woman like crazy,
Not
crazy,
even
crazy.
not even so much shucking and jiving for her, but like shucking and jiving for other black people. Like, look, this who I'm with. Look, see what I got. Like, they do the same shit with their relationship that they would do with a car or a watch or a chain. Like, yeah, you see this? Like, I'm better than y'all niggas because this is what I got. Like, nigga, ain't nobody on that shit. What the fuck wrong with you? That shit don't make you any better than anybody else. Like, you're now you're materializing your the person that you're with, and actually now you done made your relationship toxic, and that shit ain't gonna work.
Right. Well,
You
I
know what I
mean,
mean?
I do think I think niggas a lot of times be shucking and driving for they white women. I do.
That
I'm sorry. It's just
yeah,
it's the
they
same.
probably do.
It's the same thing as them niggas that be, throwing out them Samboisms, when they
Yeah.
around their white dude friends. They the same type. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that dumbass shit. Yeah, hell yeah, that shit too. Like,
You
what the
know,
fuck?
that's
I be
problematic
like,
as shit.
yeah, that's problematic as fuck.
You know what I mean?
That shit ain't cool at all. I be just sitting there looking like, what the fuck? Oh, this is my this is my black friend, and you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, and white dude like, oh yeah, this is my nigga. Like, what?
I always be looking at
You
niggas.
didn't just punch that motherfucker in the face?
I always look at niggas like really funny and shit when they be like, "Yeah, I'm dating this little white girl," and I'd be like, "Oh, okay," and like, I don't.
Yeah, like I don't understand.
All
Like
right.
that's like that. That's how the conversation initiates. Like you ain't got nothing else better to talk about. Like I don't think anybody like really cares who the fuck you're
Nobody
dating.
really
So
gives
like,
two shits about your little white girl.
yeah, that shit
You
crazy.
know what I mean? Like nobody really cares about your little white girl, bro. You know what I mean?
Like
You
that shit is weird. That shit is. But so many motherfuckers do that shit. Like, man, you see that shit on YouTube all the time, bro. You see that shit
know.
on YouTube
Yeah,
all
I
the
got me
time.
this
It's all
snow
over.
bunny. Okay, nigga. Seriously? Like that's that's
That's what you
that's
did
what you want to
today.
say right
Look,
there? Yeah, I got a snow
that's what
bunny. Like nigga,
that's
like really?
that's what you did today, huh? That was your productive day. Okay.
Like,
All right. Well,
uh,
I worked 12 hours, you know what I'm saying? Like, I came home, but that's what you did today though. Okay.
right.
You
Yeah, we
know,
supposed
like,
to be eye bucking when they say that.
yeah,
Really?
like, yeah.
Wow, what's that like, dude?
Right.
All right, no.
Right.
Alicia, I liked it her comment. She said, I don't like it when black men allow white girls to call them the N-word. Like, I don't either. I'm not big on that shit.
My thing is like, but that's some shit that I don't understand. Like, I don't understand that shit.
Yeah,
Like,
you'll never if I ever like date white women or any race, I don't really give a fuck what race they are. They'll never say that shit at all. Because the fact
yeah.
of the matter is I check so many motherfuckers around me for saying nigga in front of me.
Not at all. Like,
If you're not black, you don't say that shit around me at
at
all.
all. Well,
At
and then the
all.
thing that's crazy is a lot of times, you know what I'm saying, like motherfuckers and this is some shit that I truly don't understand it. And motherfuckers might look at me like I'm kind of crazy. Like when black men date those extra urban white women, like I don't want to call them acting.
Oh, the wigger
I
bitches.
Yeah, I don't want to say acting black because like acting ignorant is not equivalent to acting black. So I'm gonna just say like extra urban. Like when you're with an extra urban chick, how are you having the complaints that you have and saying all of this stuff about
About
black
black
women,
women, but
but
then
you
you get with a
literally,
white woman that do the
yeah,
same shit.
like I don't understand that. And it's the same thing with like them motherfuckers that date them white dudes that's like, you know what I'm saying? Like you would date you with like a Tom McDonald, like you don't like black men, but you dated this white black man.
Right. This white boy that try to act so nigga, it's not even funny. You
Right.
know what I mean? Or
Like
the
you
white
clearly
Rastafarian and shit. It's like you couldn't find a real Rastafarian.
I don't
Like,
understand that shit because like if you have so much of a problem with black women, your answer to that is to seek someone who is trying to be a black woman. Like I don't get that shit. Same thing with like a lot of the like the black women who have so much of a problem with black men. So you're
Mm-hmm.
seeking a white man who like you could actually get with like a white man who actually got some white privilege, but you gonna get with a white dude that's like
A
like
white
purposely trying to
sacrifice?
be you try yeah,
Really?
a purposeful white sacrifice. I don't understand that shit. Like if you're a black woman and you like white men, you should be with Ashton Kutcher. You should be with motherfucking Brad Pitt. You should be with that motherfucker Jax from Sons of Anarchy. Like that would make sense to me. You know what I'm saying?
Like
Like
that
I
shit
don't
is weird, bro.
I
That
don't
shit is
understand
weird. That shit is
that.
weird.
Like
Like I cannot fuck with. Look, I got minimal requirements when it's white women. Like, bitch, if you don't have at least a 750 credit score, bitch, I am not fucking with you. If you don't got motherfucking a nice car, a 750 credit limit, and about to buy a house, fuck you, bitch. You're fucking
right.
broke. I'm not dealing with you.
Like you come to the party and like you know what I'm saying you got like a female cousin like I'm done with black men, I'm done with black men, and then she pull up with Paul Wall and he like yeah what's the what it do
What it
what
do,
it do
Woody?
is
What it do,
you know what I'm
Woody?
saying you know what I'm saying, then he smiling, he got the grill, what it do is you know what I'm saying, like you know I got my business back there in Texas, you know what I'm saying, we over here sipping on they're
You
like damn
heard
nigga,
me.
this motherfucking white dude more black than me and shit, nigga, like you said you don't like black men but you pulled up with Paul Wall, what the fuck?
Really? What is that about? Really?
That
Come
shit
on,
like what?
stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You know that
Man, I
nigga is
would come
simp.
chill with you, but I gotta sit sideways for a couple minutes right
I gotta
quick.
sit sideways. I gotta go get me some lean right quick. Like the fuck?
Right.
But
You
what I
know,
have been
like
noticing is an uptick in white women. What I have noticed is there is an uptick in square white women fucking with the most hoodest, most dope boy fucking friendly fucking nigga, like
that
these
shit makes sense
super
though.
hood niggas. Like
That shit makes sense.
that shit is weird to me, bro.
It's weird, but it makes sense.
It's like you fucking dating this ugly hood nigga. This nigga
Like,
ugly as shit.
what's
Like
that
the
chick name
fuck?
that 50 Cent was with? What's that woman's name that 50 Cent was with?
Who? Vivica Fox?
Chelsea
Oh,
Handler.
Chelsea Handler. Oh, okay.
Like that shit makes sense. If he happened to get with like Iggy Azalea, that shit wouldn't make sense to me. Like, nigga, what is you doing?
It doesn't make sense that shit don't make no sense to me.
Why you say that? Why you say that?
Because, well, it makes sense in the sense of this. Like, clearly, she got with this nigga because it's a fetish.
Yeah, I
That's the
think so.
only way it makes.
She
That's
did.
the
She
way it
did.
makes
Yeah,
sense. Yeah.
I think she did for sure. Especially after she made them comments that she made. Oh, I had to remind 50 Cent that he was a black dude. I don't think you have to
Right.
remind that nigga he was black. The nigga got shot 9 times and used to sell dope.
Right.
What
Like,
you talking about?
like I think it's just a fetish thing. Like for
Yeah.
me, like when I see super square ass white girls with super ultra thug niggas, I'm like, that's clearly a fetish. Like you do know this shit, right, my nigga? You know you're not turning that bitch, right? You know that, right?
Right.
Like that's not gonna happen. Like you know, as soon as Chad graduates from college with his med degree, you know you're gonna be dropped off, nigga, right?
Yeah. Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Chelsea Handler ain't never made no damn sense.
Fuck you, man.
50, God, what are you talking about? You're thinking about voting for Trump. You're a black man, for fuck's sake. Like, shut the fuck up.
You're a black man.
Oh, shit, man.
Fucking A. All right, man. You kept me on here even longer now talking about
Look,
this
you
shit,
gonna blame
man.
that shit on me.
I'm blaming you, Negro. You, Negro. It's all your fault. I mean, got us on a subject that I just like to talk shit about, man.
Yeah, that shit funny, nigga. Fuck it.
Just don't bring Becky to the cookout with
the raisin potato salad. No, I don't even fuck with regular potato salad, man. Raisin potato salad, man.
Really? No. That's where we're going. But I would kick a fucking white girl in her head if she said I made some potato salads. What's
Nigga, I
wrong?
would kick anybody with some potato salad, but I would punch a motherfucker with some raisin potato salad.
You just stop it, bitch. Leave that shit the fuck here and then throw it away as soon as we
Every
get
time I
home.
hear that shit, like you know what I'm saying? Like my lunch started to come back up a little bit.
Little starts curling and shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I start looking like Larry Elder with Gavin Newsom's in my sight.
Oh shit. Fucking
Ugh.
weirdos. Oh, Chelsea Handler with Joe Coy.
Who
Oh,
is
that's
Joe
that.
Coy?
He's a EDM DJ and shit.
Who?
That's what he is. He's an EDM DJ.
What's the EDM DJ?
He's a DJ that plays EDM.
What the fuck is I don't know what the fuck EDM is. What is it?
It's electronic music. It's
Oh,
fucking
is it
weird sounds and
is that
and boom, 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 boom.
yeah, that's what I was just electronic dance music. Okay. Got you. Okay.
You know, it's like
Gary, is
you
that something that the Jesuits came up with?
know. If you guys don't know, Gary, the Scottish unicorn is in the house, and he represents the Jesuits all day long.
Look,
Okay,
he said, "Hey, it was that."
hey, it was that.
Jesuit jiving.
He's like Jesuit jiving.
Oh
I once
shit.
mistakenly called him a fucking leprechaun. He was like, "Hey, I'm not no leprechaun. I am not Irish." He, he was
You remember
he
when
was like, "We believe in unicorns."
look he
I was so weak.
man, do you remember that flat that's I can't remember if he was Scottish or Welsh, but you remember that flat earther pantomath that you and him used to be going back and forth? Look,
Fanta was
Gary.
a fucking. He was so angry. He was such an angry flat earther. Like Jesus Christ, bro! It's only flat Earth. It's okay.
Is he
You
a
know what I
racist
mean?
cunt?
You racist cunt. I wasn't a
Oh,
racist cunt until I fucking told him he's a fucking weirdo for believing in flat Earth.
man, you was probably
Fucking A.
out of all the white people that you ever debated, you was probably the least racist to him. That's what the funny shit was.
I
That's
know.
what the funny shit was.
Most black folks in my stream had never heard of Jesuits until fucking Gary came, until GDM came in. You know what I mean? Because GDM with his capital is
Yeah,
all
with all
caps and shit. You Jesuit flunky!
Is it the racist? No, you gotta roll your tongue. Is it a racist tool of the Jesuits?
Racist tool of the Jesuits. We be talking about
Oh,
racism.
shit.
That's because of the Jesuits.
That's
You know
because
it's
you're
the
racist.
Jesuits.
That's because you're a racist Jesuit, mate.
Ah, I swear to God. Ah.
Oh shit.
GDM used to come in and have. We used to fucking this motherfucker and his goddamn Jesuits, bro.
That shit is
Like
hilarious.
real shit. We'd be talking about the Pope and shit. He'd be like, and they were run by the Jesuits. Like
Bronze,
Jesus,
bro. Man,
bro.
man, I swear I wish I had a recorded them fucking like 24-hour motherfucking screaming matches between you and
Look,
Bando.
this motherfucker was an idiot, bro. When you look out there, you can't see the curvature of the fucking earth, man. Are you fucking stupid? You can see it with your own eyes, you fucking dumbass.
Oh
Fucking,
my god. Him and Gary used to go at it too, man. That shit used to be funny as fuck.
fucking, he was a fucking idiot, bro. You don't
Him and
understand. You don't understand fucking science, do you? Then he turn around and be like, science has it all wrong. How does that make any sense, dummy? Like, really? This is what we're doing today, right? You're gonna
Man,
tell me I don't understand science and then say to me, science is wrong. Like, do I need to understand science if science is wrong?
that's what you need to understand about science. That is all wrong. All of it.
Oh man.
Look, do y'all
Open
remember
Bob's.
open bombs?
Open Bob's.
Hey, who was on Periscope back in the day when the fake Plies was on there? Y'all remember him?
Which one?
The fake Plies. Remember, you know the rapper, you know the rapper Plies, and it was a dude that was on there that used to act like Plies.
No, I don't remember that motherfucker.
He was like cool with Sig DeCarlo. You remember Sig DeCarlo?
Yeah, I remember sick.
Yeah, he was like cool with them.
I
Man,
don't know.
the fake Plies was funny as hell, man. That dude was so funny.
Remember child support God, nigga?
Yeah, CSG, yeah. Yeah. Hell yeah. CSG is my nigga, man. He's still around. He be on Instagram and shit. So this
Yeah,
crazy ass.
CSG, him and his dumbass
CSG,
shit.
see it like for real, CSG need to like all these niggas that's on YouTube, man. Like CSG, that's the real, like that nigga is like the patriarch or all of that Kevin Samuels type shit. Like that nigga was around talking that shit long time ago.
Right.
You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like he need to quit
Right.
claiming his
He
throne.
is the prince of MGTOW, incel, and
Yeah.
motherfucking red pill, nigga, all in one.
Who is that? Child support god?
Child support God.
Yeah, bro.
That nigga is
Yeah.
the prince of that shit.
Yes, nigga.
Like
Like
real
that nigga's the
shit,
prince
bro.
of all of that shit. Like he was the one, like nigga, he was doing that shit back in the before they had all them acronyms, nigga. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Way before. He was way before he would fucking be talking fucking shit about black women and shit. Niggas was
Crazy.
getting mad. Motherfuckers would be mad. Fuck you, CSG. I used to have fun with CSG. CSG, he would bring me up on his fucking on his stream and shit. He'd be like,
Yeah.
"Protect these black broads." You know what I mean? I'd be like, "Man, how you gonna hate?" You know what I mean? And then he kicked me off. You're like, "Yeah, motherfucker, fuck you." Kiss her.
CSG
And
was
his
cool, man.
and all of his little white fucking all of his white funkers would be like, "Yeah, way to do it that shit to Dizzy. Fuck him. He's a
Right.
fucking racist anyway."
Right, and then when you would do the pro black atheist scopes on Sunday, CSG would be right in there. Share this shit out. Yeah, the nigga bitch
The nigga
commandments.
bitch
That
commandments. The
nigga.
nigga bitch commandments.
I
Lord
tried to
have
get him to
mercy.
call into a stream with me one time, man.
Oh, the nigga bitch commandments. Oh shit. That shit is funny.
Yeah,
Oh
CSG
Lord
used to
have
be
mercy.
he used to be comedy, man. Like I used to, man, them people would be in his videos so mad. I'd be like, man, this fool is just trolling y'all, man. Like this nigga is just a big ass troll. Like
Trolling all the
all,
time. I
all
remember
the
that fool try to
time.
call in. I started asking him a whole bunch of questions and shit. I was like, "Hey, my nigga, you love white women so much." He was like, "Yeah, nigga, yeah." I'll be like, "How many white women you ever been with?" "None, my nigga. Not yet. Not yet, nigga. Not
Man,
yet."
I'm
You know
driving
what I
down
mean?
I-95. My phone fucking up is I'll holla at you, bro. Keep it real. You know what I'm saying?
And then fucking, I remember the first time that nigga came to my shit. Let me up, let me up, let me up. And then fucking that nigga was like, "I got with my first white bitch, nigga." Oh my god. Like, he's a fucking damn fool, bro. Like real
He a
shit.
fool.
He
He was
was
a
a
fool,
fucking
man.
fool, bro.
Yeah, but that nigga was
God
good people's though.
damn.
He was good people's though, for real, for real. That's my nigga, man.
Oh shit. You've kept me on here so long, and I'm gonna only be able to eat this SA food, man.
You gonna blame it on me again? You said SA food?
Yeah.
What you got, an empanada?
The only thing that's open is the Mexican restaurant down the road.
Hola.
You know what I mean? Work with a whole bunch of white folks working in there. They got like 3 white folks working in there. It's funny.
Man, I think I can't remember. I can't remember. I think it might have been I think Shatera might have actually went in there. Man, that day's child support God had a bad day because Shatera got in the beam and got his ass together, and then Babe Bree got in the beam and got his ass together. Like it was like back to back to back. I was like, damn, CSG, they getting you today.
There was a lot of them days. I seen a lot of them days, but I wasn't much for going into other people's fucking scopes, to be completely honest. So
Yeah,
you
nah, I
know,
feel that.
I was never much on that. I would get on Periscope, do my thing, and get the fuck off of there.
Yeah, I feel it. I
Mm,
feel it.
wouldn't even show up for a whole week, nigga, and get back on that next week.
I
and
ain't even mad at it. I ain't even
be
mad
like,
at it.
fuck you niggas. You niggas got too much drama going on for me. I'm good.
Facts. Facts.
Good.
They be
Fucking
doing the
with.
same shit. They be doing the same shit on YouTube, man. That's why I be like,
They're doing the same shit on Twitter, my dude.
yeah, on Twitter.
They're
Fuck
on
all that.
Twitter
I'm
fucking
cool.
fighting and doing their clubhouse wannabe fucking Twitters and fucking
Yeah, just get Clubhouse.
like y'all motherfuckers. None of them motherfuckers was invited to Clubhouse, dude. That's the
You know,
point.
I don't think Clubhouse is taking I don't think they taking invites anymore. I think they just let you log on now.
Yeah, now you can. Yeah. What's
Yeah.
Periscope? And you spelt it wrong, Alicia. I just want to tell you, you misspelling ass. It's PERI scope. Okay, it's Periscope.
It's a place where it was like a whole bunch of Russians and a whole bunch of motherfuckers that were coming to your video talking about open bobs.
Right. So Periscope was a streaming service that you used to stream on, and we used to, have shows. Like I had a whole damn show that I would do every single Monday night for 4 hours, every single fucking Monday night, and different people would get on there doing different things and talking about different things, and we just it was a little community, man.
This nigga Izzy crazy ass actually got into it with like actual rappers. Like this nigga had like motherfucking this nigga had actual hip hop artists like beef with actual hip hop artists because of his scopes. That shit was
Yeah.
funny as fuck.
Yeah, I went like bad on fucking
Was that Talib
that
Kweli?
Talib Kweli. Fuck that motherfucker. I still say fuck Talib. Still fuck that nigga, dude. I don't give two shits about that motherfucker.
Oh
I know who
shit.
the truth conductor is. I know truth
Do you
conductor. He
guys
was
know
a
who
good
the truth
dude.
conductor is? Yeah. Truth conductor
Yeah,
know who we are too. His ass on
yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah, me and Talib Kweli got into a Twitter battle, and then I started clowning his ass on Periscope because he's a little fucking hoe ass bitch. That's what the
That's
fuck he
funny as
is. Like
hell.
I don't care what nobody say. And that motherfucker said, yeah, that motherfucker
Yeah,
said
that shit
that
really happened and shit.
he said he would come down to Sacramento and smack me well, he said he'd come down to Sacramento and he would make me shut up. I said, nigga, you come down to Sacramento, I'm gonna smack you in your fucking face like a bitch. And like, and then all of his like little funkies came after me and shit, and
Mhm.
I ain't really give two shits, but I was dead serious, and I still am dead serious. If that nigga ever come anywhere where I am, I'm gonna smack that nigga in his fucking mouth, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah,
Right.
it got me put in fucking uh uh Twitter jail a couple of times. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's crazy, man. The Twitter jail shit. I
Yeah,
was
he got
tripping
me
when
put
I
in
seen that shit. I was like, this nigga petty as fuck. I'm like, he like really like you ain't got no time on your hands. You fucking with like regular niggas, like for real, like the fuck.
right. This nigga was like, he did a video. He did a video one time. This is so funny.
Fuck this old pro black atheist ass
Right.
nigga.
He was like,
You
he
know what
was
I'm saying?
talking
Like,
hella shit like
what?
this. And he's like, you lucky fucking out. He doesn't know who the fuck I am, right? So I did a video just like that shit. I was like, yeah, this old bitch ass nigga Talib Kweli, he don't know who the fuck I am. I wish that nigga ever would. I am the real motherfucking Izzy Eye nigga fucking, you know what I mean? Like, fuck that shit. I used to make fun of that nigga all the time. I hated him. I still do. I don't like that nigga worth of nothing. Fuck him.
That
But
shit's
Mos Def
funny.
go hard though. I much respect go out to Mos Def.
Oh
But
yeah,
Talib
hell yeah.
Kweli, you can suck my dick still, nigga. You know what I mean? It
That's
is what it
hilarious.
is, nigga. I don't really give two shits.
That's
Like,
hilarious.
and he got pissed off at me for not doing anything but asking him, like, can you provide evidence of the shit that you talking about? That's
That's
it.
hilarious.
That's it.
What the hell was that shit over? Like it
It
had
was
something to do with like ADOS and all
Yeah,
that
it
shit,
was
right?
over
Yeah,
ADOS because he was
yeah.
talking a whole bunch of shit about ADOS, like even when nobody was going after him, right? So I asked him, I says, "Hey, can you give me any kind of proof behind what you was talking about with ADOS, right? Because I'm interested." And that nigga kind of like went off on me, nigga, fuck you and all this other shit. Go look for yourself. I did a whole fucking article, and then fucking I was like, look, bro, I don't got no problem with you. I just want the information.
Right.
So he says, fine, I post this shit right now. I got all of it, right? So he goes off and posts this link to this article that he wrote. That was nothing but a whole bunch of accusations. And don't get me wrong, like there were some things in there that I knew to be true, but a lot of that shit was just a whole bunch of shit talking. And I'm like, my dude, like you doing too damn much. Like it's not that serious, bro. Like you going after this broad, like, like
So he was
mad
going
hard.
he was going after Yvette Carnell.
Yeah, he was going after Yvette Carnell and shit, and fucking I don't like Yvette Carnell. I'm not her biggest fan. That's why I asked him about that shit. You know what I mean? So I'm like, whatever. Yo, Izzy, how do you sense people really feel about Newsom in Sacktown? I feel they should have been recalled, but you living out there, uh, what do people feel? No, man, that recall was bullshit, bro. And no, we don't like Newsom. Nobody like Newsom, bro. He's a fucking fairy from Frisco, bro. Like, fuck out of here. Like Newsom, look, Newsom is a fucking piece of shit, bro, and everybody knows it. But the recall was a waste of time and a whole bunch of fucking money, bro. And that's how most people felt about it. It was like, dude, there's like what 6 fucking months left. Like,
Right.
chill the fuck out, bro. You know what I mean? And so it's like, that's how most people feel. It's kind of like, people didn't like, his kind of double standards and shit. And people called him out for his double standards and shit. But it wasn't so serious where they were like, oh, recall him for his double standard. Okay. Like,
Right.
it was dumb as shit, bro. The recall is dumb as the recall was even dumber than shit, bro. And there was no real reason to have him recalled, bro. Like
Right.
I'm gonna be straight up. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. Yeah, he's fucking a dumbass and shit. You know what I mean? But technically, there was no real reason to have a recall. And there was no reason to, get a recall. And none of them motherfuckers had a chance of winning the recall. Like,
Right.
at the end of the day, California is Democrats, bro. And like, it doesn't matter how many Republicans, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter how many Republicans are in California. Fucking everybody's voting Democrat out here, bro. Like, if you vote Democrat, dude. It's just what it is. Them motherfuckers had no chance in hell winning that motherfucker. It was a waste of time, it was a waste of energy, and it was a waste of money. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it might have highlighted it, but it didn't. It might have heightened it, but the problem is this, bro. People don't have a real big issue with some of his policies, bro. And to be completely frank with you, bro, a lot of the Democrats liked it to heighten his strict politics, bro. They liked it. So it was dumb for them to even do it. Like, I don't like Gavin Newsom. I think he's a fucking piece of shit. He's a fucking Jesuit. You know what I mean? He's a fucking piece of shit. Right?
They're gonna get Gary
But
on him and shit.
it is what it is. You know what I mean? ADOS went left. Yeah, they're way too messy, and they went way, 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 way left. They took a left turn and then took another left. You know what I mean? Right after that shit. You know what I mean? So, ADOS. I I stopped, really supporting the ADOS movement when when I saw how messy they was being, and I was like, yeah, I'm good. Like y'all niggas is being too messy in ADOS. Like, and then at the end of the day, the fact of the matter is, the motherfuckers wasn't nothing but a fucking democratic plantation movement. That's really what it was. It was it was a political party for fucking the left, for Democrats. That's what it was. Like the
Well, see,
ADOS movement was nothing more than a whole bunch of fucking people trying to get people to vote Democrat. That's it.
see, I watched Professor Black Truth for a long time. And
Hmm.
you know how Professor Black Truth got a name for everybody and shit.
Yeah.
So I would always hear him talk about Square Jaw and Mush Mouth, and I never knew who the fuck.
Yeah, Yvette Carnell. That's
I know, he was like, and blah 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 blah, and Square Jaw and Mush Mouth, and I'd be like, damn, Professor, who you talking about? You know what I'm saying? So like, I had to do my own research to find out. That's how I found out about them and shit. And I was like, when I
yeah.
first after belly laughing for hours after I first found out who it was, and then I saw who they were, and I just heard his voice in my head repeating Square Jaw and Mush Mouth.
Listen, I'm not even gonna lie. You want to know when like really started questioning them? When I found out Yvette Carnell dated a white woman.
That's hilarious. Yeah. See,
I'm
I
not
didn't
gonna lie.
even. I
I'm
didn't.
not.
I didn't
I'm
even.
not even gonna lie, bro. As soon as I found out she was dating a white woman, I started doubting everything that I was doubting. You know what I mean? Then I was listening to Tone Talks and shit, and I liked it the way that Tone Talk brought out a lot of information, but uh, I felt there was something just off about both of
Yeah.
them, and you know, Tone he kind of gets like a little like super emotional over like the most weirdest, dumbest shit. You know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, that can't be a leader, you know. And then Yvette Carnell, I was like, you date a white Democrat bitch, like a super Democrat white broad. And like and then she tells everybody, vote down ballot for Democrats. And she kept on pushing this shit. And I was like, yeah, this is a problem.
Yeah. See, that's what Shatera just said. It was the whole down ballot situation for me, while everybody
Right.
else is saying tangibles. Like, why is we down voting when we supposed to be getting tangibles?
Right, because they thought HR 40 was going to propel them into something, but it's like, yeah, Yvette Carnell, as smart as you talk, like you try to act like you are, clearly you fucking don't understand fucking that they've had this conversation before. You know what I
Right.
mean? You didn't do anything when you did the HR 40 shit. You know what I mean?
Oh, you know how I just knew, you know what I'm saying?
I do label myself FBA. I do.
I just knew, 'cause like I said, I've been listening to TBA and Professor Black Truth for a long time,
Mhm.
and and I just heard Professor Black Truth. You know what I'm saying? He said, what did he say? He said, jelly spined wannabe leaders like Square Jaw and Mush Mouth, and I'm like, who the fuck? Who the fuck is this Square Jaw? Who the fuck is Square Jaw and Mush
Right,
Mouth?
that's real
And then
shit.
like I was like, okay, now I know who it was, man. I was motherfucking cracking up laughing.
Right.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
and the only reason I call myself FBA, not because I agree with everything that Tyreek says, but I think it's just a better title, Foundational Black Americans. I just think that is it's a better title. It's very specific. You know what I mean? It's very, 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 very specific on who you're talking about when you say FBA. So that's why I go by FBA, because I think it's very, very specific on who I am. You know, you know. ADOS could be anybody, but they take off the A part and they just say I'm a descendant of slave. Right? Black
Right.
black folks always want
Right.
to pull that move, right? So the immigrant blacks always want to fucking be like, I'm a descendant of slave. Yeah, but ADOS isn't for descendants of slaves, it's for American descendants of slaves. And you know what I mean? Like, and
You're
you're
not special. Listen, nigga, I'm a descendant of slaves.
look here, nigga, motherfucker. Yeah, motherfucking nigga.
Oh my god, dude.
I am also a descendant of slaves.
I'm not a Nakata, and I'm a descendant of slave too, nigga. Okay?
Okay.
Oh,
I'm going to get sick.
shit.
It's 1:00 in the morning, my nigga.
Right.
You are really making it hard for me to fucking get the fuck off of here and shit.
I,
Okay.
I don't have control over the live button, or else I'd have turned it off. You know what I'm saying?
6 hours, nigga. This was not supposed. The first thing I said when I got on this motherfucker was, "We're not gonna be on here very long. I'm just gonna do a review of this shit."
You see, this what these this is what these niggas do. They blame everyone else. Do you see? This nigga won't blame me because he been online for 6 hours.
I like the way that you were bucking your eyes at this
Like
nigga,
this
this nigga.
I swear, the first time I seen Tariq do that shit, bro, I think like I damn near choked to death. I was laughing so motherfucking hard. Like I was laughing so fucking hard, man. That shit had me crying. That shit had me crying. Man, I couldn't breathe. You know how you be choking and lightheaded from laughing at the same time? Like, oh my God. Because there's some people that I know that are in my real close circle that actually behave like that, and they happen to be sitting like right there while I was watching that shit. They happen to be sitting right there while I'm listening to that shit, and I'm like, it's like, what's wrong? Are you okay? What's wrong with you, nigga? Nothing. Don't worry.
Nothing. Just stay over there.
Just stay over there. I'm having my foundational black moment. Just stay the fuck over there. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna listen to this more. Goodbye. Oh shit. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it has been fun.
It's been fun, y'all.
It's been fun, man. This went extremely longer than it was supposed to go. I was supposed to do this shit, do the review on Tom MacDonald, and then get up and go get something to eat and play video games. And you have fucked that up. Okay? I just want you to know you have
That's what friends are
extremely
for.
fucked
You
that
know,
up.
that's what friends are for. We just, they just barge in and fuck everything up.
See, Fee said I just got me some jalapeno poppers from Carl's Jr. after I finished my margarita. I'm going in.
Look,
Wow.
look,
You know what?
This is why you've been live for 6 hours. Shatera got the answer right here because these niggas been running at the mouth.
Running at the mouth. Look, I'm not gonna lie though. The jalapeno poppers from Carl's Jr. do go kind of fucking hard. I'm not gonna lie. Them motherfuckers do go kind of hard though. Okay? They just do. It is what it is. You can judge me all the fuck you want. Carl's Jr. go hard. I don't care. Okay? It is what it is. Okay? Running that T-mouth nigga. You stupid nigga. Don't know.
Oh shit, man. Y'all niggas.
Goddamn Akata is making me go late. Always on this color people time.
So they talk this stupid black sheet.
Yeah. And they not even true African.
They're not even
my ancestors are truly kings and queens, and yours are nothing more than slaves.
These two niggas. I have yellow crayon darker than these two niggas too. They call themselves African.
They are not African. No. They are two Akatas. Akata niggas.
Oh my God, dude.
I got Bojangles to warm up. See, you know what? All of y'all can kiss my natural black ass. I just want to fucking just say that. Okay, from the deepest, darkest point of my soul.
He call his ass natural black.
Stupid. So stupid. Such a stupid nigga.
Where you see black? Where you see black? You see any black anywhere? He call himself natural black.
His wood behind him is darker than him. Okay, he is not black. Okay,
I've used this nigga for a flashlight before. Where you see black?
Stupid nigga.
Oh my God, I
All
can't.
righty. That was fun. That
That
was
was
fun.
fun. You stupid. You a bad influence, man.
You, man, what are you talking about, bro? You're the bad influence, man. Jesus Christ, man. These niggas are, I swear to God, these Ohio niggas, man. No
Oh,
sense.
shit. None. No sense whatsoever.
No sense whatsoever, man. Jesus Christ. Nigga should have went to
shit.
LeBron James school.
I should have. I might have learned something or made it to the NBA or some shit, you know.
You didn't need LeBron James. You are just a Katanika.
You would have failed anyway. With your low IQ.
Yo, I just spit my drink from laughing. Wakanda forever. These niggas are appropriating our culture. Wakanda forever. You do know Wakanda is not real, right? Fuck you, nigga. All right.
Look,
we done.
Why are you gay?
I know you got that shit. I know that shit.
Why are you gay? Are you transgender? You are an activist. Rubbish. Yeah, look, we gotta show them the Are You Gay interview before you go, bro. Did y'all ever see that shit?
Oh Lord have mercy, this nigga, I swear to God.
Look, this nigga, look, hold on real quick.
If this shit wasn't so funny, I'd be saying fuck you right now. But okay, hurry up.
Oh shit.
Hurry up so I can go get me some food, nigga.
I got you, nigga. I got you. I got you, my nigga. Hold on. Don't be gay. Don't be gay. This gentleman right here. This is the best interview on the planet. You know what I'm saying? All the best shit comes from the motherland. You know what I'm saying? Look at this.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr? Pepe Julian Onzima. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you for
Good morning.
Morning to you.
Why are you gay?
Who says I'm gay?
You are gay. You lesbian, homosexual. How can I describe you? As gender, you were initially male or female?
The sex that was assigned to me at birth was female.
And you opted to become male. How did you discover that you are actually meant to be male? Gay rights activists. Why should someone be gay? So as we stand today, are you dating any female?
Yes, I am.
You have a girlfriend?
Yes, I do.
While in transition, you're having a girlfriend?
Yes.
Do you perform the natural obligations? Doesn't that make you gay?
What do you mean, doesn't that make me gay? I am male and attracted to a female.
So who is gay?
So who's gay?
So who's gay?
So who's gay?
So who's gay?
So who is gay?
Who is gay? Oh shit.
So and he did that shit like right, like you know what I mean? He like he was really on it too. So who is gay?
Who is gay? Look at this. Hold on real quick. This shit, I had this off and this shit just came to fuck on. Look at this.
Premier League.
Why are you reading that shit like that, bro? You know
English Premier League.
Why
They're
are
gonna
you
call us xenophobic after this shit, bro.
right?
Like,
Right.
You ain't gay, is you? you you are gay? Who is gay? Oh Lord have
Man, I'm about to
mercy.
make a video where I got Lil Nas X and I'm gonna have that interviewer just ask him, why are you gay? Why are you gay? You are transgender?
And you should
Oh
fucking
shit.
and you should like edit that shit with different fucking answers from not Little Nas X interviews. That shit
Yeah,
would be
yeah.
funny
That
as
shit would be
fuck.
fucking hilarious.
That shit would be hilarious. Okay. All right, man, we're done. We're not fucking talking any more shit. We talk too
We
much damn
done.
shit. We
Right.
really do talk too much damn shit,
Too
bro.
much shit. That's all we do is just get on this
Are you
motherfucker
going
and just
live
talk
in 10
shit.
minutes?
Who?
You.
Me? Nah, hell no. No, no, sir.
Okay, just
No,
checking.
sirree, Bob.
Okay, just checking. All right. All right, then we're out of here, man. If you don't already know, man, make sure you fucking follow my boy, Black Light Revelations, if you don't already. You know what I mean? He puts out good content almost on a daily basis, which is annoying as all fuck. But you know, he does it. That's what he do. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
I got
So
time today. No, I just
I
playing.
got time today. Tell what the lady said at my job. Oh no, I'm not doing that shit. I'll call him and tell him. I'll call him and tell him, and we'll talk about that shit. We'll talk about that shit the next one, because that's gonna get in a whole different thing. So, you know what I mean? All right,
That's
so.
hilarious.
If you don't already follow me, you know, Reality Check Virtual Radio over there on YouTube, Is You High 420 on Twitch, and Izzy High on Haps. You can definitely, you know what I mean? I need y'all to host a party. I'm down. You
Yeah,
pay
we do it.
me, I'm down. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? You know, go find me. You can find me on Instagram. Also, Is You High 420 IZUHIGH 420. And if you did not catch that, just replay it on the replay and give me some more views.
Facts.
Let me see. You already see my Cash App is right down there. My Venmo is also right down there. So handle that. You know, make it happen, Captain. All right.
Handle
With that,
that. Handle
with handle that, handle that. All right. You know. So yeah. If you like what the fuck we bring out, you like what the fuck we doing, you already know what it is. Support your boys. You know what I mean? That's what it is, man. But with all of that being said, we will be back on Wednesday night, definitely doing our Wednesday night show.
Be doing the Wednesday
Um,
morning too.
and we will be doing the Wednesday morning show. So we're gonna have two shows on Wednesday. We got the Wednesday morning show and then the Wednesday night show. So definitely show up for that, man. And if you don't already know, stay real, stay black, stay doing your motherfucking thing. And you know, you got an outro that you want to say.
Peace.
He said pace. that was questionable, my dude. Questionable. Hey. All right. So you already know what it is.
What's the question? Is the question
What
are you gay?
the question is, are you gay?
Are you
Okay.
gay?
All right. With that being said, y'all already know what it is. Stay up, stay real, stay black, stay doing your thing, man.
Peace.
Peace.